Well, yesterday marked the start of the Ravenel ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring qualifiers. However, less than an hour into our opening race of the weekend, the unthinkable happened. And we lost Juha Metinan. While many will remember him for his 53 starts in the last 7 years around the Nordschleife, 5 wins and yes, 25 class podiums, what his friends, teammates and family will remember him by was his smile, his passion for the Nürburgring and for Porsches, and for racing around this wonderful track in a BMW Stock 325. And so today we race for Juha as we finalize our preparations ahead of next month's 24-hour race. Arjuna Kankipati in the Global Broadcast Center, live on RS1 in sound and in vision around the world on a whole host of channels. Glad you're joining us. My name, Arjuna Kankipati, alongside, though, of Neil Cole. And Neil, this is meant to be the dress rehearsal in many ways, and part of that dress rehearsal means not only dialing in the processes for the race, but also for top qualifying.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Guten Tag. Hello, Arjuna. Great to see and hear you again. Yeah, heavy hearts this morning, but of course everyone has to go out. The motorsport community has rallied around, and I know that a few of the drivers have spoken passionately and emotionally this morning about what it feels like to go out racing again after losing a friend and a competitor. So they're putting that to one side for now because they have a job on their hands. You're right, they have to try and qualify for the race in a couple of hours' time, but also get everything dialed in for the big one, 24 hours next month. So plenty for these drivers to think about as we start to get some laps on a drying track here at the Nordschleife.
And when we talk about, you know, the preparations today, you talk about the weather. I was just looking through the opening 90 minutes that we've already had of qualifiers for the entirety of the 121 strong field that we have entered here on Sunday. A couple of cars not making it over from yesterday, courtesy of some incidents, of course, but only about 20 or so of them are going to be a part of this top qualifying. It's part of something that only traditionally happens during the 24-hour weekend. This, of course, is still part of the regular NLS schedule, but we run the slightly longer Grand Prix loop. We cut out the Mercedes-Benz Arena, and we'll send out 20-odd drivers with 2 laps and that drying track. Last year, when we had our top qualifiers on our qualifiers weekend, that's a mouthful of a statement, we did have some changing conditions, and some teams and drivers did elect to head down to pit lane. And part of the reason why, Neil, is something that makes NLS and racing around the green hell so fascinating. The fact that we have tire wars, and so many options are available to the teams. You've got the regular slick tires, inters, wets, all the different things that the teams and manufacturers, the OEMs, will work together to try and give themselves some options. But because you've got open tire rules, you can even go and cut some grooves into slick tires if you think that's a slightly better option. All sorts of things available to the engineers and drivers to play with.
Yeah, and it's you know, it's not a simple process, because this, as we heard from Christopher Haas, had a bit of an off-track excursion. The number 16 Audi R8 LMS GC3 couldn't get the tires to work, and they slid into a tire barrier. So there is still plenty, because they're not on a standard single tire manufacturer. It can work in your favor because you can still employ different techniques, but it doesn't necessarily work in your favor because you still have to be able to employ those different techniques.
Cars are forming up on the start-finish straight, where they will be released one by one in 15-second intervals for a warm-up lap that includes the full loop around the green hell as well, and then 2 timed attempts as our 5-minute board gets waved. For those wondering, I have to answer the question already. No, Max Verstappen will not be qualifying the number 3 Mercedes-AMG Team Verstappen Racing GT3 SP9 entry. However, his teammate Lucas Auer will. I think what that probably means, Neil, is Max will get a bit more running towards the end of the race, and we'll see Lucas Auer qualify and probably start the car as well.
Yeah, so a direct quote from Max Verstappen. He says, "This is an important weekend for me to support Lucas a bit. He's had the least time in the car of all of us so far, so it's important to get him up to speed within the group. The car is working really well." So Lucas was in the car when the race was red flagged yesterday evening. So Max didn't get a chance to drive in the dark, which was one of the key reasons with the cancellation of the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix that he is here this weekend. But Lucas needs a bit more seat time as well, because of course he wasn't in the car when they raced in LS earlier in the season. So it's a real balance. And so Lucas is in this top qualifying session, and then they will obviously share the driving in NLS 5 later today.
Quickest in our qualifiers earlier today was Nicky Thiem in one of our Aston Martins. He'll be heading out there for Trinity Solutions as the first of the runners. And why is that important? Well, because around a lap like this, if there are, issues for those cars and they pull to the side of the track, that might bring out a yellow flag, a slow zone potentially, and you'll still be allowed to finish the lap that you're on. But, ultimately, Neil, that really compromises you in qualifying. It could see you start a lot further back than your pace may actually have warranted.
Yeah, and of course, if there's people joining us that aren't used to this format of racing, or specifically the Nürburgring Nordschleife, obviously qualifying is important, track position is important, but once the race is underway, it's a long circuit, and the key thing to remember is that unlike in even a standard endurance race or a Grand Prix situation, a gap of 10 seconds can be nothing. 30 seconds can be nothing at the end of a 4-hour race. So yes, qualifying is very important, and nailing the fastest lap you possibly can around this extraordinary circuit, which is evolving because it was damp earlier. It still will be quite slippery in places, and there are grey clouds looming in. But they do. Once the race is underway, you're in for the long haul. It's a proper endurance race on this extraordinary 25-mile circuit.
And the starting field split up into 3 groups. The gap between the groups about 5 minutes. It means that the first group gets 1 lap, and by the time they finish, they have already caught up to the back of group number 3, and traffic becomes a ever-present reality. So as much as, yes, qualifying may not seem like the most important, when you start jinking your way through traffic, the most ideal spot is always to be at the front. We are moments away, though, from seeing the green flag, and it's not just the fastest SP9 cars that are eligible for this session. It is also including a handful of the SP Pro, SPX cars that are eligible, which means that you will see the BMW M3 Touring, the April Fool's joke that's turned to reality. You'll also see the glorious Mercedes Tribute HWA cars, and that is cars, multiple, Neil, that will be entered in this qualifying session. They'll be a bit slower than, yes, the rest of the field, but I think we are expecting the BMW M3 Touring to potentially challenge towards the front.
Yeah, they're not just here to show off a cool, funny idea. They're really quite competitive, and of course the KTM Crossbow in the SPX class as well. So many different storylines to keep an eye on, and we'll try and cover as many of them as possible. But we are merely seconds away from the green flag to wave on qualifying, and crucial lap times, because obviously we missed a lot of lap time yesterday.
Preparation for the upcoming 24 hours of the Nürburgring, the Ravenel ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring, where top qualifying has been split into 3 for this year. And this session does play some part in maybe getting drivers into top qualifying automatically, but I think ultimately just surviving this weekend and putting yourself in the position to challenge next month is what they are all hoping for. 15-second intervals, as we mentioned earlier, so already Nicky Tim has fired off, as has Picariello in the Dunlop Motorsports Porsche, Vervish in the HRT Ford Racing Mustang GT3, and then Max Hesse for Roa Racing, the BMW M4 GT3 Evo. Remember, a full warm-up lap around the green hell, around the Nürburgring Nordschleife for them to get a sense for the conditions, because it has been around 45 minutes since our previous qualifying session came to an end, Neil.
Yeah, and worth flagging up just what an amazing entry list we have, and obviously quite a hefty contingent of the German manufacturers, inevitably, but we do have the Ford, Lamborghini, we have a Ferrari and Aston Martins, so it is a very competitive field, and the M3 Touring in the SPX class has a chance of pole. I mean, it's a realistic chance of mixing it up with the SP9s, the other GT3s. And that's the thing to remember, is the classes are called something specific here. So SP9 is GT3, SP10 is GT4, and SPX are the special entries. And we're hearing that there is rain. So those grey clouds have delivered Kesselken and Schwalbenschwanz.
So that's towards the sort of, I'll call it the top half of the track, for lack of a better term, about as far away from where the drivers are still sat on the start-finish line as one by one we get the warm-up laps underway. Haven't seen anyone dive to pit lane yet, and that's crucial because clearly, as far as my eyes can see, I am halfway around the world, but our picture's quite good from the team at Nürburgring TV. Does seem to be slick tires for everybody that has fired off so far. And so while they can, yes, come back down to pit lane at the end of this lap if they feel like maybe a change of compound is warranted, what that would do is, if I remember correctly from reading the regulations, mean that they sacrifice one of their timed attempts, and they would have to loop back around to begin their lap. Great to see, by the way, Grello back on the grid this qualifier weekend. Last year for top qualifiers in the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring qualifiers weekend, they actually missed the start of top qualifying, had a small issue, prevented them from rolling out in time, and at least this time they'll get this opportunity to head out. Neil, I was really excited when I found out that you and I were going to be on the call for top qualifying, because it really does put the pressure and the onus on the driver to go out there, especially in these changing conditions, and make the most of it.
Yeah, pressure's on. Absolutely, pressure's on. And the talking about the Grello, I mean, that car qualified in 12th yesterday, so, you know, they'll look to move up a little bit, but that's with Thomas Preining at the wheel. The Porsche 911 Manthey Racing Grello. Yeah, great to see that back up and running. But I think it's important to reiterate that there is so much pressure on, because so many of these cars did not get the full chance to stretch their legs, test everything, and most of the drivers didn't get a stint. You know, at least half the field, if not more, didn't get a chance to drive yesterday after our tragic accident. So even more crucial to get seat time today, and especially for Max Verstappen, who will be in the number 3 Mercedes-AMG GT3 when the race gets underway. But of course, at the moment, it's Lucas Auer at the wheel of that car.
And he's just sent it off the line to begin his warm-up lap as well, as slowly but surely the start line is becoming more and more empty now. It's the Audi for Scherer Sport. That's going to fire off with Christopher Haase. Remember, he had a great fight with the Verstappen Racing Mercedes back at NLS2 and really did show what that Audi is capable of. I'm not one who necessarily likes to focus too much on BOP, but it's been good to see start of this 2026 NLS campaign that we've had a fair variety of manufacturers in the mix, and well, we'll see. Slightly different addition to the BMW M racing lineup, but the BMW M3 Touring is off and away with Neil Verhagen at the wheel. Very, very quick young driver, so we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Neil, are my eyes deceiving me, or are those grey clouds becoming more grey as the start line continues to empty?
Yes, it's definitely darkening around. I think we've probably got a considerable downpour incoming. And the thing, you know, for those of you, many of you listening and watching will have been to the Nordschleife, will have been to the Nürburgring, and you know that as you drive around, it is enormous. Remember the scale of this circuit. It is not like any other circuit in the world. When we were in the build-up to the race yesterday, John was talking about the fact that the World Touring Cars raced here, and an entire race was 3 laps. So this is a huge circuit. It goes through the forests of Adenau and Eifel, and it has several microclimates within it. So it's very rare that you'll get a uniform weather for the whole circuit, and it's, you know, the weather you have at the start is very different from the weather right at the top of the carousel. So I think that we are going to get a bit more rain, but it won't necessarily be something that you can predict for the entire circuit. And look at that car.
The HWA wriggles out of the Yokohama S. Remember, we are running the layout of the track that will run next month. It's not the traditional NLS layout, so a slightly longer Grand Prix loop. Yes, even though we don't use the entirety of the Mercedes-Benz Arena, all the way down towards the Dunlop hairpin at the very bottom of the Grand Prix track before you start the climb, finish up the back half of that Grand Prix loop before you turn left on the Sabine Schmidt curve and begin the run through the famed Nürburgring Nordschleife. I do get that feeling, though, that if we are sensing a bit of rain on the horizon, we may end up seeing some drivers back down towards the pit lane once they have sighted out the track already through Sector 6 for Nicky Thiem, who fired off first, and so that means that he has gotten to where we think the rain has started, right around that Kesselchen area, so he'll be the first tiptoeing his way through and getting a good sense for the conditions right now. But remember, 2 timed attempts, and they do all have to run, Neil, at full race fuel. So they've not lightened the car up and made it super pointy for qualifying. It's just the same race car that they're getting the most of. Oh, big moment for the Dunlop Motorsports Porsche. That is up at Bravery at the Muttkurve, and he has slid into the wall.
Just an example there exactly of what we're talking about, how unpredictable the conditions are, and in the slick tyres, Alessio Picariello, they're finding the barrier. So while some of the track is in bright sunshine and a drying track, some of it is clearly very slippery, especially under the trees where even when it hasn't rained for a couple of hours, the slick surface has not had a chance to dry out yet, because it's not particularly warm here either.
And you can actually see as the drivers finishing up their lap crest the end of the Dottinger Hoa, the gaps have actually kind of shrunk. I would have expected them to maybe enlarge slightly as drivers look for some positioning, but I would argue that still building up tire temperature is one of the Ferraris. I think that would be the Condor Racing machine, but no, not many. In fact, none have elected to come down towards the pit lane. They all feel confident enough with the track conditions, and so they will fly around the track. Already Nicky Thiem has punched in the first sector of a 48.52 to open up the scoring. And one by one, our top qualifying session is officially underway.
Nicky Thiem qualified 11th for the race yesterday, so looking to do better in the Aston Martin. The Trinity Aston Martin.
Using a bit of the curb on the descent down on towards the back straight on the Grand Prix part of the track. That shows that there's still enough grip and no moisture on that part. Then through the faster Vidal chicane as Nicky Team balances that grey and yellow, the highlighter yellow Aston Martin, dances all the way up to the wall on the entry down in towards the Nordschleife, and now drops himself into the Hadsenbach. Nicky, such a aggressive driver, but I don't mean that to be negative about his driving style. He is just all attack, and his personality as well. Remember at Daytona earlier this year where he's fighting for a Rolex with the Windward Racing Mercedes of Philip Ellis. They made contact at some 250 odd kilometers an hour on the banking, and Nicky not one to back down. Unfortunately finished second in that race, but so much storied aggression through his time. Very dry as he begins to climb up towards Flugplatz though. Yeah, fully committed there. It's incredibly brave to be that committed with just the unknown grip levels. So always impressive, Nicky Team. Sven Müller was working his way through the Sabine Schmidt curve. Meanwhile, looks like a puncture on the right front for the number 17. So that will be the lasting damage for the Dunlop Motorsports Porsche. Alessio Picariello is going to limp it back to pit lane. He's not the only one in the pit lane. Timing screen has just popped up a note as Picariello is going to try and now have to nurse his way back around the Grand Prix loop. Fred Vervisch is also sat in pit lane, but there's a Falcon Tires liveried Porsche that's the wrong way around in the Hadsenbach.
Yeah, that is fully facing the wrong way. So one thing that we have to flag up for those of us joining this series for the first time, we will probably see a slow zone 60. So yellow flags in the approach to Hadsenbach, and the safety vehicles will come in and retrieve that stricken car while the cars continue to circulate, but they have to slow down for that section. So Vervisch is in the pits.
Fred Vervisch in the and getting the radiator cleaned off. The tires, they're inspecting the left front, but I'm not seeing any wet tires standing by. Meanwhile, for Sven Müller in that Falcon Porsche, seems to have ripped, I don't think that's the splitter off the car, but there's maybe diffuser that's lying on the track itself. And yeah, this is exactly what, Neil, I was actually mentioning earlier, right? Where, you know, if you're at the front of the qualifying queue, if someone has an issue, you're not going to get caught out with one of those yellow flags and have to give up time. Nicky Team, pedal to the metal, is running his way towards the rain as he works towards Bergwerk right now in the climb up towards the Kesselchen and Mutzkurve area.
Yeah, so critical to get a fast lap in if you can before there's an incident, because there'll be plenty of qualifying laps that will be compromised by that Porsche in the barrier.
There's another yellow flag somewhere else on the track, down at Ravenel. Not quite sure. It was very quick, and a green flag is now back there. Slow zone officially, though, now at the Hadsenbach, so you will have to drop your speed to 60 as Sven Müller is now out of the car and standing rather forlornly on the wrong side of the Armco. And you can see the frustration is visible even halfway around the world, Neil.
Yeah, it must be very disappointing for him and for the team just to not get enough, no matter what minimal repair is required to that car once it gets back to the pit lane, but just not to get any track time now before the race later, presuming that car is going to be fine, which it looks like it will be, but just to not just to set a qualifying lap time, but also not get the running.
The cost of that slow zone, by the way, seems to be anywhere from 6 to 10 seconds. I think that timing difference is probably because some approached it before it was a slow zone and some after, and so slight difference in the speed that was lost. Fred Vervisch is back out of pit lane, so whatever they were looking at on the left front. They're confident enough in the Haupt Racing camp to send that Ford Mustang back out as Nicky Thiem carves his way through. There's no question about it. The fun part of the Nordschleife, the lefts and rights almost present like a rally stage, but you don't need a co-driver. You've got them memorized here for top qualifying. Car will get into the air momentarily through Flansgarden if you're really brave, but then through the double right-handers down into the Stefan Beloff S's. You let the car breathe, you let the engine just run through the rev range here, and not far away from the almost 1.5 kilometer run out of Gaugenkopf and into the next braking zone. This is one of the few places on the track where, as long as you don't have traffic, Neil, you can take a quick breath, although the corners still come thick and fast until you get to the Dottinger Hohe.
Yeah, you've nailed it, really. There's only two places where you can really, you know, take a breath, stretch the shoulders, settle into the seat, and get ready for the next onslaught. This is such a roller coaster, and a long roller. And it's interesting that you use the rally stage. Obviously, for all of these drivers, the pace notes are in your head. You've done this on the simulator and at home thousands of times and hundreds of times in real life. But actually being here and feeling all the G-forces and the grip under your behind is quite a different thing. So yes, the chances to actually take a breath, assess everything on the car before you go again are very, very welcome.
I saw that great video of you and Sabine Schmidt, and it just jogged my mind when I was watching them carve around the lap up through the final complex, through Tiergarten for Nicky Thiem, who will punch in the first time. But I can already tell you some purple sectors from the Ferrari for Realized Condor Racing with Rinaldi. So it's a provisional benchmark of an 8:19.576. Can't really compare to traditional NLS benchmark, because again, remember, we are running the full Grand Prix loop just like we will next month. The grey cloud cover has lifted quite drastically, I will say, as the BMW for Row Racing now jinks out of the final complex and punches its way to the line. Find himself half a second off of the benchmark from Nicky Thiem, but Maximilian Paul for Conrad Motorsports in that Lamborghini, he finds half a second on Nicky Thiem, but those purple sectors come good. Thierry Vermeulen for Realized Condor Racing with Rinaldi. The Ferrari is 9 seconds to the good. But now, as we get the next time on the board, David Jahn for Gamotta Racing, 1,000 splits the top two after an incredible 25 odd miles.
Yeah, that is extraordinary. The 1,000th of a second between Jahn and Vermeulen is ridiculous. And in these conditions is extraordinarily close. And that Gamotta Racing, David Jahn put it on pole yesterday.
Now is as the KCMG blue and white Mercedes comes to the line, they're still 7 seconds off. The Lamborghini for Red Bull Team Apps still 8 seconds off the time of Vermeulen. The Gamotta Racing BMW, I think we should also point out that that is a Pro-Am entry, Neil. That's a car that the pace will drop off eventually, but over one lap, you can never count them out.
Yeah, all eyes on that. Has a very good chance of a win, regardless of the Pro and the Am in the name. But I think the Ferrari, the Condor Racing team, being I'm pretty sure that there's the only Ferrari in the field, will be very keen to beat the German manufacturers at home. Good shout. Especially, you remember that, go back a couple of years through 24-hour history, the 296 has a good reputation of, you know, its engineering being designed for endurance racing. And I'm just diving through the entry list. You are quite correct. There is only one Ferrari in the field, which, you know, going back to, I don't like to talk about BOP, but it does make it a bit more difficult sometimes for the organizers to judge how to balance that car correctly. But again,
1,000 between it and the BMW. That's showing there's not much room more to be given. Grello breathes to the line and slips in front of one of its other competitors. That's one of the blue and orange Porsche 911 GT3Rs. But with only 13 times currently on the board out of 37 entrants in this top qualifying session, I don't think we'll see a time from Alessio Picariello. That car has not headed back out onto track. But for Grello, Thomas Preining's almost 12 seconds off the pace. So maybe what we're also seeing is this first time by a couple of drivers maybe not pushing full tilt, going back to what we were saying earlier, Neil, of making sure they get the running in throughout the entire 4 hours later.
Yeah, it's risk versus reward. You've got to balance it. And also, don't forget, I think the track is now clear, so they can stretch their legs a little bit around the circuit. But we were briefly on board with Lucas Auer, and that car, which will be shared with Max Verstappen later in the race, is currently in 27th position. So this next lap is crucial.
I got so excited about the 1,000th of a second difference that I forgot about the slow zone that some of these drivers did have to navigate through. So, yes, thank you for calling me out on that one. We'll see if we get more representative times the second time around. But if it was 8 to 10 seconds that we were seeing on timing earlier, then that translates pretty favorably for some of those teams that maybe did not get the best of runs. We are spread across many channels today. If you're watching in Vision on one of the many YouTube channels that have focused their attention on the Nordschleife this weekend, we're also, of course, live in audio for those traveling, RS1 and the Radio Show Limited suite of channels. So remember, if you are watching, that we are going to make sure that those listening have a great experience as well, and pictures are always better with words, is I believe the saying of our collective. It does mean, though, if you want to ask the booth anything, you can always go on social media at Arjuna Kanki Party. I'll be keeping an eye out for any questions you have, both here in top qualifying, but also later on in our 4-hour race when we get underway for the second of the 24-hour ADAC Ravenel qualifier races this weekend. It's also the 5th NLS round of 2026, so for some of the teams there is some championship points at stake. Great time from Neil Verhagen in that BMW M3 Touring, though. 9.5 seconds off, so remember, if he had to navigate through the slow zone, that's putting him right around the threat of fighting for pole position.
Yeah, we called it right when we were introducing that car, and Verhagen has absolutely demonstrated what we were talking about. That car is in contention, regardless of its heritage and its evolution. And it looks like at the moment, don't quote me on this, but we have a clear track. So this lap for everybody at the moment has no slow zones. So we should hopefully get a representative time from all the cars that are currently in the process of setting their qualifying lap. So these times should now be representative across the board, and we can see some purple sectors springing up on the timing screen. So people, and it is dry, most of it is dry. Oh, I spoke too soon.
Neil Cole has just cursed into existence a yellow flag. There's one at Hadsenbach and there's also one up at Hoa Ak. So those are two very different points of the track. This is a Mercedes stationary on the right side of the track through the Hadsenbach. This is just after you've dropped through the
I think it's Yuichi,
double left hairpins and the first right-hander.
Nakayama, I think that one is.
Good shout. He has not slipped through the next of these sectors just yet. The other yellow flag, though, up at Hoa Ak, that must be someone else. So we'll see if we can figure out between the two of us, put our brains together. Meanwhile, the HWA, or one of the two HWAs, I should say, jinx through the final corner. Boy, does it look glorious, and I can't wait to see it run for 24 hours. Hopefully, fingers crossed, next month. But we said it was not likely to challenge for pole position, and indeed the lap time at 8:58 for that compared to the 8:10 for our SP9 Pulse. It was very different sense of speed. Meanwhile, Fred Vervies's managed to work his way back around the Nordschleife, but as the checkered flag is flying on track, I wonder if he is going to get another opportunity. 8:28 might end up being his best time on the board.
So once again, these flying laps slightly hampered by the slow zone with that car stopped on track, but it is only a short slow zone, yellow flag, so only if a couple of seconds may be dropped, and it'll be, you know, the same across the board until it's cleared.
Did not see the reason as to why we had the yellow at Hoa Act, but it was cleared. We now have one down at Valvoline, but I believe that would be on the Grand Prix track, so I'm not too concerned about that. With the checkered flag now flying, Vermeulen back across the line, does not find more time. He's almost 4 seconds off, so I do suspect that we may see some more drivers struggling. Of note, though, it was David Jan in that Gamotta Racing BMW. He was only 4/10 off the previous time, so clearly consistent speed in that Pro-Am SP9 machine. Very, very good signs. The checkered flag is now officially, though, flying. Let's not forget, for those that are completing their second of the timed attempts, it's Jesse Krohn that finds no improvement, 8:17.355, no higher than fourth on the board. Bit of improvement for the Lamborghini for the Red Bull team apt. The 84 jumps up to third with Luca Engstler at the wheel, but he's still 5 seconds off of those times from Thierry Vermeulen and David Jan.
So I wonder how much of a change we will see in that the sort of front 3 rows of the grid, because at the moment it's Vermeulen in the Ferrari, Jan in the BMW, Engstler in the Lamborghini, Paul in the Lamborghini, Krohn in the Mercedes, and Haase in the Audi is currently the front 3 rows of the grid. But there are a few purple sectors coming through, but not that many from the cars behind. So this could be a very mixed up grid thanks to the slow zones and yellow flags.
Confirmed, though, a couple of improvements. One for Tobias Müller in the 48 Loesch by Black Falcon Mercedes. He jumped up to third, displaced the Lamborghini. Then Gabriele Piana for the Black Falcon team EAE, the number 5, he jumped up the board as well. But now crossing the line in that yellow and black asymmetric Mercedes, what a lap time has just been punched in by Jamo Hartling for the Schnitzelam Racing crew. I believe I heard John and Neil having a conversation about that team yesterday. Is that the one which is the restaurant that only serves schnitzel, or am I dreaming?
Yeah, I think that was John's story yesterday. But that car, Jamo, that was on the front row of the grid for yesterday's abandoned race. So that's not a real surprise that they're up there.
No surprise to see improvements from the likes of Thomas Preining. Grello jumps up to third now, but still no one matches those first 2 times from the Realized Condor Racing Ferrari and the Gamotta Racing BMW. Final couple of cars will run their way towards the line. Remember, 37 in this top qualifying session, spread across SP9 and SPX. We are still waiting for the April Fool's joke turned reality for that BMW M3 Touring that we think could be fighting for pole position to make its way to the line. Still waiting for the 2 HWA SPX machines as well to cross the line for the second and final time in this session. Was some improvement from a couple. Timo Glock improved in the Door McLaren. That was an 8:18.621, so he's jumped up to 15th on the board. But here comes Christopher Haase, one purple sector. And with race control reviewing something, remember, these results will be provisional. Could the Audi for Sport have something to say at the very end of this top qualifying session? But very aggressively over the curbs at Tiergarten for Lucas Stoltz.
But that number 36 car, the BMW E89 Z4, they just can't catch a break. You know, they're currently under investigation. They went out yesterday, and they've just had basically a full rebuild over the last few weeks. So they're under investigation for an incident, and this weekend, you know, needs to improve for that car.
Yeah, it's just not been a great run for another fan favorite in you know, many circles that I've seen. So much praise for the return of the BMW Z4 GT3 into this year's race. There was improvement, by the way, from Haase. He jumped to third. Adam Christodoulou found some time as well. Where is Neil Verhagen going to slot the wonderful BMW M3 Touring, though? He's just got the final corner to navigate his way through, and then we'll get the time on the board. Neil Verhagen with an 8:16.1660 black and white. Dazzling front end on that car, which in many ways is very much closer to a race-going BMW M4 GT3 than a traditional road car. It's only 5 and a bit seconds off of the pole position, but big smiles for Realized Condor Racing. David Perel, very, very happy. Thierry Vermeulen has got it done by just 1,000th of a second. Couple more cars to come to the line, including the Pro Sport number 37, but no challenge for our pole sitters today, Neil.
Yeah, getting it done early was crucial, I think, for that Ferrari and for Realized Condor Racing. No mean feat as well to step out into the unknown. And just an update, now in 5th is Lucas Auer in the Winwood Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3, which he will share with Max Verstappen in the race in a few hours' time. So certainly in the front 3 rows of the grid, which is a very good, just 3 seconds off the pole time, which at the Nordschleife is nothing.
I think our coverage starts in just over an hour's time of that race, so we are inching closer to the 5th scheduled NLS round and the 2nd scheduled Ravenel ADAC 24-hour of the Nürburgring qualifier races. It's a bit of a misnomer, the name, in many ways. They aren't necessarily qualifying into the 24-hour race. There are opportunities for them, of course, as we mentioned earlier, to make it into the actual top qualifying session come the big weekend, but that's something that will be really only finalized after this weekend. It's a formula that the stewards have already worked through, and they'll plug in the results and get the teams locked in.
Yeah,
one of the HWA
important to flag that up.
Sorry, Neil.
Sorry, Arjun. Important to flag up the fact that absence or presence from this weekend, despite the name of the Nürburgring 24 qualifiers, absence or presence this weekend does not denote absence or presence from the race itself next month. It's all part of the dark arts process to getting into that race.
I saw a post on one social media somewhere where someone allegedly from a team said, even we don't really understand how we get there. We're just going to get to the track and go fast.
Well, that makes me feel
better. There are people, don't worry, that do know exactly what they're talking about. Doesn't it? Well, that is top qualifying in the books. And like Neil said, getting it done early really has counted. And Thierry Vermeulen, as part of that Realized Condor Racing foursome, is going to, or threesome I should say, alongside of Dennis Marshall and David Perel, will be ready to lead us to the green for today's 4-hour race. I'm just trying to get a sense for the atmosphere now in the team garage area, because we've already said it. The job's not done. They've still got 4 hours of data to work through, but as the only Ferrari in the field, Neil, they will be thrilled to have got this done at least in qualifying.
Yeah, he's doing the classic debrief with his co-drivers, and it's crucial. Starting on pole, you know, depending on strategy, depending on driver changes, and when we get to the race in an hour's time, well, 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes until we actually start the race itself, I believe. The time now to go through the data and to debrief is crucial.
Aber sowas von, den habe ich mir direkt gegriffen, als der hier aus dem Auto ausgestiegen. Thierry, first pole for you on the Nordschleife. How does it feel?
Well, our
quite nice, yeah,
German
of course,
TV colleagues are going to have a chat
that has gone into
with
it, so big thanks
Thierry
to Kondo and
Vermeulen.
Rinaldi. I think we were here already
Unfortunately,
quite
Neil, you're a man of many talents. Do you speak German? Can you live translate this for us as they talk?
They're speaking English, so I think we can listen.
And it's going towards the right direction, so big thanks to them. And it was a cool experience to drive the track without traffic and everything. It was so big thanks that I could do it.
Talk us a bit through this session at all. It was quite tricky on the Nordschleife. There was some cars involved in some accidents. How did it feel for you?
Yeah, it was the first lap of the day for me. So for sure, you know, the first lap you directly have to perform, and this is something really fun. But the track was a little bit dirty in some spots. Of course, it was wet this morning. Also some leaves and stuff, and then we had some cars which went off. So yeah, all in all, a bit tricky, but super fun.
Our commentator said you were not known especially for being a Nordschleifen expert when you arrived here. Now you said it was your first lap at all on this day, and then you put out 8 minutes, 0.10. I guess you're an expert now.
No, I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but yeah, I think the car felt really good. It was a good lap, and that's what gave us the pole.
What's the strategy for the race? Are you allowed to do the race start now after this lap?
I'm not sure. I think we're going to see what is the best way to attack the race, but of course we will push for a good result.
All right. Thank you very much and congratulations. Ja, ich würde sagen, Eddie, Olli, ich glaube, das mit dem Übersetzen und dem Inhalt, das übernehmt ihr und damit zurück zu euch.
Well, very grateful that we got to hear exactly what Thierry Vermeulen was thinking there. I'm a little bit stunned as to his relative lack of experience, at least over the weekend, to go out there and put the performance together, Neil. Again, it just is a very impressive showing. I don't want to discredit David Jahn, though, who was only 1,000th of a second slower across 25 miles of qualifying.
Yeah, very impressive considering the gulf in experience between the two of them. And then there's, you know, almost a full second to third place, and then another full second to fourth. So that the sort of top 10 are divided by nearly five seconds in total. So yes, those gaps are not representative, and of course a lap time of the Nordschleife, apart from during qualifying, is not really what you're aiming for. You're aiming for a race win, and that's a long game over a 4-hour race.
So let's give you a rundown of how this top qualifying session has ended as we head into a brief parc fermé, and the teams will have to work through a brief inspection process as ever. It is Thierry Vermeulen for that realized Kondo racing with Rinaldi Ferrari. An 8:10.275, but only 1,000th of a second quicker than David Jahn for the Komotor Racing Pro-Am BMW. They'll make up the front row, while behind them, Christopher Haase in the Scherer Sport Audi. He'll be alongside of Thomas Preining in the Manthey Grello 911. Those two drivers found themselves only about 2 seconds off at the end, but the gaps continue to rise as you then go to Lucas Auer in the Mercedes-AMG Verstappen Racing entry. Behind them, another pair of Mercedes, actually, including Adam Christodoulou for Pro Sport. That's the number 26. And then the Schnitzel Lahm Racing Mercedes, the number 11, down in 7th. The 48 Losch Motorsport by Black Falcon Porsche was 8th, with the Windward 2nd Mercedes, the Ravenol entered number 80 down in 9th, with Black Falcon's second car, the second of their Porsches, rounding out the top 10, and a total of about 4.2 seconds covering the front 5 rows of the starting grid. Behind them, the Haupt Racing Ford, the number 65, just in front of the Lamborghini Red Bull team apt number 84. Mullner Motorsports, the Porsche 911 123, just in front of the best non-SB9 in top qualifying, Neil Verhagen in that BMW M Motorsports M3 Touring. 14th overall. They said they wanted a challenge for pole position. They've still got about 6 seconds to find if they want to do that next month. Just in front, though, of the best, second best of the BMWs, with Schubert Motorsports number 77, 15th, and then rolling through the rest of the top 20. Conrad Motorsports' Lamborghini, KCMG's Mercedes, Roro Racing's BMW, Juter Racing's Audi, and then the Door McLaren. That's the top 20. Other notable highlights, let's quickly just call out where the HWA Evos qualified. The 62 in front of the 61. Bruno Spengler qualified the 61. And about 8 seconds difference between them, about 30 seconds off the pace of the pole sitters. Remember, we didn't expect them to be challenging for pole position, but great to see those cars out on track and continuing to accrue valuable mileage, all ahead of the more mileage that lies in front of them, Neil. The 4 hours of running in front of us, and while we started top qualifying with grey clouds, the sun, in typical Nürburgring Nordschleife fashion, has started to poke its head out and make its presence known.
Yeah, there is sun dotted around the Nordschleife, so hopefully during the course of the next hour, sections of the circuit that were still quite damp will have a chance to dry out. And of course, for what it's worth, a racing line, if there is such a thing around here, will have dried out slightly as well, with the running of all those cars in top qualifying. So yes, conditions looking good for the race, and hoping for a safe one.
As the results now on screen for those watching around the world. Remember, live in sound and vision. You can listen on RS1 for at least top qualifying. It's a busy weekend for our team. We've got some crew on site at Spa for the 24-hour series race. Yesterday we had IMSA at Long Beach. Ryan Marine is on site for us, but John Heindorf is at Imola getting ready for World Endurance Championship running for the first time in 2026, and that race starts right around the same time as ours. So if you're capable of watching multiple races at the same time, boy, are you in for an exciting Sunday. The gap between the SP9 class, remember, we did have yellows and slow zones impacting both laps, so it's really hard to get a true sense for where some of these teams may have slotted out. Remember, Nicky Thiem in the Trinity Solutions number 34 Aston Martin, he was quickest in qualifiers earlier today, the first part of on-track running. However, that may have also been impacted by the ability to go onto slicks later in the session, whereas Max Verstappen, Lucas Auer, they did not get the chance to do so. Finished qualifying a little bit further down the results sheet, but did end up in this top qualifying session inside of the top 5. We are going to be live on RS1 throughout the entirety of the day, by the way, so if you're listening, no matter where you are around the world, don't have to go far. But that's top qualifying in the books. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Neil Cole for all of it, and we will see you later today for our 4 hours of running, the second of our Ravenel 8080 24-hour Nürburgring qualifier races. See you then. Yesterday, during the first of the ADAC Ravenel 24-hour Nürburgring qualifier races, the unthinkable happened. Less than an hour into the first of our races, a multi-car incident saw the tragic passing of Juha Metinan. While many will remember him for his 53 starts in the NLS Series, 5 class wins and 25 podiums, his wife, 3 children, friends and team will remember him for the smile on his face, his passion for Porsche and his passion for the Nürburgring. Today, we race for Juha. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Neil Cole as the second 4-hour race beckons. And Neil, while this weekend was meant to be preparation for most teams building up to next month's big 24-hour race, I think it's fair to say on this Sunday, we race for different reasons.
Yes, we send our condolences, heartfelt condolences to Juha's family and friends, his team, and of course it's with heavy hearts that everyone goes racing again. It was a very tricky day yesterday when the race was red flagged and suspended. You know, you start to fear the worst, and then the worst possible outcome. And so, yeah, we uppermost in our minds is Juha and his family, and there will be a minute's silence, and this is a chance for the motorsport community to come together, really, because it says it on all the passes, motorsport is dangerous, but this is a very emotive moment as the community come together in the build-up to this race. And just logistically, the race yesterday was red flagged after only 25 minutes, and there was no race classified. So this is our first race of the weekend, which should have been 2 4-hour races.
At the front of this grid, Juha's team will stand as we get ready for this minute of silence. You can see the rest of the grid passing their condolences on as they all get into formation. But like Neil mentioned, a chance for our motorsports community to come together. We will have a minute of silence that we will observe for those listening as well as those watching in vision, in memory of the recently passing Juha Metinan. So right now, just hearing the
Beautifully observed. Minute silence.
Moment of silence for...
And before that, you heard the voice of Pastor Cones, who gave a speech in tribute to Juha Miettinen, who passed away yesterday in that tragic accident during the race after only 2 laps of racing, 25 minutes before the red flag fell, and then just over an hour before we got the terrible news.
And now our field passing their condolences on to his team as well, who were stood at the front of the grid. A reminder of the dangers of motorsport, and a reminder as well to maybe those who are new to racing at the NLS as to why there are such stringent requirements around permitting and working your way up to the fastest cars. So focus then on the race that we do have today, because as we did mention, it's preparation for next month's 24 hours of the Nürburgring, Neil, but with some track running lost yesterday, specifically into the night, where, you know, some drivers would have appreciated some experience of what it's like navigating through the green hell without any external help and only with the headlights. Now it's more just about working through processes, getting through data, and maybe just making sure your car is ready to go for next month.
Yeah, so many things to consider on top of carrying Juha's memory with us. And a lot of the cars have a black ribbon on their number plates on the sides of the car and on the front in memoriam of Juha Miettinen. But yeah, key things to remember is that yesterday's race, which was red flagged after only about 25 minutes, which was 2 laps for most of the competitors, means that only one of the drivers got any seat time in yesterday's race. So today's race, the 4 hours is crucial, because obviously some of the cars only have 2 drivers, some have 3, some have 4. So the chance to get everything right, the pit stops, the driver changes, the refueling, the stint lengths, and to get all the processes up and running, this is the only chance now. This 4-hour race, so this build-up now is to a formation lap. There will be, yes, it's a 25-kilometer, 15-mile circuit, but these cars do a full formation lap and then come around for a rolling start in grid formation to start this race. So this next 4 hours and 20 minutes is absolutely critical for everyone who intends to compete at the 24 hours, which is in exactly a month's time here at the Nordschleife Nürburgring.
In some ways add 20 more minutes on as well, because once the checkered flag flies, there's, you know, time for everyone else to finish their lap, and you're allowed 20 minutes after the first car has crossed the line to finish your own race. So if you're having some issues limping the car back around, that's your 20-minute sign to make your way back to the checkered flag. For those that got the national anthem, let's get ready to go for the 5th NLS race this year. This marks the 5th NLS race of 2026 for those that are in the championship fight, but The preparations continue to mount for what is now a round of the Intercontinental GT Championship as well. And so that has meant that next month's race has taken on increased significance for many of our manufacturers. And so let's talk about some of the storylines coming out of top qualifying, because that was something else that earlier today we prepared ahead of next month. A special opportunity for 37 SP9 and some of our SPX machines to head out onto track. 2 timed attempts, relatively little traffic, although we did get some yellow flags and a couple of cars that did not set times, 2 Porsches in particular. But Neil, it has been drying over the course of the morning through initial 90 minutes of qualifying, through top qualifying as well. And it's a Ferrari that will get ready to lead us to green in the first of our 3 qualifying groups.
Yes, so if you're just joining us now and you missed qualifying earlier, it was thrilling. And yes, the Ferrari of Vermeulen got pole. Lucas Auer in the Max Verstappen car is in P5 on the starting grid, so 1 place better than started yesterday. And of course, you're saying it's NLS 5, but technically now this will only be the 3rd race of this series. So really, you know, limited running for a lot of the field. And conditions were damp, let's just say, this morning for qualifying. But luckily, while it is chilly, I mean, it's 10 degrees, or if you do Fahrenheit, that's about 50 degrees. And the track is, well, still, it's dry, you know, pretty much dry all the way around. But you can see it's overcast and humid, and only pockets of sunshine as the clouds drift across this Nordschleife. And don't forget, this is on a huge scale. This circuit is unlike any other circuit in the world. So you can leave the pit lane now in bright sunshine, and you could, probably not today, you could hit snow when you get to the top at the carousel. But it is a tricky circuit to predict what you're going to come across corner after corner, even notwithstanding traffic of the huge field and the different groups that will set off on this formation lap.
You know, you could very well still have a sprinkling of snow at this time of year. You never say never in the varying microclimates that surround this wonderful track. 3 starting groups to be split by around 5 minutes, and in this first of the groups, which is just heading out through the longer Grand Prix section. Remember, this is the first time this season that we run the same track layout that will be used next month for the 24-hour race. So that means we cut the Mercedes-Benz Arena, where there's some machinery that is instead sitting in the place of where we would go racing, and run all the way down to the very bottom of the Grand Prix track, climb up through the Michael Schumacher S in towards the back half of this Grand Prix lap before you round the left at the Sabine Schmidt curve and duck down onto the Nordschleife. I was stalling slightly, trying to see if I could figure out, there, I found the right page. About 42 cars entered this weekend in this first starting group. That's likely come down through attrition from various bits and bobs, but 41 cars in Group 2, 49 cars in Group 3, which are the production cars. And Neil, because they start almost 10 minutes behind the SB9, the GT3 machinery, effectively, by the time the fastest cars are finishing their first lap, they are catching up to the slowest cars on the track.
Yeah, and crucially, we know we have a lot of hardcore fans, and there is many high-level motorsport happening around the world. So we really appreciate you joining us for this extraordinary race we're about to get underway. But yes, so once the cars start to reach traffic, which, as you say, could happen on the beginning of the second lap, the crucial thing to remember is one of the many unique things about this race series and this race track and its specific set of rules is that the onus is very much on the approaching driver, the faster driver, to carry out a clean overtake. Yes, there are blue flags. Yes, the slower cars need to be aware that the faster cars of the different class are coming up behind them, but they don't need, the onus is not on the slower group, the lower class, to get out of the way. The onus is on the passing driver to make a clean pass. So that's something a little bit different among all the other different things you need to get your head around when it comes to racing the circuit, which is why you have to have a very specific permit, which Max Verstappen had to get to be allowed to race in this series. And it is because so much about this race and this race series is unique to this circuit. For example, yesterday's tragic incident was very, very rare for us to see a red flag. What will normally happen if you're used to other racing series is around this circuit you'll get slow zones, you'll get 60 code 60s, you'll get yellow flags, but you will see recovery vehicles on track while the race continues. So it is drilled into all these drivers that you have to respect all the signals from race control, because otherwise you will lose your license, and we saw that already this weekend. A driver having their license revoked for breaking the specific Nordschleife rules. So plenty to get your head around in this unique style of racing.
Well, as the SB9s head out to the Nordschleife, they have seen one of their contingent head down to the pit lane. It's the 35 Trinity Solutions Aston Martin Pro-Am machine, intended to start that car. In fact, never mind, that was not actually sent over to us in the list of starting drivers. Let's run through the starting grid, though, for the very front of the field, as slowly but surely all three of our groups are beginning to warm up the tires and heading out on the adventure into the unknown. That is a formation lap at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. After a great effort in qualifying, the only Ferrari in the field, they realized Condor Racing with Rinaldi at number 45. Thierry Vermeulen punched in an 8:10.275, but it will be Dennis Marshall that leads us to green alongside the Gamotta Racing BMW, just 1,000th of a second slower, around 25 plus kilometers of racing and 170 corners. Less than a blink of an eye is what covered them. Starting that car is going to be Moritz Krantz, while in third in the Scherer Sport Audi, it will be Christopher Haase, who did also qualify that car. He starts, and alongside on row 2, Thomas Preining in Grello. He splits that car with Matt Campbell, while starting in 5th position, lots of eyes will be on Max Verstappen, who does indeed take to the green flag today in that Mercedes-AMG Team Verstappen Racing, powered by Windward Racing entry. Alongside of him will be a lot of storylines. Adam Christodoulou starts the Pro Sport Racing Mercedes-AMG. However, in that car is also Chris Lullum, who Verstappen fans will recognize that name as a long-time sim racing teammate. Lullum and Verstappen combined to win NLS 9 last year, and Lullum getting ready for a crack at the 24 hours next month. 7th will be the Mercedes for Schnitzelham Racing. Alongside of them, it's the Porsche for Loesch Motorsports by Black Falcon. That's another pair of Pro-Am entries just inside of your top 10 overall. While behind them, the Mercedes-AMG Team Ravenol. They've got alongside of them Black Falcon Team EAE. That's the top 10 in your SB9 class, but we don't want to just focus on SB9. There are so many different classes to work through, and that's what makes this so interesting. In that leading group as well, as our German TV colleagues get the chance to
we had
catch up
since
with
the qualifying, where
the number 35. Let's listen in.
Is completely gone. We've determined on the grid, on our way to the grid, it was already cutting itself, so no power. The steering wheel was just heavy. We determined it was, of course, way too dangerous to be racing like this. So we did the lap just to get the car here. And then, I guess, DNS, we don't understand what the issue is. We don't have a solution for it at the moment. So really frustrating, not even to be able to take part of the race, but cars one piece at least. And it happened here on the formation lap, not well in the race, which I think is a good scenario.
If you say you don't know, or you guys don't know what the exact problem is, there's no chance of seeing you guys on the track today.
Yeah, I think it's on for us. Yeah, we have to come back for 24 hours, hopefully figuring everything out. But for the time being, yeah, that's our race done.
Sorry for that, and best of luck to get the car back for the 24 hours race.
Thank you very much.
Zurück zu euch damit.
So very disappointing there for the number 35. Power steering issue, which, you know, power steering is required for your average race, but certainly here at the Nordschleife there would be no point even starting to attempt a lap without power steering. So a real shame, and obviously the thing about this, Arjuna, is that you can restart the race. If the car gets going again, you get it back to the pits and you can work on it and rejoin the race. But clearly they've made the decision that it is not going to be reparable in time for them to get out and even shake down the car again. So a real shame. So it's 1 DNS from the formation lap.
So 121, our initial entry list for today, now becomes 120, and you know that attrition always plays its part, but you go back to the shakedown part. What makes this track so unique is that because it's a public road, even if you have an issue, you may not want to limp the car back around on the track itself, but if you can pull off at the appropriate point, find a connector to one of the other public roads around, you can maybe meet up with your team or maybe even drive it back to the paddock on a flatbed potentially, get it repaired there. Maybe not so important today, Neil, but when we go racing for the 24 hours, that's where the spirit of endurance racing, as I always say, comes in crucial.
Exactly. You've got to... It's called endurance for a reason, because you have to endure. And it's always been the sort of classic test of cars, that the race-to-road technology, which is what motor racing and endurance racing has always been about, is fixing it and getting it going again. So if you can do that for the 24s, then this is where to test it out in the 4 hours.
So quick rundown through some of the other class pole sitters, by the way, as remember, we've got plenty of classes of competition. In the first starting group, there's a couple of entries that we'll call out. They're not fighting for necessarily much of significance, but the BMW M3 Touring joins the HWA Evos in effectively the SPX experimental class. The BMW M3 Touring is, yes, basically under the hood, an M3 GT3 car with some extra accoutrements, and what a wonderful job they've done to bring that project to life. HWA is a very old school throwback car. They start in that first group. The BMW M3 Touring going to start in on the 7th row, really only 5 seconds off, which was a really impressive effort for Neil, a car that we know is gunning for pole position around this wonderful 25 and a bit kilometer track.
Yeah, well, the GT3s and so many of these sports cars are at the absolute cutting edge. We mustn't forget our heritage, and that's what that project is all about, and proving that it can still mix it up. And looking at a map of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, just to give you a sense, that little bit at the bottom is a part of the Grand Prix circuit. If you're used to Grand Prix racing, then you're used to 3 sectors. This has 8 sectors. And so as you get into this race, as it starts, we go green flag in about 5 minutes time, just get used to the fact that gaps will grow. Dropping a second here or 10 seconds there, even 30 seconds here and there may quickly become meaningless. And another thing to flag up before we start is the whole business of pit stops. Obviously, if you're used to Grand Prix racing, then a pit stop of over 3 seconds is bad. These have a regulated amount of time for the pit stop, for the refuel, and so that we don't even see quick driver changes like you would in other endurance racing formats. The driver change is slow and measured, and all of that is built into the overall racing because it's the same for everybody. So just a few of the headlines to get used to before we go green is that just get used to this being a long, dramatic and, you know, volatile race circuit, and from lap to lap so many things can happen.
A great aerial look for those watching in vision on one of many streams across of YouTube. Remember, for those who may be traveling today, we will be live on RS1 through the entirety of our 4 hours, part of our Radio Show Limited network of channels, but there's plenty more racing. Yes, there's World Endurance Championship action to come, and our team ready to cover that. It's a relatively cool, crisp morning. Let me quickly run down some of those other pole sitters in some of the other classes. We've got Porsche Esports Porsche Endurance, I should say, rather, Trophy Nürburgring competition. They have an esports version of that category as well. We've got 7 starters. That's important because they get maximum championship points towards the overall NLS championship, fought across all the classes if you're new to the world of NLS. Muller Motorsports, an 8:38, 5:05 pole for them in the mixed conditions. 82 pole, which is similar cars, but some slight tweaks to some of the technical specs. There's plenty of gravel on the track in the penultimate sector running up to the mini of the carousels. But 82 pole went the way of the Black Falcon team Fanatec, the sim racing crew, if you will. That's why I had esports on my mind. They were good enough for 5th in the Cup 2 class, so keep an eye on them to try and work their way forward. In SP10, it's Pro Sport, their Mercedes. That was 7 seconds quicker than Toyo tires with Ring Racing, the Toyota GR Supra in SP10. That's, of course, made up of the GT4 classes. And the last class, or classes I want to highlight, are the production car classes. VT2, where we've got 2 of them for slightly different regulations, but 7 and 8 cars apiece. SRS team Sorg Rennsport in the VT2 Hecker class will be on pole, while it's the 495 Pascal Fritsch and Michael Bohrer on pole in the VT2 front class with about 6 seconds between them. We are weaving back and forth as we run down the Dottinger Hohe, a 1.5 kilometer blast before we get ready to file up 2 by 2. And Neil Cole, get ready to get this 4-hour race underway. And I like what you said earlier. It's all about enduring.
Yeah, and the body language of all the cars trying to get some warmth into those tires. The first real chance to get those slicks gripping to the tarmac, and such a changeable surface. And I think what we could see was almost blossom coming across the windscreens of those cars as they went up near Carousel. Was the actual blossom from the trees in the springtime in this beautiful and woody area of Germany, rather than gravel. So I think the track is pretty clear.
It's a good sign, and it's a reminder as well that we are springing into the most glorious time of the year. Summer for race fans is always great, Neil, and it's still chilly, like we said, 11 degrees Celsius in the air, but that's always great for the cars themselves in the second race of the Ravenel ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring Qualifiers.
Such a great feeling as we build up to the end of the formation lap. The cars building their way up, checking everything, a last chance to fully make all your final checks, because when they hit the start line and the flag goes green and the safety car will pull off, we will be racing at the Nordschleife.
And remember that we won't go racing until much further down the start-finish straight than maybe you have been accustomed to in years previously. So a long wait before the realized Condor Racing with Rinaldi 45. That as Dennis Marshall at the wheel. On the inside of that front row, we'll be able to punch the throttle and head down to turn 1. And again, remember, we're running the full 24-hour layout. That means we don't run the Mercedes-Benz Arena. Instead, we shortcut left straight out of turn 1 and run a slightly longer run through the Grand Prix loop. A final dress rehearsal, if you will, today. But racing for some will be on the back burner. Today we race in the memory of Juha Metinan in the second of our 24-hour ADAC Ravenel Nürburgring qualifier races. Yes, a bit of a misnomer. We're not qualifying for the 24-hour race, but we're building up to the great event. Green light, and we are racing at the green hell, and instantly Grello pops out of line as we shovel our way down to turn number 1, and the lights flash as some drivers get run out of room. Big send from the Gamotta Racing BMW to try and hang on around the outside, but as we tiptoe out through turn 1, it is going to be the realized Condor Racing car that holds on. Grello defends from Scherer's Audi as we now run down the Grand Prix loop. Max Verstappen is jumped up to 4th position as well as they flick down through the left, continue descending. Tidy start, still with the tyres coming up to their full temperature and pressure range. Finally, Grello's gotten himself up into 2nd and single file down to the Dunlop hairpin, but only momentarily, because around the outside, a bold move to try and make things happen so early. Grello runs out of room and the Ferrari leads us on the climb up to the Schumacher S. Neil Cole.
A more dramatic than expected first couple of corners there, and some position changes already. Verstappen up to 4th. Grello, we call it because it's green and yellow, up from 4th to 2nd. Very dramatic.
It's
Does
Thomas
seem to be some
Preining
weaving.
who starts
Still
that
trying to get
car.
some temperature into the tyres at the front there, which is odd.
Not surprised as well, given that you don't set your car up for the Grand Prix part of the track. It's all about maximizing performance once you hook the left through the Sabine Schmidt curve. And it is going to be Dennis Marshall that leads this race. As into the Hudson back we dive for the very first time, with a couple of car lengths now starting to build between the front couple. Gamotta Racing, that BMW, has been dropped down quite significantly all the way out of the front 5, and that goes to show the danger of turn 1 and maybe overcommitting on the outside and running yourself out of room. The hands fast there for
First chance to
Max
ride on board
Verstappen
with Max
as he
Verstappen
clatters over the curbs.
in the Winwood Racing, Verstappen Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3. Remember, GT3 is the, that's why. So we have SP9 is GT3, SP10 is GT4. Those are the two main classes, with SPX as the special cars. So if you're used to endurance racing, then if we say SP9, that's the GT3 class, which is the leading class in this race.
And as those SP9 machines funnel out now through Schwedenkreuz and down into Arenberg, already now settling into the run through the Nordschleife. It's starting Group 2 that is ready to get us underway. It's Porsche Cup cars, 992.1 generation Porsche Cup cars. We have a new generation Cup cars racing in 4 select Porsche series around the world. And no doubt they'll make their way to the ring eventually, but the fight for the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring is already 4 wide as we fly down through the stripe and in towards turn 1. It's that blue and white Porsche that holds the inside, the red and blue asymmetric Porsche that now finds the danger of going on the outside. He runs himself out of momentum. We got a car pointing in the wrong direction as well. Believe that's one of our Subarus, unfortunately, that's got entangled up with one of the BMWs, but the first signs of trouble in starting Group 2. Down to the Dunlop hairpin, they continue in the second group. For those watching, we can now see the perspective of a Hyundai Elantra, and you can also get the sense for the
Thank you for joining us. We
vehicle
are
types that are racing
in the
now.
opening stages of the NLS5, the Nürburgring 24-hour qualifiers. The 24 hours of Nürburgring Nordschleife are in a month's time. And so here we are in the very early stages, 5 minutes into this 4-hour race. And remember, settle in, because while it is a sprint, it's also a marathon, and the leading field had a bit of a tasty battle into the first few corners, but now they're kind of settling into a racing position. Max Verstappen is in 4th position in the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Winwood Racing Verstappen racing car, and it is Marshall at the wheel of the Ferrari 296 GT3 Realize Kondo racing car that is leading this race from pole, although the Grello appears to have taken the lead. I'm just trying to see from the pictures here, while we await the third group to start the race.
It's still The Ferrari for Condor Racing that leads as they head off to the carousel. Remember, the third starting group starts effectively 10 minutes or so behind, and so they won't get much more than one clean lap before the traffic is all on top of them. Third and final starting group has a 120 car field, already with one car, remember, having headed down to pit lane. Our SB9 field slightly reduced in numbers. A BMW on one side of the starting grid, a TCR on the other side of the starting grid. As the third group gets underway, that TCR gets a big launch courtesy of the extra power, while the BMW M2 Racing tries to defend. We've got all different production cars now, remember, trying to fight with each other. Group 2 had a bit of a tangle as they worked through the slither of the left-hander at the bottom now of this turn 1 and 2 sweep back, but the slower cars navigating through safely, tiptoe their way through. A big send from one of those red BMW 330i's, I believe, as onto the brakes hard, continuing to descend down the hill. And now you can continue to see the gaps continuing to grow as they settle into their rhythm. The SP9 cars, they are right around the Stefan Beloff S's right now, and that's going to mean short run in through that mini carousel, then out through Galgenkopf. Such a hard corner sometimes to judge. It requires patience. You stab on the throttle, you get it wrong, and then you're off throttle, understeering out wide and into the grass. Already a 0.8 of a second lead now built up for Dennis Marshall. Our timing is clever enough to eliminate these gaps in the starting groups, so it's finally just clicked through that we've got about 10 seconds covering 17 of our SB9 machines. The BMW M3 Touring is also included in that mix, but the Audi sits in the draft of Grello. Closing is Christopher Haase and Thomas Preining as they rise to the end of the Dottinger Hoa in towards Antonius Bucher. And he'll pull alongside, and this is where side drafting plays its part. You can see him pull to the left side of the track, try and avoid Preining pulling alongside, disturbing the air and slowing that Audi down. But no matter, the Scherer Sport machine through to second, and Neil officially now will come through the final corner and realize Condor Racing with Rinaldi have converted pole position into the lead of this race.
Yes, and that's a classic overtake that we will see many, many times during the course of this race, because there's no push to pass, there's no energy recovery, there's no extra power that they can put into the powertrain or the engine to get an advantage, and no DRS. This is simply racing skill, aerodynamics, and reading the road ahead of you. Although there was the Max Verstappen seemed to have worked out a hack about the optimal distance behind the car in front, even through corners, to continue to get aerodynamic efficiency to build up to an overtake. So I wonder if he can deploy that during his first stint here before he hands back over to Lucas Auer, who put this car in 5th on the grid, and the car is now in 4th. And as you can see, Max Verstappen is now putting himself in the optimal position behind that Porsche car number 911.
But as you quite correctly pointed out when we were rolling on the formation lap, blue flags, unlike what Formula One viewers may be traditionally accustomed to, are not the pull out of the way and get out of my way sign. Instead, they are just informational, and that's where indicators, yes, the same things that you use on the road to try and communicate to those around you on your highways and interstates that you're trying to change a lane, well, they are crucial to the communication between the cars when we get into the midst of that traffic. The slower cars will use them to indicate which direction they're going to go, and similarly, some of these faster cars will try and use them to say which way they want to go. Mistake, uncharacteristic from Thomas Preining, and it almost allows Max Verstappen to squeeze alongside in through the Hadson back, out wide over the curb. It unsettled the Porsche, and now Verstappen staring up the gearbox of the Porsche 911 GT3R Evo.
And that's the crucial thing here, is that there's so much about momentum on this circuit, is if you lose a couple of tenths through a mistake going a little bit wide, like we saw the Grello Porsche, then that can carry on for the rest of the lap. You'll be slightly on the back foot, and here we go. Are we going to see an amazing overtake up into second place from Max Verstappen, because he is continuing to capitalize on that slight mistake earlier in the lap.
No yellow flags on the track just yet. We'll keep you abreast as to where those develop and maybe where code 120s and 60s build through there. That was, by the way, for those who are watching, one of the most amazing camera angles I've ever seen in motorsport. We were literally inside, behind the grille of the Mercedes AMG GT3. They found a way to nestle a camera in there, and it gave you a great perspective of being down close to the road at speed through Schwedenkreuz, which is one of the most precarious points on the track. Verstappen's going on the offense. In front of him, Christopher Haase. Let's not forget, Verstappen and Haase had a great tussle between the two of them a couple of weeks ago. Haase's really pressuring Dennis Marshall in that Ferrari as they head into the first real switchback sections of the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Yeah, we've got several battles right up at the front, and of course that will be being repeated out of vision right the way through the field. And note that Michael Azcona in the touring car class has pulled into the pits, so that's way too early for it to be a standard pit stop, so that's a shame for one of our internationally known drivers. We hope that they will be able to get out successfully. But yeah, these battles out the front, and as you said, that grille shot, that onboard camera from the front of Max Verstappen's car will, I'm sure, be doing some rounds on social media later today.
That's very much. I come from the world of sim racing, as you know, some of our RSL listeners may know, but that is right up there with sim racing camera shots. Race controllers, no one will be surprised to hear, are investigating the start for Group 2, so the Porsche Cup cars, where we saw some of that tussling further down through the field, including that Subaru that was pointed in the wrong direction. Very much under review. Climb the hill, though, out of Bergwerk, one of the most important corners on the track. Ferrari almost looks like it might be a sitting duck as the Audi breathes closer and closer. Jinx one way, then the other. It's forced to the left, not quite into the grass, but nothing Dennis Marshall can do as Christopher Haase and the Scherer Sport Audi started a little bit further down than maybe he would have wanted to, but in towards bravery, sweeps through to the lead as we hit traffic for the very first time.
Timed that to perfection. It was an absolutely clinical move, and as you say, to get it done just before they start to come upon the back markers for the first time. Brilliant overtake.
Verstappen through, and Verstappen, Neil, through on Thomas Preining as well. He is hunting to try and make his way past that Ferrari as well. But the problem is, as you rise to the highest point of the track here towards Hoa Act, it becomes very, very difficult to find your way through. It is single file at best through here, and that's why traffic management is so important. Lucas Auer, when he was qualifying this number 3 Mercedes AMG Team Verstappen racing car yesterday, got involved in some contact with one of our slower cars and got a grid penalty as a result.
The Marshall-Haase battle is a very interesting one. As you said about the grid, you know, there are some drivers here who are racing against each other who have been driven together as teammates in the past very successfully. So one of the beautiful things about NLS and the Nordschleife Nürburgring 24 hours is the mixing up of the driver fields and the driver pairings just adds to the storied nature of a race like this.
Neil, we've got to move. Verstappen bullies his way forward. He saw his chance in traffic, and Dennis Marshall is dropped to third in through Flansgarden. That was clinical. That was clinical, and up to second for Max Verstappen.
Ooh, I had to breathe in a little bit as we watched that happen, because they were doing it. Max was doing that while navigating traffic, while navigating the Nordschleife. You know, chapeau. That was kudos for that move. And up into second.
And so now his next target, Christopher Haase. We're in for a repeat of NLS2. Remember that the Verstappen Racing Mercedes ran by Windward Racing, unfortunately lost the win post-race for using too many tyres, and I have no doubt that they will be not making that mistake anytime soon. Back onto the Dottinger Hoa we go, second lap about to be complete. And how big will the gap be between Christopher Haase and the chasing contingent behind? It's not just these four that we've been focused on so much, but Mirko Bertolotti in the best of the Lamborghinis for the Red Bull team apt. He's slowly been closing on the back of Thomas Preining as well, and Grello is looking vulnerable. Draft played out as we run up the hill, continuing to climb before you drop down into this final complex. Bertolotti's going to run out of time, but Lamborghini's looking good as well, and so it's an Audi that will lead from a Mercedes, Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini. 5 different manufacturers at the front with 17 or so minutes complete in our second qualifier race of the weekend.
Yeah, it's a real matter of pride, isn't it? That there's so, you know, the key German manufacturers that are famous for success, but then you've got your Lamborghinis, your Ferraris, your Aston Martins, all try, and McLaren to topple the German brands at home.
Down the hill they continue to go. The BMW M3 Touring is sat in 11th, by the way, overall. What a move from Verstappen. He saw his opportunity as they worked their way through one of the tighter parts of the track, through the ice curve, and just planted his foot to the floor and stamped his way up to second, Neil.
That was an incredible move. There didn't seem to be a gap, and I don't think the car in front of him thought that there was a gap, and that's where such a skilled driver and the instinct and precision of being able to squeeze that Mercedes into that gap where there didn't seem to be a gap is exactly why Max Verstappen is a 4-time Formula 1 world champion.
But it's a very different skill set, I would argue, racing these sort of scenarios with traffic as compared to Formula 1, and maybe that's where his iRacing experience, and he's run some of the digital Nürburgring Landstracken Series races. I remember commentating on one of those going on 2 or 3 years ago now, where Verstappen was teamed up with Rudy van Buren, and kind of that effort was the catalyst for a change in the DNLS rules, where now those that are successful in that championship earn some progression towards their Nordschleife permits in the real world. If you needed any further proof of sim racing's ability to develop talent, well, look no further than both what the Nürburgring Landstracken Series are doing, but also Max himself. He is hungry as they drop down on the run towards Flugplatz. The lights flash, the mental mind games are being played. Verstappen, no stranger in the sim racing world, I have no doubts, to using that headlight button plenty.
Yeah, and it's obviously, you know, if you're the car in front, it's a distraction. These guys have got an incredible mental ability to put distractions out of their minds, and otherwise, you know, most of them wouldn't be able to go racing today after yesterday's tragic event. So that is one of the tools that Max and the drivers can use to try and break the concentration of the car in front, but you have to, you know, you have to try a little bit harder than that, I would say.
You say, but sometimes it's just those little distractions that can really unsettle you. Back through the traffic, up through Unna Forest, where those curbs can help you rotate the car potentially, but now it's Verstappen that gets balked behind, I believe it's one of the Porsche Caymans. He blocks the path of Dennis Marshall all the way to the right side of the track in that realized Condor Racing Ferrari. And now slow that momentum once again in through Metzgeveld down towards Kallenhard. The gap at the front, though, doesn't really grow as a result of that. The give and take of traffic, even though the number of cars over the years may have slightly reduced, by no means has quelled the challenge of traffic. Mirko Bortolotti might have used that traffic to pass Thomas Preining, because Thomas Preining is starting to lose ground. Hand over fist, probably sits close to 6 seconds adrift from our race leaders.
Yeah, 120 cars is still a pretty sizable field for everyone to navigate around, and we're 22 minutes into racing here, so 3 hours and 40 minutes left to go. There'll be many, many passes of different classes.
Couple of updates, Neil, after the start fracas in starting Group 2. The 88 Subaru Technica International entered in SP4T. That has entered the pit lane, and I don't believe it has left just yet. Also, one of our BMW M240i's, the number 665, has been pushed back into the garage, so that's a slightly worse sign, I would say, that the crew needing to make some more significant repairs on the Gitti tyres, Motorsports by WS Racing, one of our Permit B cars, so laps important for them as well. Our SP9s fully breathing now as they continue to climb, working their way towards the Caracciola Carousel, with Christopher Haase enjoying a couple of car lengths over Max Verstappen. And as much, Neil, as yes, you know, we're not talking so much about managing batteries and things, we shouldn't forget that they're still managing tires, managing fuel, and managing traffic. There are elements of management in sports car endurance racing. It's not just 24 hours of an all-out sprint, as much as maybe some sometimes believe.
Yeah, of course, and it looked like in Carousel there, which is that beautiful banked curve where you can sort of do the equivalent of ditch hooking around the inside of where it's been cemented. But there was a slightly sketchy moment from Haase, and like we said earlier, a sketchy moment where he went slightly sideways and twitched a little bit on the inside of the banking has meant he's like potentially lost half a tenth or a tenth, and that has brought Max Verstappen closer to the rear spoiler of that Audi R8.
He's menacing, weaving one way than the other. In the Cup 2 class, it is the 920 that leads currently. However, that is the Raphael Renhofer and Noah Nagelsdick entered car, no team name for them, but being chased down by a car that I know many will be cheering on, the Black Falcon Team Fanatec car, which is not a full Cup 2 entry, running some slightly different suspension, some alternative fuel as well. Only a couple of tenths splitting those two right now, though, as it stands. It is a very close fight, and I'm sure plenty will be cheering on Jimmy Brockman, Steve Brown, Misha Shadowroon, all as Manuel Metzger currently takes the start responsibilities. Bit of a gap building between second and third now as that Ferrari focuses more on the charging Mirko Bortolotti. That Lamborghini looking very, very promising inside of the opening 30 minutes. But once more back onto the Dottinger Hoa, the SP9 cars will drop 1.5 odd kilometers for them to slowly breathe, Neil, to relax, because they've got 25 kilometers and 170 corners to repeat as a roller coaster once more.
Yes, and interesting, that rear view we had just had from the Audi looking back at Max Verstappen. There was a lot of movement on the rear wing of the Audi.
Lots of airflow, I think there's no question about that, and see the disruption sometimes when they sit in the draft. It's always interesting, the fluctuations. Mirko Bortolotti breathes past Dennis Marshall as they crested over the top of Antonius Bucca and dropped down in towards Tiergarten. That's third now that swapped hands, and the gap at the line that Mirko Bortolotti is now trying to close up to the top two is going on about 2 seconds. A half-hearted look from Verstappen there as they drop down into turn one, but let's be real, Christopher Haase is a wily veteran. He will not be fooled by that.
I love the idea
time
of
was
Max
an 8:17.41. it's the mental mind games at play. Neil, in terms of lap times, the fastest driver on track right now is Mirko Bortolotti, 8:17.419. He's only a couple of thousandths of a second quicker than Verstappen and Haase, but it's a, like I said, good sign for the Lamborghini, a little bit further down in qualifying than I think they would have wanted. Back up through the Schumacher S. They work. I've got to say, sometimes you would say that a smooth race car is a fast race car, but at least through the Grand Prix section, not particularly smooth for Verstappen there. But again, goes back to maybe what I said slightly earlier. You set the car up for the much bumpier and slightly awkward Nordschleife when the slightly razor smooth surface on the Grand Prix section of the track maybe doesn't suit it so well, Neil. Back down into the Hadsenbach. Our race leaders go. Remember, Thomas Preining had the moment into Hadsenbach a lap or two ago. Since then, continuing to drop back. Now sitting 5 seconds off the lead. Let's give you a quick look at what happened first, though, for one of those close moments. And indeed, actually, through the traffic, the red and gold BMW, that might be the 937, gets forced off the road on the entry down towards Flansgarden. Very fortunate that wasn't worse.
Yeah, a very expensive lawnmower for about 3 seconds there.
Just looking through my entry list to try and figure out which of the cars that would have been, but we've had a change for the lead. Verstappen passes Christopher Haase on the run in towards Schradenkreuz, and now down into Arenberg. They'll drop in towards the Foxhole, and Verstappen will try and build his lead.
Yeah, big moment within the first half hour of this race. Max Verstappen takes the lead of this 4-hour race, and his body language for the last lap and a half has been, I'm going to get past. And now, can he pull ahead and extend that lead? It doesn't look so like at the moment. Haase is staying with him.
The good news, Neil, is that just taking a look at the track map, they've got plenty of clean air before they'll catch the next group. The second group is made up of, you know, plenty of fast cars. Those 992 machines are a rocket ship in a straight line. Maybe don't have the aerodynamic performance through the corners of a GT3, yes, but can very much match, if not best, them down the Dottinger Hoa. 3 drivers for this Scherer Sport Audi 16. Christopher Haase starts, but he'll hand the car over at some point to Alex Sims, with Ben Green as well. Pair of Brits waiting in the wings for Verstappen and Lucas Auer. Just 2 drivers in which to split their time between. And Verstappen has said candidly over the weekend that one of the tasks for him being here at the track is to help Lucas get as much seat time as possible.
Yeah, it's an interesting pairing, isn't it? Of course, these two have previous that goes back over 10 years, Formula 3 days, and Lucas Auer very much known for DTM, I guess, more, but a very, very established and talented driver. So yes, they've got to balance the amount of time that they give Lucas in this car with the amount of time that Max Verstappen, with his limited schedule, is able to get behind the wheel of this car. So yeah, everything is a balance. So that's clearly one of the reasons why they have 2 drivers in that car, whereas many of the other cars and teams have 3 drivers, in some cases 4.
For Grello, they were entered yesterday with 3 drivers. The road chief, Christopher Breuer, was called up to racing Grello. he knew what a prestigious honour it was and what his task was as well, which was to do the opening stint, stay out of trouble. Don't see him entered on that entry list today, but there are plenty of drivers who, as we've called out before, Permit B, they are trying to get their final license checks done ahead of next month's race, with no real further opportunity to be able to do that. We have seen a change, by the way. The Black Falcon Team Fanatec car has jumped in front of the Cup 2 runners, and so now I have no doubt that fans of sim racers around the world will rejoice as Jimmy Brockman and Steve Brown, Misha Schuderen and Manuel Metzger, only a couple of tenths clear though in that battle. The Cup 2 class sees around 3 seconds, excuse me, covering 4 cars, and that includes the 82 class entered Black Falcon Team Fanatec machine. Still working through the Nordschleife. Christopher Haase has not let Verstappen run away by any means. Marco Bortolotti trying to keep close, but he's lost a bit of ground in the last handful of sectors. Seems to make up a bit more time at the start and the end of the lap, whereas the Mercedes and the Audi very evenly matched throughout the entirety of the lap, I would say, Neil.
Yeah, very evenly matched, very similar style of driving, but, you know, 0.6, 0.7 of a second is the gap, Verstappen to Haase, which is a little bit bigger than it was the other way around, if you see what I mean. That when Verstappen was behind Haase, he was much closer than that. So this is a reasonable gap, and he's probably just about outside of getting any kind of draft or slipstream on Max. So a little bit of a chance for Max, at least until they come upon more traffic, to extend the lead and get into his own rhythm without having to worry about a car in front. And then the gaps after that, sort of 2 seconds, and then another 2 seconds, and then another 4 seconds. So these two are the closest at the front of the field, and as you can see, Haase is starting to gain ground on Max.
Trying to figure out where these drivers may decide the fight isn't worth it, but Christopher Haase decides long way around, down in towards Tiergarten, around Antonio Spuka. I'll try it. Max Verstappen says no thank you, I'll hold on as we close out the 3rd lap of this race. Remarkable racing, and again, cast your mind back to NLS2 when these two tangoed plenty as well. Verstappen punches in an 8:10, 4:53, a new fastest lap of the race, and everyone behind is a couple of seconds off. These front 3 drivers, Bertolotti included, the class of the field right now. Slight slip up from Christopher Haase, deep on the brakes through the opening switchback, and Verstappen opens up that gap slightly.
Yeah, it looks like every time Haase goes for a move, it slightly unsettles him and he has to pull back a little bit. But that was very close. The potential overtake was very well defended by Max Verstappen.
There's been car off the track, the 651 BMW, so slightly misidentified that number, I believe, down at Flansgarden, but for the Adrenaline Motorsports team, Manhattan Wheels, 4 drivers at the wheel of that BMW M240i Racing Cup car. They have been able to continue and nurse that car back around. Back through the Grand Prix loop. Let's run you down through the top 5 in SP9, where it's the Mercedes-AMG Verstappen racing car that's only half a second in front of the Scherer Sport Audi. Verstappen being hunted down by Christopher Haase. Then the Lamborghini for Mirko Bortolotti in 3rd. The Red Bull Team Apt number 84 with Realized Condor Racing by Rinaldi 4th, and Manthey Racing's Porsche in 5th, and almost now 9 seconds off the lead. It's not often, I think, that you see someone reassert their authority on the race lead like that on the climb up towards the final corner, but Max Verstappen, maybe he's done that in sim racing enough that he trusted Christopher Haase he could do it here as well.
Yeah, extraordinary. The car was a full half a length ahead, but Max just did not back off. Don't think I've seen that before.
the confidence that maybe sometimes comes with the inexperience of the Nordschleife. Again, I'm not saying Max is inexperienced. I'm going to get people throwing me messages on social media. But relative to the rest of the field, yes, he's got those sim racing laps, but he's back here at the track for a reason, because when the schedule cleared up, an opportunity for not just Lucas Auer, but for him as well to get those repetitions in and to build all of that procedural knowledge heading into his attempt on next month's Ravenol ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, and one of the most exciting races of the year, in my opinion. It throws all sorts of different challenges at the drivers, and we are expecting, Neil, a capacity 150 car entry list. So, you know, we've got 120 today, add 30 more, and it becomes even busier out on track.
Yeah, and of course, you know, by the very nature of its name, it's 24 hours, it goes through the night. And while we race in memoriam of Juha Metinan, who tragically lost his life yesterday during the first of our races, which was, of course, naturally abandoned after that 7-car incident. One of the key things was Max Verstappen was going to race into the dark here at the Nordschleife for the first time in preparation for doing it for real in a month's time. So that is one aspect of this racing that he hasn't managed to get under his belts this weekend. But this track time, this navigating around traffic, and this taking the lead of the race and defending the lead of the race is all crucial experience and muscle memory for him.
Now, he touched the curb on the right-hand side there, Neil, as he dropped down into Wersheifen, which is the slowest part of the track here. He's got no lack of confidence in using all the track on offer. That's really what we've seen as well, and what's helped him make the passes. You think back to how he got past the Danish Marshall Ferrari initially, using the traffic on the run-up towards Flansgarden and forcing his way through, and the various battles with Christopher Haase so far, all about his willingness to trust the car underneath him and his judgment of the white lines. Again, a reminder, a race control investigation into the Group 2 start has been ongoing since the start of that race, so about 25-30 minutes ago, but no word as to any penalties just yet. A little bit further down through the classes, let's give you an update on them. The M240i class, teammates right on top of one another as it sits right now. It's a 650 and the 651, relatively close to one another. Cup 3, that's also part of the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, but for Porsche Cayman type cars. It's the 953 that is your leader there, with about an 18-second lead as it currently stands. While in one of the production car classes, VT2 rear-wheel drive. Now remember, why is that class important? Well, because they have more than 7 cars, and so they score maximum championship points in the overall championship. All drivers in all classes race in an overall championship as well, and if you have 7 or more cars, you score maximum points. And so for VT2, there are those points on offer, and it's the SRS team Sorg Rennsport that is leading there. Through the traffic, working through the drop down out of Hoa Act, and now halfway, I would say, towards Galgenkopf, through the very, very slippery part of the Nordschleife. Christopher Haase, the Audis come back to life through the twisty stuff, and now this is where Verstappen made his move for second. No traffic around them just yet, but as they get into the Stefan Bellof S's, Neil, Verstappen has to get onto the brakes slightly, and it costs him some momentum. Haase straight through as well.
Yeah, not too much time lost in that overtake of the traffic, but it does unsettle the lead car a little bit more than the second car. So this could be the time where that gap of 0.629 seconds between Haase and Verstappen starts to come down a little bit. And can I just say, the conditions are absolutely mint. They're really spoiling us. It's dry, the track has dried out, and while it is only about 11, maybe 12 degrees Celsius, it's probably now dry the entire length of the track, and at the moment, no sign of rain. So, extraordinary scenes here at the Nordschleife.
There is, though, a slow zone at Brunchen, and it's because from word on track that the realized Condor Racing with Rinaldi, the pole-sitting Ferrari, is stopped. We'll get word on that when we can. As Christopher Haase climbs up in towards Antonio Sbuca, does he pop out? He's got to time this, remember. Sweeps all the way to the outside. He wants to avoid that side draft. The game's being played at speeds closing in on 280 kilometers an hour. Haase almost balked out into the grass, has to lift off and tap the brakes. Verstappen holds on to the lead once again. That's a lot closer and getting a lot more physical in their battle.
Yeah, beautiful to watch. Two talented drivers in two great cars, respecting each other, but also very, very assertive driving from both. And, you know, a close move. But again, Max Verstappen resists.
One of the BMWs gives them a wide berth through turn one. The sun, going back to what Neil was just saying, when we had started top qualifying, we were talking about very grey clouds. Now we're talking about the sun popping out from amongst those scattered now clouds, and it's a great condition to go racing. Slow zone upgraded to code 60 at Brunchen, so I'm just taking a look at the track map once again, and I do get the sneaking suspicion that unfortunately after the excitement for the Ferrari in qualifying, it's not so in the race. This is where, by the way, you can just see the Audi stalls out, Neil, as Verstappen comes across and starts to disturb that air. Side draft at play.
Yeah, physics. There you go, physics in action. If you ever needed to study aerodynamics and add a little bit of human skill and instinct to it, then that's a clear example of that. Just stick that up on the PowerPoint. Yeah, disappointing. The Ferrari is apparently in the gravel trap, or at least was about a minute ago, which is what's caused the code 60. So we haven't seen any pictures of it yet, but a real disappointment for the pole sitter. And another attempt. That's a replay. I apologize.
This was in the... Yes. This was in the run onto the back straight. Haase tried to go to the outside. Really, let's be real, the Grand Prix section is probably your best bet for most passing opportunities because the track is at its widest. On the Nordschleife, you're reliant on the traffic to present you opportunities or to wait until you get back onto the Dottinger Hohe, which basically means it's a very long 25-kilometer roller coaster that you have to be patient sitting behind someone else when you want that clean air in front of you.
Yeah, you raise a very good point there, Arjuna. The only place where you would even consider track limits is when it gets onto the small section at the south end of the circuit, which is the traditional Grand Prix circuit, the tiny portion of this track that is a traditional racetrack, because the rest of it, you're so close to the grass, you don't even want to ride the curbs. You've got Armco very close, so yes, you're right. That's where you've got the most runoff for a traditional risky move, but the rest of the track, you're very confined by this beautiful, nearly 100-year-old strip of asphalt through the forests.
I've got to say, I have watched many a race at the Nordschleife, commentated on my fair share of virtual races in the DNLS. Trying to commentate on one of these races in the real world is one of the most interesting experiences I think I've ever had. With all the different classes, all the different storylines, trying to keep on top of what is happening. There's a whole handful of cars that seem to have had issues, but we've also had some drivers head down towards pit lane. That includes Nicky Thiem in one of the Trinity Solutions Aston Martins. The number 34 has been in and out, as well as the Halps Racing Ford. That's the number 65, which is dipped and dived with, that will be Hout Hubert at the wheel. Does raise one of the points to be aware of, that this series has minimum pit times, and there's a website you can go on with all sorts of tables to try and understand. It's 24h-ren.de/STAND-ZEITEN. The reason why I'm directing you there is because that is important for both your first pit stops of the race, but also the last pit stops of the race. Basically, Neil, there's this simple table. It's actually not that complex once you dive into it and wrap your head around it. But based on how many laps you complete at the start of the race, that will determine how many seconds you have to serve in pit lane for your first and second pit stops. And then depending on when you come into the pit lane at the very end of the race, as well, very close between the Mercedes-AMG team Ravenol, as the Mercedes gets uncomfortably close to one of our BMWs. But the final pit stop, Neil, to finish the thought, you go take the minutes remaining in the race, and that will give you the number of seconds that your pit stop has to be.
I love it's a brilliant thing to witness, is you trying to describe a table, which is something that obviously the teams understand. I'm sure the drivers understand, and we kind of understand it, but explaining it is almost impossible. You did a very good job. So yes, what we see from a potentially early pit stop from someone like Nicky Team is the nearest equivalent you have in this racing series to an undercut. Considering a lap is over 8 minutes long, the undercut is almost meaningless. But your strategy throughout the race depends on, as you say, when you then time your last pit stop to have enough fuel to finish the race. And then, of course, if there is slow zones in the last portion of the race, then there is a risk that you take on enough fuel for the end. So yes, if you like spreadsheets and tables, then go and look where Arjuna just pointed you. But we'll try to keep you across where everybody's pit stop is and what phase of the race they are at.
Well, and maybe what's more important with that, though, is that you can't judge what's happening in the race until you get to the end, because there are no guarantees as to exactly when a driver will come down for their last pit stop based on when they come down for their first pit stop. It will all depend on their fuel and whatnot. Now, we're heading into a code 60 zone, and Max Verstappen has had to slam on the brake pedals. And I say brake pedals because there was someone behind him as well. That is what has happened to the Realize Kondo Ferrari on the outside of Brunchen, but there was a silver production car with them as well, and so that explains that slow zone that we have. They will be moving the recovery vehicles out there. That's why the yellow flags slow the racing cars down to a reasonable speed, and then when the greens are shown once again, foot back to the floor, let's go racing. Christopher Haas's lost a bit of ground to Max Verstappen.
Yeah, he was very quick on the restart, wasn't he? And this is one of those things to do with the license that they need to race at the Nordschleife, is the absolute respect that every driver has to have for the slow zones, and everything is monitored, and you can have your license whipped away from you if you do not obey. And that's the level of trust that the stewards have, and the drivers have, and the teams have in everybody obeying the regulations.
Well, we now have word as to what that other car involved with the Ferrari was, mainly because race control are taking a look at it, and it's the Renazzo Motorsport Porsche Cayman, the 945. That's been reported to the stewards, Marcus Nolken and Daniel Nolken, in the Cup 3 AM class. Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring split into the AM and regular designations in the GT4 cars that are eligible. Quick moment there for Christopher Haas just to tighten the belt straps as he rides up the top of the Dottinger, but he is nowhere close enough this time to have a move on the outside of Max Verstappen. It means that we can all breathe and avoid any signs of drama. A little bit further back to that action with Mercedes-AMG team Ravenol, Lucas Stoltz in that windward run car behind the car that started on the outside of that front row, the BMW. Can also tell you, by the way, we've got takers to pit lane, and Neil, it includes Max Verstappen, who comes in at the end of lap number 5.
So pit lane wise, we have seen a driver change for the number 65 Ford Mustang GT3. Frank Stippler handed over to Hubert Haupt. So let's see if we are looks like it's a refuel and no driver change. But yes, so we've seen so that car, the Ford Mustang, was in 11th, qualified in 11th, and is now, because of that first pit stop and driver change, has dropped down to 14th. But as we said before, there is you can't really judge these positions yet until several of these pit stops have played out.
And for Verstappen, my understanding is 145 seconds will be the minimum pit time there, if I'm reading the table correctly. You saw it on screen if you're watching. If you're listening, let's let you know about a penalty for Huber Motorsports, the 925 Cup 2 Pro entry, incorrect grid position, and they will have a 32-second time penalty. Also has just come through as well for the 919, another one of our Porsche Cup car entries. So maybe some confusion in that second of our starting groups, and that is why the investigation had been ongoing. The Gamotta Racing BMW continues to defend as we climb up after dropping down onto the bottom of the Grand Prix part of the Nürburgring, down at the Dunlop hairpin. Mirko Bortolotti, by the way, also into pit lane in the Red Bull Team Apps Lamborghini. Hesse for Row Racing in the BMW M4 GT3 Evo, followed in by the BMW M3 Touring. Jens Klingman, I think, had started that car, and the first stint officially in the books for that BMW. And Neil, why are they coming in? Well, potentially what they're trying to do, search for some track position right now.
Yeah, shrewd. A mixture of getting the fuel in early, because obviously this isn't a driver change. Max Verstappen staying in the car. Get the fuel in early and get that sort of undercut. So Bortolotti and Verstappen both staying in the car, in the Mercedes and the Lamborghini respectively, and then they can go longer when the Audi that is currently leading the race, that hasn't pitted yet, will eventually have to come in. But the number 84 Lamborghini started in 12th position on the grid, so pitting from 5th and staying in 5th at the moment is a very good position for that car, with Bortolotti still at the wheel.
Now, one car that maybe this is a glitch on my timing, but it's not been an easy run in 2026 for the BMW Z4. I believe I said Z earlier, the American in me starting to slip out slightly after the 14 years I've spent on this side of the pond. But I don't believe that they even headed out for today's race. Of the 108 running cars that I see, I don't see that awesome BMW Z4 that we're all looking forward to hopefully seeing in the 24 hours as pit stop cycles through for KCMG and that white and blue Mercedes as well.
So once we start to get some more sector times, having pitted, Max Verstappen Racing, Winwood Racing, Mercedes-AMG GT3 is in second place, and the Haase-driven Scherer Sport Audi R8 is currently leading, but that will have to pit for fuel at some point, probably within the next 10 minutes or so.
In pit lane is the number 62 HWA Evo. That's the yellow-white, the more easy to spot on track car in terms of the color combinations. Plenty of driver changes, by the way. I see Alessandro Gueretti has jumped into the Dynamic GT Porsche Pro entry, and that's just one of the handful of driver changes that we did see. No driver change, though, for that BMW M3 Touring. You can see that no real rush because of that minimum pit time, and they are working through the process of strapping in the new driver into that car. And so, gotta say, it looks spectacular. Slightly awkward dimensions when I first maybe saw it, but now that I've seen it out in full motion, it especially now that we've got two of them in the SPX class. What a fantastic addition to this year's entry list. Climbing up out of Bergwerk in the SP9 class, Gamotta Racing still trying to fend off the blue and yellow Mercedes-AMG Ravenol, powered by Windward Mercedes. And this is where it does take some bravery to make a move. I'm not sure if that's necessarily what Lukas Stoltz was trying to do. Pops out of the draft, maybe to try and stall his own momentum out, but no, storms up the inside and up a spot past Gamotta's BMW.
Battle for sixth there, with Butch, the BMW, in that battle with the Mercedes. But yeah, it's really, when you watch, you know, trying to describe the driver changes, they seem to sort of be so slow. If you're used to endurance racing, where it's a scramble to get someone in, and they have time to have a little conversation, to exchange some data. The outgoing driver can, as long as they can hear each other through their helmets and all of their kit, a chance to actually just give a quick brain dump of what they've just been through, what the car feels like, you know, the stuff that the engineer can be telling them, but also just the actual experiential feedback anecdotally from one driver to the other is absolutely crucial. And on this race series, there's a unique amount of time for them to be able to do that.
Without a shadow of a doubt. That's a great point, actually. Whereas, you know, especially I think the information side of things, but going over to just that driver change as the fight for what we think is sixth in SP9 hits one of our slow zones, so still up towards the tail end of the lap. I believe this is still the remnants of that Ferrari and Porsche being cleared. You can see the track vehicle on the left side of the track still loading up one of the cars. But, you know, Robert Wickens, it was so great to see him come and race here in the 24-hour race. He has said quite candidly that the hand control system that he and the Bosch engineering team have been continuing to tweak on the software side is very capable of running for any length of time, so no matter what racing you want to put it in, but also cars, right? It can be packaged up and put in GT3 cars potentially, like he's doing over in IMSA. Put it on pole position this weekend on the streets of Long Beach after the Lexus had a post-qualifying technical infringement. But he's also said, you know, prototypes, maybe an Indy car in the future. And so, you know, think about all those challenges for global motorsport that someone like a Robert could come and take on. Here at the 24 hours of the Nürburgring in a GT3 car as part of this SP9 class, Neil, I think he would probably be very quick. Robert's one of the quickest racing drivers, I think, that you'll find just in terms of pure talent. But with that more lackadaisical driver change, it gives them more time. They're not so focused on that as one of the places where they've got to get it down to 10 to 12 seconds like they did at Long Beach.
Yeah, that's a very good point about the accessibility of the sport. And, you know, it's good that you mentioned Robert Wickens because, of course, he is having a very good weekend over the other side of the Atlantic. So, so much to shout globally about this racetrack and this race series and the format compared to, you know, so many other great racing series that we also follow.
More takers to pit lane. Christopher Haas is already in. Adam Christodoulou and Thomas Preining find their marks for Pro Sport and Manthey, respectively. I see the door opened for Grello, and so yes, there is going to be a driver change, and so that means only one thing based on the entry list. It is Matt Campbell who will be jumping into that 911 and let loose on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Not running a full season, of course, in his Porsche Penske campaign. And that's part of the reason why he is here, unlike some of the rest of the motorsports paddock. Race control, non-respect of speed limit in pit lane. So that's as simple as not hitting the speed limit either by pit entry, so braking too aggressively, or releasing the pit limiter too early and getting on the power, leaving the pit lane a bit too quickly. It's not often that you'll see that, but it is one of the Adrenaline Motorsports BMW M240i's that has gotten themselves that penalty. Always better to get these penalties out of your system now, Neil, than in the 24 hours.
Doesn't mean they won't do it again. I mean, it's you know, you're coming into the pit lane or you're leaving the pit lane, whichever is more appropriate, full of adrenaline, and you know, it's no guarantees that you'll learn your lesson. But yeah, a real shame. Something as sort of is seemingly simple as that can drop you that amount of time is a real shame. Now we, as we predicted, the first set of pit stops have shaken things up a bit, and as this pans out, we should have Max Verstappen in the lead again.
Just wait for things to cycle through. Quick update on some of our other classes. We have been very focused on that SB9 fight now, with an hour complete in this NLS 5-second Ravenel ADAC 24-hour for the Nürburgring qualifier race. Although, as Neil had pointed out earlier, technically is NLS 3, with 2 of our races, unfortunately, not being run now effectively halfway into the scheduled season. In the Cup 2 class, it's the 919 that leads the Klickverschung.de car, but they are 14 seconds adrift from the Black Falcon Team Fanatec 82 entered Porsche Cup car. Slightly different suspension, slightly different fuel, but running very, very well and on course for what would be a very strong performance if that pace continues. Now that we've seen the cycle out through for Alexander Sims, who has taken over the Scherer Sport Audi from Christopher Haase, he is going to end up being quite considerably back from that Verstappen Mercedes, who's already flicking it left and right and onto the back straight on the Nürburgring Grand Prix part of this racetrack. All as Alexander Sims is trying to get his tyres up to temperature and pressure much further down the Grand Prix part of the lap.
Great to hear. We've had a report from Mirko Bortolotti, who did a driver change. Luke Engsler's now in the number 84 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. Quoting directly, I got a great start from 12th on the grid. This is Mirko Bortolotti. Great start from 12th. I was able to overtake a few competitors in the first 2 corners. I was then in 6th place, had a fantastic stint. I made the most of my opportunities and came in for my pit stop in 3rd place. Everything is going to plan at the moment. The traffic is as crazy as ever and the atmosphere is amazing. It's always fun to drive here. So quite effusive, enjoying his first hour behind the wheel of the car. That's a report from Mirko Bortolotti, who's done his first stint.
He won one of the Intercontinental GT Challenge races last year, the 24 Hours of Spa. And of course, this is next month, the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, the ADAC Ravenel 24 Hours, is one of the rounds of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. It's such an interesting championship that stretches across the year, across of continents, as the name maybe implies, yes, but some of the most spectacular tracks as well. We started that season off with the Maguire's Bathurst 12 Hours. John Hindhaugh went down for that race alongside of Richard Crail and the entire team on site there. Next month we'll get the second round, the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, the ADAC Ravenel race. Before then, in June, the 3rd round, the 24 Hours of Spa. Then a bit of a wait before a trip to Suzuka in September for the 1,000 kilometers. That's one of the races that I know Alexander Sims raced in last year and really enjoyed the experience of going out there in what was a Corvette. And the Indianapolis 8 Hours in October rounds out the championship. But the manufacturers, it doesn't really matter which team wins the race. The manufacturers want their car on the top step of the podium, Neil, and scoring maximum points.
Yeah, sounds simple, right? We were just on board for a little while there with the SPX BMW, which is making its way back through. And now we are on board with Sims. Alex Sims has taken over from Haase.
This M3 Touring, by the way, just remarkable. It is underneath, well, almost running into a touring car there as slight mixed signals onto the start-finish straight. That was a replay of slightly earlier hand in the air. Clear frustration from, I believe, Jens Klingman. A couple of updates, by the way, from our team scattered around the track as a couple of race control investigations continue, including into the Milner Motorsports 999, one of our Cup 3 Permit B cars. But the 524, which at one point was leading the VT2, or one of our VT2 classes, I should say, they are stopped on track, and I don't think it's, no, in fact it is. We are running down to Callenhard, and so that will be the Toyota Supra on the left side of the track, Neil, ground to a halt from the leading class.
Yeah, sad to see that. Don't quite know what's happened there. But yeah, one of the slow zones being caused by that Supra.
That car, by the way, sorry, Neil, that car won the 2 rounds of the championship that have been scored. And so go back to the overall championship that I'd mentioned slightly earlier, where all cars are scored in their class, and we then put those points together for an overall championship. That's going to potentially hurt their championship hopes in the VT2 rear-wheel drive class. Some of our BMWs, the Cup BMWs, navigating their way into what is a slow zone at the end of the lap as well, Neil. So we are seeing a couple of signs of struggle around the track, and what this does mean is something I was kind of wondering earlier. If there's more slow zones on the track, is it a better choice to come down to pit lane if you are scheduled for service?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now, because there are several slow zones around the track, code 60, slow zones and code 60s around the track, yes, you will, your aggregate loss for coming into the pit lane, very much like pitting under a safety car in a Grand Prix, is reduced. So this could be, having held out a bit longer, could be a good chance to pit.
For those watching, a brief look at the battle between a trio of BMWs. This is a really fun fight, as well as they drop down on the Grand Prix part of the lap. They've got that Black Falcon Team Fanatec 82 Porsche working past as well. They've had a driver change. Misha Sharudin has jumped in, so Manuel Metzger has done his driving responsibilities, and now they'll continue to work through the 4 drivers that they have in their lineup. For a driver to be classified on the results, they need to do 3 laps today. So for some of our teams that maybe have entered a few extra drivers, not all of them are expected to complete laps in their respective cars. Max Verstappen has completed 7 laps so far, and now continues to try and work his way to an even bigger race lead. Alexander Sims has settled in quite nicely, and now about 15-20 seconds later drops down into the Stefan Belloff S's as well. You were talking earlier, Neil, about the rear wing movement when we were seeing some of those camera angles. Always fascinating watching the movement of various things in the cockpit. Those little tie downs and stuff moving around. As someone who gets easily distracted, I think I get distracted by those things.
Yeah, me too. But of course, that's why we're not doing it at this level. We were just on board with Alexander Sims there, and we can hear, I can read what Christopher Haase said from his first stint. I quote, Max and I had another duel. To be fair, I have to say I had a harder time this time. I don't think we have the balance we need. We have too much oversteer and it's therefore too unpredictable. It's due to the cold conditions. That makes it a bit harder for us. And then it makes it harder in a duel. The battle was very respectful again, and that's what makes it fun. I was never in a position where I could have been the one to overtake. You just have to accept that it's part of the game. But the moment will come when I'm perhaps better positioned. So brilliant praise from Christopher Haase, but also slightly ominous words for this race as it progresses.
That sums, I think, Christopher Haase up. The 38-year-old, the German, just so experienced, and he said it best. He was never really in a position to force something around the outside in that final complex. As much as he may have put his car in that position, it was more speculative than anything else. It's still the Lamborghini Huracan Red Bull Team Apt 84 car that's in third, although Mirko Bortolotti out. Neil had mentioned what he had said after getting out of the car. He's handed over to his teammate in that number 84. It's Luca Engsler. At some point we'll see Patrick Niederhauser in as well. Although with 3 drivers across this race, question as to maybe how much time you want to end up giving each of them. Timing screen is finally updated. I was trying to get a sense for what the gap would be at the front of the field, Neil. 26 seconds between Verstappen and Sims, but again, remember, slightly different timing of when they came down to the pit stops means that they spent different amounts of time in the pit lane as well.
And we refer the honourable listener and viewer to the table that they can assess exactly how that's going to shake out for the rest of the race. But yes, as things stand, Max Verstappen leads by nearly 27 seconds from Alexander Sims. That's a Mercedes leading from the Audi. Then it's a Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Porsche, 2 BMWs, a Mercedes, a BMW, and a Ford Mustang, rounding out the top 10 in terms of the manufacturers in this race.
And I've said it before, I'll say it again, I'm not one that likes to talk BOP, but that's a good sign for all manufacturers heading into next month's race. It may end up coming down to something akin to what we saw a handful of years ago, where the ability of the team to repair the Ferrari 296 and quickly swap the effectively entire rear body part out enabled them to get back out on track, losing minimal time, and surge to the victory there. This race has been kind to Ferrari in years past, but we've seen speed from the Aston Martin on occasion in 2026. Currently the Manthey Racing 911 Grello, Matt Campbell at the wheel, hunting down Nicky Thiem, who was one of the first to come down towards pit lane. He was quickest in the opening qualifying session of the day, was Nicky, although that was partially due to being on slicks at the end of the session when the track was drying up. We didn't see the same level of speed from the Pro Sport Aston Martin when we went for our 1 hour top qualifying sessions. 2 attempts, full fuel, and it was the 45 Realized Condor Racing with Rinaldi, Thierry Vermeulen at the wheel, that by just 1,000th of a second put it on pole position over Gamotta Racing in the Pro-Am BMW. That Gamotta Racing car, they've done a driver change, I believe. They're down in 9th as it stands right now. Meanwhile, some of our production cars making their own trips down pit lane. And Neil, what is different for them in this particular race, as we talked about that table, but this is the first time this year that the production car classes are also having to adhere to the minimum pit stop times. In regular NLS races, they don't really have to worry about that. So procedural things for them to get to grips with, as well, the Mercedes-AMG Team Ravenol number 80 getting to grips with the sight of the rear end of that BMW M3 Touring. Battle for 7th overall.
Yeah, great to see. And there's a only a car and a half's length separating these two cars at the moment. So a brilliant showing and some great racing for us to get our teeth into for 7th position.
Although right as we say that, they've hit one of those slow zones. That is still the VT2 rear-wheel drive former class leader that has sat there. Now remember, part of what is going on is the dance of the marshals as onto the curb for that Mercedes Ravenel. Very, very close moment for Maro Engel, and almost ran into as well by that Gamotta BMW, who had to very quickly get on the anchors, Neil, to avoid running into the Mercedes.
Yeah, reflexes of a cat. And once again, relying on the fact that the grip levels are now high. We are running in very, very good conditions, and yes, it's chilly, but the grip levels are very, very good at the moment. So any kind of understeer is more to do with the car than it is to do with tyres or grip.
And look how quickly that BMW M3 Touring has scampered up the road, listening in to what is effectively still the BMW M4 GT3 turbocharged engine, although now not singing at full song as we work into one more of those yellow flag zones. So yeah, just if you're new to this sort of racing, it's very, very rare for us to have red flags unless you're in a circumstance like we were unfortunately in yesterday with a tragic accident that unfortunately saw the passing of Juha Metinan. What instead the track team is trying to do is coordinate a dance of safety vehicles. So they will be sent out onto track. There's various places around the track that they are positioned. They can then enter as close to an incident as possible. And then effectively what the Marshall team is doing is yellow flagging the sections as those safety vehicles are moving on track and moving to where they need to recover. Once they get to the car, maybe you'll have the code 60 will slow the cars down even more to ensure our track workers are as protected as we can in this situation, and load the car up onto a flatbed and then repeat that process, but inverted. Now this flatbed has to head outside of the track, so it will, move to a point at which it can exit off the Nordschleife, and at which point those yellow flags will cease if we, like I said, need to use code 120s and code 60s to guarantee the safety of our track workers. That's exactly what we will do, Neil, because this is a track unlike any other. It's why that permitting process that we've talked about is so unique. And again, the racing itself is so unique. There is really no other place on earth where you can race something like a GT3 purpose-bred, thoroughbred race car that all these manufacturers are spending thousands every race to optimize the performance of, versus the production car that you and me can go and buy off a German auto trader, put a roll cage in it, and try and make it acceptable to go racing in the NLS.
Yeah, it's an incredible job that they do, and the fact that whatever other race series you might be more familiar with, we would naturally freak out and have it's anathema to us to see support vehicles on track during an active race, but they do it so well here, and everybody knows the rules. But in fact, talking about the rules, that we have seen a penalty for car number 47, the KCMG Mercedes AMG GT3, for not respecting code 60. So, every now and again, you can slip up, and it costs you.
Sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's not. And when I say intentional, I mean trying to just push that little bit extra to catch that car in front, to ensure the gap is as minimal as it can be. Engsler gets checked up behind traffic as the fight for second puts the power down out of Tiergarten. 2 hours and 40 minutes left to go in this final dress rehearsal for our teams ahead of next month's ADAC Ravenel 24 hours of the Nürburgring. The gap is now up to 30 seconds, so Verstappen in that Mercedes windward run car is running strongly. I'm also just wondering, I saw something flapping on the rear wing of Alexander Sims, who has now actually scored, is down in 4th place. So we'll see if there's maybe a technical issue on that car. Still running out on track as far as we're aware, though, in 2nd on the road itself.
But yeah, that's sort of sizable. Maybe it was a screen glitch. Sims seems to be solid in 2nd, but in a bit of a battle with Engstler in the Lamborghini.
The Hyundai Elantra N TCR, the number 830, has got to keep an eye on the mirrors as this fight nestles either side of it. Still on the Grand Prix part of the lap, though, so that's the probably best place to let traffic pass before you then have to start dealing with the traffic making its way around you. There's only a handful of TCR cars, by the way, entered for this weekend. We're expecting plenty more for the actual 24-hour race, but that was the leading TCR machine that the fight for 2nd worked its way around. Down into the Hatzenbach they will head once more. Started in 12th, let's not forget, and Mirko Bortolotti, I think he may have slightly undersold what an impressive opening stint he had. To go from 12th to 3rd, that's not just making the most of your opportunities, Neil. That is basically everything going almost perfectly. You're not turning the AI down to 0 difficulty like you might on a video game.
Yeah, you can understand why he was sort of so positive when he gave that interview, having stepped out of the car, Mirko, because, yeah, that's a huge effort in the first hour. And confirmation that the time penalty for the number 47 car is 45 seconds, which could prove costly towards the end of the race. You were talking about the touring car there. Baseng took over from Mikel Azcona, and of course they did have an issue early on in the race. Came into the pits very early on in the first 20 minutes and went out again. So it's good to see them getting some serious and competitive running in that Hyundai.
The TCR class as well, we were talking about Robert Wickens earlier. This is the class in which he came and raced with Hyundai, with that Bosch system. Hyundai has seen so much success in the touring car world. And I say world, literally around the world. So successful that at one point they had multiple models competing, and both at the front in the i30 and Elantra racing simultaneously. A slight change to the touring car regulations, the TCR regulations, to give it the class its actual title as it's officially named, will allow slightly bigger engines, and the wording in the rules has been changed. Previously it specifically said, if I remember correctly, only 4 or 5 door cars were eligible, and I think now it's a lot more permissive, so you may see some 3-door TCR machines. Of course, TCR racing around the world in various sprint championships, but here at RSL in our partnership with IMSA Radio, we see those cars as well on track stateside in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, where sprint turned to endurance. It's a very different ball game, and Franco Girolami did kind of find that out the hard way when he headed to Daytona at the start of the year for the BMW M Endurance race, the 4-hour season opener for the Pilot Challenge, and a little bit too physical, bullied the rest of their championship rivals a bit, got a couple of penalties, but changed direction going into that next race. You know, you learn from your mistakes, Neil, and boy did they learn. Straight back to victory lane in the Cupra TCR, which is the latest of the TCR cars that has really just been running rampant in the US at the very least.
Just a quick update on the fact that the car number 48, the Arrow Assenheimer Müller Pereira Black Falcon Porsche driven by Pereira, may still be stuck in the Pflanzgarten, which in our continuing attempt to translate the many corners of the Nürburgring Nordschleife is one of the easier ones. That's a plant garden. And apparently it's a technical fault, and the team are at the side of the track trying to repair it to get it going again, which is of course allowed within the rules of this race.
And I do believe that as long as he's pulled off on the left side of the track, he will be in a spot where the team can get to him. Lots of speed as the BMW M3 Touring is passed finally by Maro Engel and that Mercedes Ravenol. Number 80 slips through on the climb up towards Bravery, on the much curver to give its German name, which translates into courage. I did hear that with you, Neil, and John Heindorf working through the various corner names. Plant garden given its name, if you are curious, because there used to be a plant garden slash nursery there, not because the cars launch into the air and land, which I thought was a much better reason for why we'd call it some sort of plant garden. We're planting cars onto the track there.
Well, there's growing interest in the sport, so that would be appropriate. But yes, some of the curve names are quite literal, and some of them just refer to the nearest town to the bit where that circuit was built in. When it was built just under 100 years ago, been racing on this incredible stretch of asphalt for nearly 100 years.
And sometimes it's corner sections that get the names. So many famous parts. You drop down here, use the curb on the left-hand side. You've got some runoff to use before the cars have dug out a ditch effectively on the outside of the track through all the running that we've seen here. There's plenty of fighting outside of the SP9 class where, courtesy of our pit stop, things have somewhat settled down right now, I think it is fair to say. This is 64th and 65th positions overall that are contesting positions. It's two BMWs that are heading down to turn one. Of course, a variety of different BMW classes. There's the BMW M240i class, the just now BMW M2 Racing class with the G87s in that. But you can see the gaps that have slowly built through the respective fields as just 4 cars in the BMW class with the M2 Racing G87s. These must be a lot of fun, Neil, I would assume, to kind of throw around the track. Not much grip, and you're very much asking for momentum everywhere you go as Ranko Mijatovic tries to hold on to 64th overall.
Well, given half a chance, I'd love to try it out and let you know and report back. But having not sat behind the wheel of one of those particular BMWs, I don't know. But we're now watching the Rover car being hunted down by the Mercedes.
How quickly Maro Engel cleared Jens Klingmann and instantly started to put the pressure onto another BMW. Don't think there's much that Max Hesser's really going to have in reserve, as all sorts of different traffic, a Subaru, a BMW, a Hyundai in the mix as the SP9 cars hold the inside line on the brakes down into the Yokohama S, the blue and gold Ravenol Mercedes. Now up yet another spot as Maro Engel, after taking over from Lucas Stoltz, is now up into 6th position. Only a couple of seconds now up the road to catch up to Matt Campbell, who will be the next target. And we all know just how quick Maro Engel can be around the ring. It's a chance for him to set some benchmark times. Although the other windward ran Mercedes is headed down towards the pit lane. So another 5-lap stint by my calculations for Max Verstappen. And so 90 minutes in, slowly releases the belts, and I get the sneaking suspicion Lucas Auer might jump in to the checkered flag, and 2 hours and 30 minutes for him to gather up some final experience after being yet to get in the car. Now, they are going back into the garage. Is that a sign of something more ominous, or just, again, lackadaisical pit stops here with the timed minimum pit stop time that you must adhere to? The driver's getting in, so that's a good sign for Lucas to still be strapping himself in. Now, I'm looking at this table once again. I have to hit the translate button because the headers are in German, and I definitely do not speak German. This should be 136 seconds, the pit stop, I believe. So I wouldn't argue that it's lengthy enough to warrant going back into the garage for any work to be done on the car, but it does seem as though Lucas has strapped himself in. Door's about to be closed. He's just adjusting this. This is the great thing about these modern race cars, the ergonomics. You obviously would love to have two drivers of identical proportions, but that's not a realistic thing. So those seat inserts play their part, movable pedal boxes, and of course the movable steering column as well. Just getting himself comfortable. Yeah, but very exciting to have. Whoa, there is the reason. Big damage, a gaping hole on the front of that Mercedes as they get to work looking into something. So that's why they've gone into the garage. And we'll have to wait for more news from the pit lane, Neil Cole. But after being a contender for the race win in the opening 90 minutes of the race, you can see Max there trying to figure out what has gone wrong. But this is not a good sign.
Yeah, this is bad. This is very, very bad. You know, they're hemorrhaging time, but we haven't seen what caused that damage to the front end of that Mercedes AMG. And as you said, Max Verstappen is watching on, clearly reporting back, but he's powerless now. And we'll see shortly that we just saw there our reporter looking like asking if he could get in there to get an interview, and being told very firmly 9. So
not right. Maybe not right now. Maybe we'll get some answers in the future, Neil.
Yeah, so I wonder what happened. And it's not the kind of view
so it's
that's
definitely going to be longer than 136 seconds.
It's not the view Lucas Auer was hoping for when he was going to get into that car and head out onto the Nordschleife. He's looking at the apron of the pit lane, and for every minute that he sits there, he can just lose the momentum of the race.
So, for those who may be by the track, if you have seen something, at Arjuna Kankipati on X, Twitter, if you have any information for us, but, you know, difficult to tell if they had taken the grille off or if it had been damaged in some way. It did kind of look like they were, yeah, there's a bit of, right by that Mercedes emblem on the front, there is a little bit of that blue vinyl that's been ripped off, and so I get, they're lifting up the bonnet. I get the sneaking suspicion, Neil, they're about to take that front part off and do a bit more work than we were initially thinking.
Yeah, I think your prediction is correct, or at least they're trying to reattach it better rather than replacing the whole front unit. Get in there with some cable ties and some duct tape, I reckon. But yeah, I think the engineer on the right was simply trying to hold it in place so they could reattach it more firmly, but this doesn't look like it's going anywhere soon. It's a disaster. So
while we wait for the official word, we'll send our team off, of course, down to try and gather up what we can. Three-way fight between SB9 and, well, the SBX BMW M3 Touring, but again, remember, it is effectively just a GT3 car with some extra accoutrements and bodywork added onto it. Penalty has come down for the 945 Renato Motorsport team. Now, I believe that was the one that was involved with the Ferrari, the Realized Condor Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari that was on pole position. They had their issue at Kesselchen, if I remember
Yeah, good spot,
correctly.
good spot. I think you're right.
So I
You
wonder
spotted
if that is
early
maybe...
on, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, clearly if they've given a penalty out, the car has been able to return to the pit lane and head back out onto track. Small shots for those watching in vision as the crew's still working. The Windward Racing team, and we should give them, you know, some recognition as well. They're not just running one car for Verstappen Racing, they're running the Ravenel car as well that's in this three-way fight, Neil. And Windward Racing, they've got this European operation, but we see them as well in IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, where the Windward, Bryce Ward and Russell Ward, they race, and we really enjoy the passion that they bring both sides of the pond to racing.
Yeah, I completely agree. And they've got their work cut out now, because the eyes of the world are watching them repairing the front end of that Mercedes. No pressure, guys.
No pressure. Quick update then on some of the other classes. Cup 2, it's still Mulner Motorsports leading in that Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring eligible class. Raphael Renhofer in the 920. That's the team without a name. It's Raphael Renhofer alongside of Noah Nagelsdijk. They've been running up and down, but second on the road, 20 seconds adrift. And then third on the road, but in a different class, is the Black Falcon Team Fanatec Porsche Cup car. It's running slightly different suspension. It's got some alternative fuel. And so while it is the same car as what's being competed in Cup 2, it races under a slightly different designation. In SP10, it's one of the Pro Sport Mercedes that leads, the 176, currently up front in the car class that is run with GT4 machinery. That is the Pro-Am Pro Sport machine as well. While in Cup 3, Smiralus Racing in the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 have got a healthy advantage over SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. In the production classes, V2 rear-wheel drive, that's now led by Adrenaline Motorsport, while V2 front is led by one of our entries without a team name, but it's an Audi S3 that leads in the T2 front-wheel drive. Maro Engel's been able to build a bit of an advantage on this first half of the Grand Prix lap over Max Hesse, but Max Hesse still looking over the shoulder at the Gamotta Racing BMW. Started on the outside of the front row, still in 7th. Yeah, and then that BMW M Touring a little bit further down the ways, Neil.
I think you're right. I think it's a distraction for Hesse having David Jahn behind him, because David Jahn put that car, the Gamotta Racing BMW M4, on pole yesterday. Was in P2 today, first row of the grid. So he is pressuring that Rover Racing BMW M4 being driven by Hesse, and that is allowing Engel to get a little bit of breathing space up ahead.
Looks like the number 47 is now stationary at Klostertal. So remember, that's the KCMG Mercedes, that blue and white Mercedes that got a penalty for speeding in one of the code 60 zones. Not seeing anyone else that's stationary. That is just on the exit of the Muck curve, so it's a very fast corner as well to be stationary and also be blindsided from the cars that are going to be making their way up there, as we're on the 11th lap of this race, 20 minutes away from the halfway mark in the second of our 24-hour ADAC Ravenel qualifier races. The 9:45 corrected penalty for them being sent through the race control message board, but fortunately race control relatively quiet right now. They're having to work some of our track safety team out to Klostertal to help the 47 Mercedes, the KCMG Mercedes, but outside of that, we have a relatively clear track right now as Alexander Sims leads for Shera Sport with Luca Engsler only 2 seconds back in the Lamborghini for the Red Bull team Abt. And suddenly what had been looking like a 30-second deficit, we weren't sure how the pit stop times were going to cycle out at the end. With the Verstappen Mercedes sitting in the pit lane, Neil, this fight between the Audi and Lamborghini suddenly becomes for the overall net lead of the race.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to stay that way. I'm keeping an eye on the pit lane, and there's still no sign of movement from the garage for Lucas Auer to come out and rejoin the race. So as things stand, you're absolutely right. That is a two-car battle for the lead of the race between the Audi R8 LMS and the Lamborghini Huracan.
It's confirmed, by the way, a front splitter defect for Verstappen and Lucas Auer. Lucas Auer still sat in that car and waiting to be released once more. Oh, a glorious day it is. We're from the mixed conditions in qualifying, where yes, wet tires were required, as well as the grey cloud cover that we had for top qualifying. The sun has made its presence known and increasingly will be slowly warming up the track. There is a slow zone around Bergwerk where these three are fighting through right now. Engel a 1.3 second gap back to Hesse and to David Jan, who have actually now found themselves trapped behind one of the slower cars, and Mauro Engel has been able to close right up onto Matt Campbell, who's really lost out through traffic and some of these slow zones. He's a full 30 seconds adrift of Nicky Thiem in third, and on the wave of the green flag, is there an issue for Grello? Because very slow to launch, still not up to speed, and here come those other three, including the M3 Touring, to breathe by on the climb up towards the Mutkurve.
Yeah, there must be a problem there. Something must have happened, because that lost a lot of time and momentum. Bergwerk, of course, in our translation, is mountain factory, and there used to be a lead and silver mine close to the track there, which is why it's called Bergwerk.
I've just had a report, by the way, Neil. I want to give a thank you to Ruben Bonga, who I've commentated on many a sim race for, but he has just told me that Verstappen went around the Grand Prix part and then hooks the right. Instead of going onto the Nordschleife through the Sabine Schmidt curve, he returned to pit lane. So clearly something went wrong on the Grand Prix lap. As part of the report that I've been told is there was some vibrations on the Dottinger Hoa as well. That part I'm not 100% sure about, but clearly something went wrong, and maybe that does explain the awkward sort of visual that we had of that front grille on the splitter.
Yeah, I wonder if the use of the word defect in the report that we got means that it was like a part failure, or if there was an incident, and based on your reports, it's still no clearer.
Again, thank you to those that pass on this information to us, not just our team at the Nürburgring TV crew, but our audience as well, your eagle eyes around the track. There's another car that's just had a technical defect flagged on the notice board. That's the Asbest BMW 325i. So reaching that point of the race where you've been pushing for closing on 2 hours. Remember, we had that full formation lap as well, so the cars have been circulating for the full 120 minutes at this point. I'm sure the AC system in that BMW M3 Touring must be quite comfortable, must be keeping Jens Klingmann quite cool, almost as cool as he looks, because you know how I know he looks cool? All those little white things on the car are filled with messages about this BMW M3 Touring project, Neil. It's such a great concept for a livery.
Yeah, it's great to see. I love all the messages that are on the wrap of the car, but it's not just a, you know, it's not just a bit of fun. It's currently running in 8th overall. You know, it's got 7 SP9 cars ahead of it and a lot more behind it. So a proper bit of kit being handled very well by Klingman.
I had a conversation with someone from BMW at Sebring and asked the question, so when are you going to start selling a BMW M3 Touring in the US? Because right now the only touring option I have is an M5, and my wallet's maybe not big enough for that. And he said, hopefully soon. Keep your eyes open. They'd love to. It all comes down to market timings and whatnot. Grello's going to cross the line, not in pit lane as Nicky Team is right now. That Trinity Solutions Aston Martin, the grey and highlighter yellow, is sitting in the box. Pokes the nose, does David Yarn on Matt Campbell, and I don't think I've ever seen a Matt Campbell piloted car have such a almost forlorn body language right now. The speed is definitely not there. Last lap, Campbell lost about 4 seconds to the leaders. Actually, excuse me, that was his fastest lap. Last lap, he lost 13 seconds to the leader, Neil. So that's a great indication of some issues on the previous time.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like during the course of this lap, he might succumb another place to that Go Motor Racing BMW. And of course, that would be good for Jan to make up a place back to where he started the race, which was in P2. But we need to find out more what's happened to that, to the Grello 911.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to say that Pro-Am Go Motor Racing BMW, the pace has not dropped off just yet by any means. And that is really great to see, because, again, remember, pros, the main differentiation between a pro and a Pro-Am, or if you want to talk about it in FIA driver ratings, the platinums, the golds, the bronzes, the main difference always in my mind is their ability to navigate some of these traffic situations and their ability to be consistent, Neil, which is where you get that utmost performance that the pro drivers are looking for.
Yeah, it's a very, very fine line between some of those categories of driver, and as we can see, the difference between Pro-Am and Pro wafer thin in this race.
Thank you to John Dalton, who's just messaged on Twitter to say that there was big vibrations down the Dottinger for Max, and then as it compressed into Tiergarten, so I would assume that's as it reached the bottom of that complex and just begins the rise up into the braking zone, a large clonking noise. So I'm not going to put the 2 and 2 together, but I think it might be elementary to Sherlock Holmes as to what potentially has happened there. And no word as to when they will be back out onto track. Indeed, still sitting in the pit lane, seeming as though just keeping an eye on sector times for Matt Campbell. Pace has somewhat rebounded, so that's a promising sign. It's always difficult sometimes to tell because they may be running different fuel levels, their tire compounds may be performing slightly differently, because one of the most unique things about the NLS, it might be the last remaining major championship with a tire war, open tire rules in the GT3 class.
And I think, you know, a lot of our listeners and viewers might, that's something that can be ignored, is that there is no set tire for this race. Everyone is allowed to bring their own tires, and some of the teams have tire manufacturers as title sponsors of them, but many of them are working their own compounds. And a classic example there of the way that the safety zones work perfectly here at the Nürburgring is a flatbed making its way around the track, and the drivers obeying the rules to make sure that it's safe for everybody involved.
And so slowly, that's the rolling yellow flag zone that continues to push around. 48 seconds off the lead is Matt Campbell right now. It's still only half a second between Alexander Sims and Luca Engsler in the Scherer Sport Audi and Red Bull Team Apps Lamborghinis respectively. And again, a top 5 rundown shows 5 different manufacturers. Aston Martin sat in 3rd, although now with a driver change, Nicky Thiem has, I would assume, completed his drive time for the day. In jumps Christian Krognes to get to the end. Mercedes in 4th with the Ravenel Windward car, and then rounding out the top 5, the BMW M4 GT3 Evo, Rowe Racing Max Hesse piloted car. Meanwhile, in that fight for the lead, they've just exited a slow zone, and that glorious sound of the Audi rumbles up towards the carousel. Now, these are 2 cars that in many ways, a lot have argued, are similar. Yes, they may share some of the basic underpinnings, but there's a brand new Lamborghini that is coming. They have been, through the years, slowly learning more and more. This Lamborghini Huracan was their own interpretation of the Audi R8 platform, and what an interpretation it was. Their brand new Lamborghini Temerario has debuted in IMSA, and we'll see it slowly making its way around the world in increasing customer numbers through the next 18 months, I would say. More driver changes, and this time it's for the Equipe Vitesse Audi, as one of their drivers gets strapped in and the Goodyear tires get attached onto the car.
So I wonder if the message that we're, like, you know, a few doors down from where we're seeing this driver change is still the Max Verstappen car with Lucas Auer in the cockpit, and I'm still keeping an eye on the wider pit lane camera. And when they say that they're looking to prep now for the 24 hours next month, I mean, you've got to presume they'll try and go out and shake down the car a bit more and give Lucas Auer some seat time, but they are fully out of this race now.
I think you've got no option, right? He did 40-ish minutes yesterday before our race was red flagged, and he is the driver in that 4-driver lineup that has the least experience this year. I was framing that as carefully as I can, because Lucas Auer, no stranger to the Nordschleife, and no stranger to a Mercedes as well. Interesting that they did give Max the start, though, which I do wonder if Max might end up starting the 24-hour race. It's not the most important of race starts, as long as you survive. That's the crucial thing, but some may argue the more experienced drivers might be the wisest call. At the end of the day, he's the one bringing the entry in. Might he be given that opportunity and privilege to start the race? But it's going on 23 minutes now since it entered pit lane, and no word as to when it will leave. It's just been a fastest lap punched in one of our Porsche Cup cars, so there is some time out on track if you can find your way through our slow zones, and that's exactly what the overall leaders have been doing. It's still only half a second between them as they will cross the line and end lap number 12.
Yep, less than a second separating our leaders. Sims leads from Engsler, Audi leads from Lamborghini, but they're coming up against traffic as they enter the traditional Grand Prix section of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Conditions very good, and of course, you know, in theory, lap times should increase because the track rubbers in. The conditions are perfect for racing. Even the sections of the track that are under many overhanging trees that might have kept their moisture and humidity from earlier in the day should be fully drying out. So we can expect the new drivers coming into the cars to be setting some pretty tasty lap times.
And maybe a new driver into the Rowe Racing BMW, because the 99 has just made its way down to pit lane, and expectation would be for Max Hesse to jump out, one of Jordan Pepper or Kelvin van der Linde, pair of South Africans, to potentially take over in that BMW M4 GT3 Evo. Kelvin, if I remember correctly, has They've been jumping between various different BMWs this year. He's been testing out in the hypercar a little bit. I think also did some of the running for the M3 Touring, so the versatile South African back in the regular M4 GT3 right now. To give you a quick update on one of our classes, I won't give you a full rundown right now. In 33rd position overall, it is still that TCR Elantra Hyundai that is running out on track. Mark Masseng is the best of our front-wheel drive cars on the road. 33rd overall. We don't have many TCR cars on track, and so his main focus, Neil, is going to be finishing as high up the overall positioning as he can. He's doing a great job so far.
Yeah, and again, just to remind that when Mikel Azcona was in that car in the first hour, that did have to make an unscheduled pit stop. So there, you know, that could be running even in the top 30 if it hadn't been for a slight hiccup earlier on in the race. So yeah, very impressive from that front-wheel drive TCR car currently being driven by Basseng.
On board with Alexander Sims, we're listening to the engine note as he heads up towards Schwedenkreuz. Let's listen in. Nary a lift, and if there was a lift, it was about as imperceptible as you're going to get down through the gears, in through Arenberg. Some glorious sounds from the gearbox and all the different noises that the Audi R8 makes. So much success at this track in years previous as well. There's a big SB9 field, though. Let's keep that in mind, and so they are starting to get strung out quite considerably through, including some of the Porsche Cup cars that are continuing to show their pace. The Mulder Motorsports 904 still leads in Cup 2, but only 2 seconds in front of Raphael Renhofer. And I'll go back to talking about the importance of sim racing, Neil, because Raphael Renhofer last year won the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, the virtual edition of the championship that he's competing in now in the real world. It goes to show that crossover exists at the grassroots level as well. And for Porsche, they have recognized the importance of sim racing to the point where their Porsche Junior shootout to pick their Porsche Junior drivers for the next year, the first thing they did at the end of last year was send them to the Porsche sim racing team to see just how quick they were.
I mean, quite rightly, it's almost a conversation we don't really need to have anymore. You know, the difference between esports and real sport, you know, the difference between sim racing and racing. The lines are more and more blurred, and quite rightly, because the skill level is being proven time and time again, weekend in, weekend out, that real world experience and sim racing experience are directly translatable. And you were talking earlier about Kelvin van der Linde, and I do think it's worth a mention that considering just how much racing is happening internationally this weekend, it's one of those pinch points in the schedule for a lot of endurance racing. The class of the field and some of the big names we have racing here in NLS at the Ravenel ADAC Nürburgring 24-hour qualifiers is particularly impressive, and it just goes to prove the draw of a race like this.
We are closing in on the halfway mark of this 4-hour race. I can inform you that Lucas Auer has left pit lane. There he is, if you're watching us in vision, carving his way through the chicane at the end of the Grand Prix track, but after losing close to 28 minutes, the Mercedes Verstappen Racing number 3 no longer a contender for the win, but an exhilarating opening hour or so of this second 24-hour ADAC Ravenel qualifying race. We saw the drop of the green flag with the Ferrari, the sole Ferrari in the field, the Realized Condor Racing with Rinaldi, number 45. Only 1,000th clear in top qualifying of the Gamotta Racing BMW in control as we got set for the 4 hours of racing that laid ahead of us. The track continued to dry as we headed out on the exploratory formation lap here. And then finally, green lights, racing underway, and the Ferrari would pace us down to turn 1. Not the wisest call, I would argue, for Gamotta Racing to really overcommit down to turn 1. It left them off canter as they then switched back through the left as we ran through the Yokohama S, all in build-up for next month's 24-hour race. Tidy start for the SP9s for the most part. Mirko Bortolotti went from 12th to 6th, but in the second of our starting groups, 5 minutes down the road, a little bit more hectic, and a couple of cars were out of position. That saw them incur some penalties, but as the top 15 or 20 in this group funneled through, the Subaru tagged around, and a couple had to come to a complete stop to avoid barreling in. Christopher Haase was one of the drivers on the charge at the start. He flew past Thomas Preining in the Grello Manthey 911 as we saw plenty of the side draft on display and the drivers trying to time their runs to perfection. In traffic on the run down to Flansgarden, Max Verstappen saw his opportunity and planted his foot to the floor and swept through to second, demoting the pole sitters down to third. And then, when he saw his chance to go for the race lead, never say no. Around the outside on the run-up towards Schwedenkreuz, Christopher Haase didn't really want to fight it too much. They would go on to fight several times on the run down in towards Tiergarten. Several times, Christopher Haase was more than a car's length, I thought, in front. But Max Verstappen, not one to say no easily, bowled and held on to the lead as we cycled in to the first sequence of pit stops. That went through smoothly. However, Max Verstappen bringing that car in about 28 minutes ago with front splitter damage has seen them drop out of contention. It means, for those just joining us, Alexander Sims in the Scherer Sport Audi leads the way in NLS 5, the second of our ADAC Ravenel 24-hour of the Nürburgring qualifier races. But on the hunt is Luca Engsler for the Red Bull team apps in a Lamborghini Huracan. The Bulls are singing at full blast. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Neil Cole on RS1 if you're listening to us on the Radio Show Limited suite of channels, and across of, well, a whole host of different streams if you're watching us on video. Lucas Auer back out on track and crucially trying to pick up some experience, Neil, as we head into the closing 2 hours of this 4-hour event.
Yeah, it's a shame for that car, but Lucas Auer, you know, he started the race yesterday, which was, of course, red flagged, and we raced today in memory of Juha Metinan, who tragically lost his life during that race. So Lucas didn't get much running yesterday. He was qualifying this morning, but this is his first chance to really get to grips with that car today in these conditions, and presumably we'll see some of these conditions in a month's time in the 24-hour race. So it's crucial track time for him, and whether they had to replace the front splitter or just do a fix on it, we don't know yet, and whatever caused the damage to the front splitter, we are yet to find out. But for this race, no more chance of a victory or even a reasonable result for the Max Verstappen Winward Racing car, but a valuable, crucial seat time for Lucas Auer.
I think now the only result that they'll care about is the experience they carry forward. Busy pit lane as Scherer Sport Red Bull team apps followed into pit lane by the BMW M Motorsport M3 Touring entry. I would have to assume Jens Klingmann is going to jump out of that car. Looks like Alexander Sims is being replaced as well in the Scherer Sport Audi, and expecting Ben Green potentially to jump back in unless it is Christopher Haase. I would assume maybe save him for the end of the race. BMW M3 Touring has hit its marks. It's next to the Lamborghini for the Red Bull team app, who are also doing a driver change. So Luca Engsler has been swapped out there. Assumption would be Patrick Niederhauser is going to take over. And now which of the young Americans jumps into this BMW M3 Touring? Neil, exactly what you were talking about earlier, though. The opportunity, the time during this pit stop with the regulations to have a conversation.
Yeah, imagine the jealousy, the Nvidia sana that's coming from endurance races all around the world to be able to see that leisurely driver change. There's almost enough time to have a quick espresso while you wait to get in the car, but valuable information face-to-face, anecdotally, between driver getting out of the car and driver about to launch into the Nordschleife.
Our camera operator is getting an up-close and personal view with some of those quotes on the front of the BMW M3 Touring when it was announced as an April Fool's joke, and some of those saying, now let's go racing with it. One of them said, I hope this was true. It is now, and we'll see it for 24 hours in just about 3 weeks' time. It was quick in qualifying, only 5 seconds off in what was a slightly interrupted top qualifying session. That was definitely something that played its part. So we'll see how it runs for 24 hours of uninterrupted running. The SB2T class leader, the Opel Corsa GS Line 130. This is what makes this race so cool. The fact that we've just gone from talking about the biggest and best of GT machinery to talking about an Opel being run by 4 Germans, all searching for their Permit B this weekend.
That's the beauty of this race weekend and this race series and this wide field of different classes, all mixing it up together. There is an issue, I think, for the Grello car. We saw that it was not firing on all cylinders at times earlier on, and it has been reported as driving slowly in the Brunchen area, the number 4 car.
I also saw the Black Falcon. That's the number 4 car that is slow or was slow in the Brunchen area. The number 7, the Conrad Motorsports Lamborghini, that's on the tow truck at the Mutkurve section. And that maybe explains why we had some of the slower zones up towards that part of the track as well. A couple of other driver changes. It wasn't just Ben Green getting in, replacing Alexander Sims. Patrick Niederhauser taking over in that Red Bull Team Abt, number 84. Neil Verhagen, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other on how you say that name. He's in 6th position right now. He's taken over, so that will mean that Connor De Filippi will jump in for the final hour of the race. And going back to the 82 and the Cup 2 fight that we've talked a little bit about, from the lead of that combined running, Black Falcon Team Fanatec, Jimmy Broadbent has just jumped in and they've dropped back out of the combined overall lead. This is one of the first times, Neil, I think I've ever seen this withdrawal of time penalty, 45 seconds, for the KCMG Mercedes.
Yeah, the plot thickens. You don't very often see a penalty withdrawn. So maybe the team boss went up to the stewards and remonstrated, and for once they listened and withdrew the penalty. Extraordinary.
So the 47 was, I'm just double checking because there was a couple of different things reported. So they had a time penalty for failure to comply with minimum pit stop time. There was no argument about that. It's 32 seconds plus the amount of time you were underneath. So in their case, it was only 1 second. That wasn't too bad. They were under investigation for not respecting code 60. So I think that's what they've been able to argue. Now, that's traditionally a GPS derived judgment, so the fact that they've been able to argue their case says a lot, as Ben Green a bit wide out through Schwedenkreuz, still maybe with a full fuel load and tires coming up to temperature, not quite on the apex. Not the only, by the way, non-respect of code 60. You know, the importance of these procedures, it's hard for us to understate them given the nature of the racing on the track. There's been 2 non-respect code 60s that are going to come with both time penalties, but more significantly, Neil, points on the license, and that's for the 999. That is the Mulner Motorsports Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, so one of the Cup 3 entries for today's race, but also for the Gitti Tire Motorsports by WS Racing BMW M240i. So there's 2 drivers that have been found to be much more egregious than what KCMG was alleged to have even done.
Yeah, and it's impossible to overstate just how serious it is if you get enough points and you get your license to drive here, specifically here. It doesn't have any impact on the rest of the circuits anywhere else in the world, and vice versa. Whatever your experience anywhere else in the world has no relevance here. You have to come here, you have to get your license to be allowed to drive, and if you lose it through disrespecting the codes, which is why we're allowed to race in this format where the slow zones and code 60s and the safety vehicles on track, everyone has to trust that and abide by that. So yes, quite serious if you are flagged for that. It's not just a time penalty. And we can see that Lucas Auer is definitely keen to get going again.
Yeah, lights are flashing, and I think this is a good way for us to judge the speed of the BMW M3 Touring relative to one of our former race leaders. Now, yes, Neil Verhagen is getting himself up to speed and bedding himself back in. He's maybe not got as much recent running as Lucas Auer might have had, with maybe a bit more experience coming in from yesterday as well. However, I've repeated it many a time at this point, this is effectively just a BMW M3 GT3 car, BMW M4 GT3 car, I should say, with some extra body panels and stuff, of course, to give it that touring shape, but obviously to adjust the driving dynamics as well. And they've done a great job so far. It looks very stable as they worked up towards the Lauda links, running in front of the Row Racing BMW. Jordan Pepper has taken over here after the driver changes have completed. Also, Christopher Mies, he's jumped into the Haupt Racing number 67, and a couple more teams now making their way down to pit lane. It's Ravenol's Mercedes, Mauro Engel, followed in by the Gamotta Racing BMW, David Jahn, who had that sterling effort in qualifying to be 1,000th of a second off of our pole time.
And just to back up what you were saying about how serious that former joke the BMW M3 Touring car is, it's currently running in 6th. That's 6th, or it maybe just dropped to 7th, but it's running in the top 10 in this huge field of SP9 GT3 cars. So even if Verhagen, tomato is bedding in and warming up the tyres, he's doing a great job.
Excellent there. I haven't talked to Neil about, his involvement in the project, but I have talked to the other American in that lineup, Connor DiFilippi, and he said when I chatted with him at Sebring about his involvement, he was just kid in a candy store, the smile on his face. A lot of these drivers, they get to race these GT3 cars all around the world, and that's a great life, don't get me wrong, but it's a competitive life. There's a week in and week out grind that can sometimes wear you down. When you get to be a part of something like this where, maybe then they're not really fighting for, I think, the overall win. Pole, yes, but I think the win over 24 hours might be asking for a lot. There's no one really in their class they'll be necessarily fighting with. This is an opportunity to really enjoy 24 hours of this great track. And Neil, I have been dying to ask you. It's taken me 3 hours on air today before I've succumbed to the temptation. But talk to me about that experience of being on track with Sabine Schmidt in the passenger seat, talking you through this historic place.
Well, it's a bucket list thing. I was very lucky enough to do a show I used to host for the World Rally Championship, and we had scheduled to have a full afternoon to do several laps with me in the passenger seat and Sabine Schmitz driving me around, showing me how to do the Nordschleife, and then we would swap places, and I would get a couple of laps, one to bed in and then one to attack. And of course, the nature of TV, we got there and we had like an hour. So we had one lap with me in the passenger seat and then one lap with me in the driver's seat to get the feature completed. So planning meant that it was all very quick, and she was incredible. I mean, she was an incredibly talented driver, that's not, but she was more than anything was an incredible sort of guide and passenger, because I came upon a minibus, because this was a tour, you know, when it was open as a tourist track. So I went in as a, you know, just paid my whatever it was at the time, 25 euros. And I came upon a slow-moving minibus in front of me, and I could see in my rearview mirror that I had two motorbikes approaching very, very fast. Now, bear in mind, I was in a Safari rally spec Porsche 911 on rally tyres, so it was not suited at all for the Nordschleife, and I pretty much lost it, fishtailed for a while, nearly spun, somehow, I don't know how, managed to save it, and she was incredibly gracious and laughed in her distinctive laugh, I think at me as much as with me. But you know, I kind of partially blame her for losing it, because she was going power. She was gunning me. You know, she was egging me on to go faster. So I did, and you know, luckily we managed to get the feature done, and I managed to put some of it on my socials over the last week as a very good memory of an amazing person.
I think, like you say, the personality is what was the greatest loss of all. Such a great ambassador for this track as well, and sorely missed, but at least now will be remembered forever as the corner that brings you on to the Nordschleife as well. I think that is a pretty fitting tribute for someone who, you know, as a young kid, I distinctly remember watching Top Gear and watching her. I mean, the way she drove that transit around the track, it still is something that I will go back and watch occasionally. And like we said, great ambassador for this track. The slow zone at the end of the lap is cleared, so we've been able to move the stricken vehicles back into pit lane. Been looking at a couple of the different classes. SP4T, that was being led by the Hyundai Motorsport N group, the 303, they've got a considerable lead. The Cup 3 class, this is one of those classes eligible for the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Cup 3 is made up of the Porsche Cayman, the GT4 variants, they're non-turbos, although this may be the last couple of years that we see a Cayman in this sort of scenario, because there were some spy shots that I saw in the last week or so, Neil, where the next generation GT4 car that Porsche will release has been revealed into the world. It may have actually been testing here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's not going to be a 718 Cayman anymore with the changes Porsche is making to their road car lineup. Instead, we're going to get a 911 GT4. It's going to be very, very different.
Wow. Good news. Good knowledge. So one of my comfort zone would normally be running up and down the pit lane in a fire suit, and we don't have a huge amount of reportage from the pit lane, so forgive me, I'm going to sort of wear both hats at once. A little quote from Luca Engstler, who has handed over the Lamborghini Huracan number 84 car to Patrick Niederhauser, and has reported, I quote, "I think the pace isn't quite there compared to the Audi and the Mercedes, but I still feel very comfortable in the car. It's a good fight for the podium, and I think that's important. We're flat out from the first to the last lap, and yes, unfortunately, it's not enough for the very front, but we have to concentrate on ourselves, and then everything will be fine." So I wasn't going to try and do the accent, but that is a pit report from Luca Engstler, who's handed over the car to Patrick Niederhauser, the number 84, which is currently running in 10th. The Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini.
Well, and you know, I wonder if, Neil, he's selling the team may be a bit short, because he was staying right there with the Scherer Audi, and now with the Verstappen Mercedes having dropped out of contention, those are our two net leaders. Yes, we're still unsure as to pit stop timing, if it's going to come back towards some other team in about an hour's time when we're in that final pit stop window. But, you know, Mirko Bortolotti, what an amazing stint he put on to open the race up. And then, I mean, Luca himself was very, very competitive as well.
think he's being pragmatic more than anything. But yeah, it's very hard to judge, isn't it? But the people who can judge the best are the people who sit behind the wheel of the car, and they know. I mean, they know. There are micro tells every single sector around this track. Every few hundred meters, they can tell exactly where they're ahead and where they're behind their competitors. So. Yeah, they always have to be quite careful and diplomatic with how they report back and publicly, but yeah, I take your point, definitely.
Quick update on some other class leaders. I'll keep an eye on the VT2 production car classes. It's now a VW Golf that leads in the VT2 front-wheel drive category. I would assume we're still cycling through some pit stops there, with the former race leader being the Opel Corsa, of course, right on cue. The VT2 front leader is hit pit lane, and so that the Golf GTI will cycle through in V6, which is a production car-based class. This is the same car that they could drive onto the public roads during a tourist foreign day. It's about restricting the engine capacity and output. That's where a lot of these classes are made up of. Slightly older Porsche 911, slithering and sliding all over the place, but currently running 61st overall is the 415. They'll promote themselves up a spot in the overall running as a result of that VT2 class leader heading down to pit lane. VT2 rear-wheel drive, which is also one of the bigger production classes in terms of the number of cars that we have. It is Adrenaline Motorsports, the 500, that now leads, and they've got a pretty significant gap, about 40-ish seconds, I think, to those on the prowl, on the hunt, sweeping out of the carousel in the SB9 class. The Yokohama adorned GT3 reaches the top of Hoa Act. It's a white, black and red GT3 car that then wiggles as they begin the drop over the top. And now into where, again, this is where you really have your fun. Go back to what we were saying earlier with it almost being a rally stage. You've memorized where you need to be. It's easier said than done, though, Neil, to hit your marks with all the undulation coming at you and so many different nuances that you have to be aware of.
Yeah, and even over the years and recent times when sections of this circuit have been resurfaced and flattened a little bit, so there aren't as many massive bumps and jolts as there used to be. It's still it looks deceptively smooth when you're watching it, but it is incredibly dynamic. And you know, as you do that section, Wipperman, Eisbach, Brunken, Ice Curve, that section coming down is takes quite a lot to be fully committed.
I don't think this is the type of track that many drivers in the world, regardless of skill, could come to and be confident straight off the bat. It's one that you work up to, and you know, go back to Sabine Schmitz as the example. You know, you construct your map of this track over time. You do it section by section, and then you start to piece those sections together, and it's through the thousands and in some cases, tens and hundreds of thousands of laps that some of our drivers have done through their career that you build that ability to effectively drive with the blindfold on. You never want to do that, but I'd wager a lot of these drivers can sense their way around even this slightly unique version of the Nordschleife that we're running for this weekend, and that will be running next month for the ADAC Ravenel 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So excited for that. We'll have our RSL team, at least part of them, on site. Part of that commentary team will be remote as well to get you through 24 hours of uninterrupted coverage. And what a great effort from the TV people at the track as well as our RSL team back in London to keep us on the airwaves in sound and vision. That's just your reminder, by the way, that if you are wanting to try and follow along for a 24-hour race and follow all 24 hours, you don't have to watch them. You can listen to them as well, Neil. And that's why sometimes our commentary, it may seem a little bit like we're missing the action, but we're trying to keep you abreast of all the different battles happening out on track. And there's a lot of battles amongst the 120 cars that were on the entry list this morning.
I've regularly been a customer. I've regularly been a listener when I can't be in front of a screen, and it's a essential service that is being offered. So, and I shall be listening again in a month's time. So, kudos to the team for always being able to pull that together. And thank you very much for listening and watching wherever you are in the world. We love your company, and we are just fans like you are.
Absolutely. We're fans who are talking about racing right now because we're waiting for that race to come back to life in the last hour. The way the pit stop cycles work in the 24-hour qualifiers, it will be the same next month for the 24-hour race. But in all our classes, that in the SP9 class all the way down to the production car classes, for this weekend we have minimum pit stop times in effect. There's a whole fancy table that helps you walk through how that works. We're not going to get into those nitty-gritties. What I will say is 24h-Rennen, RENNEN.E. You can find your way over to that table if you're one of those people that likes to think about all the different strategy options that are available to you, because in these 4-hour races, there are a couple of different options. Also an update for the RSL faithful that follow along for the majority of the Nürburgring Landstraßen Series races. Usual contributor to the broadcast, but we shouldn't discredit him. Accomplished racing driver as well. Peter Kate, he has just jumped out of the 145 that he is sharing this weekend. So out of the comms booth and into the Cerny Motorsports BMW M4 GT4 Evo. Just gotten out of that car, so things are going quite well. 7th in class. And if you haven't read Racing Hell, a collection of stories, not all about the Nordschleife, but many of them are included in there. It's a great book from Peter. I've got it on my iPad. I've been slowly reading through those stories and just going through not just his stories, but some of the stories of this great track. Neil, you mentioned racing here for, you know, a century plus. There's so much history around all of these different corners, and for so many drivers, this is a bucket list opportunity to come and race around this track, and specifically in the 24 hours next month.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've just been treated to a very sizable section of this track on board with Ben Green leading this race. And after he cleared a bit of traffic, it was just, I was kind of mesmerized by the commitment that he had, because, you know, he's got a reasonable lead at the moment. Yes, this could switch up in the last hour of the race as pit stops start to play in again, but you know, it's just an absolutely mesmerizing to watch him, and the sound you can hear now is on board with Lucas Auer in the Mercedes-AMG GT3, the Windward Racing Team Verstappen racing car, which, just to remind you, if you've just joined us recently, is going strong, but has spent more than 20 minutes in the pit lane with a front splitter issue, and therefore is no longer in contention for a good result here. But of course, valuable seat time for Lucas and huge amounts of data to be gleaned in these glorious conditions at the Nordschleife for that team in advance of the 24 hours in a month's time.
And they have just made their way past one of our two HWA machines in the field. I believe that would have been the yellow, white and black. So that's the 62, I want to say. They are still on the leading lap. They are having a good run in the retro-inspired boxy cars. Once you see it, you'll know exactly which Mercedes they are harkening back to. Been a really strong race as well for, well, one of just a handful of TCR entries, but relatively trouble-free for the 830 Hyundai Motorsport N Group as they look to try and add yet another TCR class win to the many that they have accrued across the world, and indeed here at the track as well. Diving down in towards the foxhole. There was a report, by the way, a little bit ago that the Door McLaren, the number 69, they'd actually lost part of their underbody or had some loose body paneling that was flapping around down there. It's such a big compression, Neil, when you get to the bottom and climb up into Ardnau Forest, and got to be careful sometimes about where you place your car so you don't find yourself bottoming out too aggressively.
And I find myself saying, is it Glock? Because that number 69 Door McLaren has got a time penalty of 77 seconds, but also 2 penalty points. So we've seen quite a few disregarding of code 60, and the stewards are not messing about. So Glock getting 2 penalty points on his DMSB record.
But the speed wouldn't have been too high, fortunately, I would have assumed. Otherwise, it would have been more significant. The maximum penalty that they can hand down would be as severe, as stringent as pulling your license, which, as several competitors have found out, they will do before the 24-hour race and leave you with no recourse to compete. And Steve Brown, who's in that Black Falcon Fanatec 82 entry, I remember talking to him about that. He went through that same experience, and, you know, he said, he owned up to it at the end of the day, Neil. He said, you know, I made the mistake. There's no excuses. I went through at a speed that I shouldn't have. I didn't do the things I was meant to do. And then he had to go back and earn his place back on the grid. It's ultimately what you need around a track as long and as unique as this.
Yeah, it's very important that they
and just in fact,
obey the
another
rules.
confirmation is... Sorry, I was just about to say another confirmation of those 2 penalty points for Timo Glock has just come up on our timing screens, Neil.
Let's hope that's not another one. I think it's probably the same one that I mentioned. So, yeah, and it's crucial, you know, the level of trust involved in allowing a race like this to exist works both ways.
It's not the only driver, though. Let's not just flag Timo. It's also Alex Schneider, who in the VW Golf GTI, who's in one of our production car categories, the VT2 front-wheel drive class. He will also get 2 penalty points and a time penalty of 75 seconds. So these little things that you don't want to make the mistake when it gets to the big race, because you're not necessarily going to get a chance to make up too much ground. Modern endurance racing, with reliability being where it is for the most part, we very much need to keep out of trouble, stay on track, and minimize time in pit lane. VT2 rear-wheel drive, as the name implies, rear-wheel drive, turbocharged cars with relatively small displacement engines. This is a class in which you will see some of these teams at the end of the year fighting for the overall championship. Again, remember, the cars are scored in their own class, but then those points are totted up, and often the overall champion of the NLS is someone in a BMW, in one of these production-based cars, and at the front of the VT2 rear-wheel drive class is a BMW 330i. It's still Adrenaline Motorsports in that number 500. We've got a couple of laps over the rest of the field right now, and sometimes, Neil, this is what happens in these slower classes where the attrition can be maybe a bit higher of a factor. The gaps grow. It becomes on the driver to avoid mistakes, which when you're running by yourself with seemingly little to play for, it can be very, very easy to do.
Yeah, across all motorsports, there's a sweet spot where you need to keep your concentration levels up. You need to be pushing. You need to be close to 100% just for the car to function properly, let alone you to maintain competitive concentration. So it isn't easy when you're in that kind of no man's land sometimes.
Only 26 minutes away from the final hour getting underway here. It will signal the start of the final pit stop sequences as well, you would think, with some competitors doing relatively shorter runs. Just the 5 laps for a couple to open up the race, meaning they will owe us a slightly lengthier stop at the end. It is still Ben Green that leads by 27 seconds. Is now the gap back to Patrick Niederhauser, the Red Bull Team Apps Lamborghini. Trinity Solution, Nicky Team actually was the first to come into pit lane in the opening hour of the race, but that Aston Martin is third on the road right now. Let's see how that plays out. Jordan Pepper, he's into the Row Racing BMW, fourth on the road with the Ravenol Mercedes run by Winward Racing. Lucas Stoltz back into that car, so they've cycled through their drivers, and that completes the top 5 with Go Motor Racing's BMW 6th, Mantai's Grello car, Thomas Preining back in 7th, and then the BMW M3 Touring in 8th rounds out is at least the best of the non-SB9s in that top 10 with Schnitzel Lahm and HRT Ford Racing. The rest of that contingent. Still 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 in SB9. Going down to SB10, it's now the BMW M4 GT4 that leads there. AV Racing by Black Falcon, the 180, although maybe still waiting for final pit stops for some. Pro Sport Racing there, Mercedes is second, that's the 176, with another BMW sat in 3rd and 4th positions respectively. Hofor Racing 3rd, and then the 2nd of the AV Racing by Black Falcon BMWs, the 177. Is 4th with the Toyota Supra for Toyo Tires with Ring Racing. That started up towards the front of the class. 5th as it stands right now. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Neil Cole. Remember, if you've got any questions, feel free to shoot them in our direction as the checkered flag gets closer and closer. Neil, I think we have another update, by the way, from one of our teams down on the pit lane, talking about conditions and how their stint went out on track.
Yeah, car number 188, the BMW M4 GT4 Evo. Philip Biskecken said, it's very warm, but my stint went very well. The car ran perfectly. We're currently in 3rd or 4th place in our class, which is very competitive. There's still an hour and a half of racing left, but of course, we're hoping for a podium finish. There was apparently some contacts with Max Patel, and after that, we were driving without the rear hatch. It was quite loud as a result, but we didn't have any problems, and this car is running with the hatch back on now. So, great sort of live update, but you know, it's very warm. We've been treated to quite a few, you know, the best part of a lap, looking at Mikel Azcona, of course, the former WTCR champion in his Hyundai, who's, you know, he's driving his own race really in the Hyundai Motorsport N TCR car. Nice and clean, nice and fast.
It has warmed up nicely, that is for sure, given the somewhat cooler, was it 11 degrees Celsius that we started out with, which is relatively cool for when you jump back into the car itself. Then you ratchet up all the heat that the electronics and things can generate. That's one thing that the Lamborghini Temerario has been apparently designed with in mind. You don't need the AC to stay cool. Driver's got the door open on one of our Porsches, and I don't think that's because he's trying to stay cool. That is a car that has ground to a halt. The red, white, and
Landa?
Blue. Not sure if that was... I think you may be right.
Luckily, well off
Try and get an update
track
on that, Neil, but
yeah.
I think... Yeah. That was from, if that was Lander, and I think you are correct there, that's 3rd in that Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Cup 2 class, and will promote a handful now into a fight for that 3rd and final step on the podium. Still as Lucas Auer continues to get some laps in at the end of the day. That's all he's really doing. Where did they end up, Neil, after spending the 28 or so minutes in pit lane. How many laps did they end up losing before they were able to get back out?
That's a very good question, which I should probably know the answer to. I'll have a look. Please hold, caller.
I'm scrolling through my timing on my side as well, trying to find their name. It's a long way down the list, isn't it?
Well, they're 4 laps down, 3.5 laps down. So Auer is currently on,
that's
on their
28
15th lap.
or so.
And they're about 17 minutes down.
Again, what could have been, that definitely was a car that was contending. By the way, the Dacia Logan, I'm trying to judge the body language of the crew getting to work. They've just changed the left rear tire, but it is so great to see the Logan back out on track. We've often talked about these sort of historic cars at the 24 that increasingly sometimes seem out of place. What's happened on the Dottinger, by the way? This is with Lucas Auer at the wheel that we're grabbing a look at him tightening the seat belts at 280 odd kilometers an hour.
I wonder what he saw up ahead. That's normally a sign that you're bracing for a battle, or maybe he'd just felt I could do with a little tighten at this point. Making a pass.
Lucas Auer is going to slip past the Gamotta BMW. At the wheel right now is Moritz Krantz. Remember, this is a Pro-Am car, so we're expecting that it's not going to consistently have the speed to be at front as much as in the one-lap pace. We've seen that it's got the potential to match the pole time, but an easy path there for Lucas Auer. Maybe that's what he saw in front. Strap the belts in, focus on the move in front. Confirmed, by the way, Neil, good eyes. It was Lander in the 925 Porsche Cup car that was stopped on the GP lap. Another look, by the way, at a replay. This is how the gap actually closed up between Auer and Gamotta's BMW. On the entry into the Stefan Belloff S's. Very, very close moment with the Porsche.
Yeah, I felt like there might actually have been a bit of contact there. But yeah, Lucas Auer currently running in 59th overall.
So not fighting for position, but that BMW got just checked up on the drop out of Flansgaard, and you literally, if you have enough speed, leap onto the ground, turn the car right, and then there's a second right-hander where that BMW lost all its momentum. Auer very lucky. That could have been a bigger moment. Lucas Stoltz is about 5 seconds off the top 4 right now. The Aston Martin of Trinity Solutions is the car he's on the hunt with. He's right to that inside through Schwedenkreuz. That's right where you want to place that Mercedes. And meanwhile, in the pit lane for one of the Hyundais, that is the former SB40 leader. Damage on the right side and heavy damage as well. So that leaves just one of the Hyundai still out there. Excuse me, it was not the leading Hyundai. So that's still out there on track. It was a second place Hyundai, which is surely, just based on that, had either some contact with a car or some wall, and are going to get out the magic tape and hopefully strap that car back together and send it back out, Neil, to, again, get these drivers those final laps as we head into the final 75 minutes. We are inching closer and closer to next month's running of the 24.
Yeah, get it out there by any means necessary, really. And we're seeing a few more penalties coming in. In fact, the oldest car in the field was speeding in the pit lane, car number 275, the BMW 318 Ti. Has got a penalty of 60 seconds.
That's significant for a car that, at least right now, is leading in class. Where's the gap back. There's actually no other cars in SP3, so that's going to be a penalty with seemingly little consequence. SB40, just quickly on that, yes, it was the second place car that was involved, but that could be of consequence because there is a Subaru WRX, one of the cars that was involved in the starting fracas in Group 2. That could take advantage to grab a spot as a result. Great to see the Subarus out on track. It's in that SB4T, it's a Hyundai Elantra N1 RP, so it's not a traditional touring car Elantra like maybe you had thought about. While for the Subaru, it is just classed as a Subaru WRX, with I'm sure a whole host of modifications made onto it as well to convert it into a race-breathing machine. Through the Grand Prix lap, a little bit further down for one of our GT3 Audis in the field. The nice mix of manufacturers that we do have. Again, just a reminder, it's Audi from Lamborghini, from BMW, from Aston Martin, from Mercedes. That's your top 5 in terms of manufacturers. And really, I don't think we've seen the best of the Porsches today, Neil. That Manthey Grello car, it started off strong, but then really started to fall backwards.
Yeah, I'm keen to hear a report as to what's actually happened with Preining at the wheel. We still don't really know, but it has not been as competitive as we expected to see it this weekend. And it is, you know, technically the four running Porsche 911, and then the next one is the Mullner, which is currently in 14th. So yes, we need our spies to inform us what seems to be the problem with the Grello car.
That will be the benefit of our on-site coverage of the 24-hour race next month, when we'll have some of our team indeed back at the track. Last year it clashed with the Watkins Glen 6 hours, didn't it? So our RSL team was kind of split in 2 directions there. Not as split as we are this weekend, with World Endurance Championship action alongside of this, Creventic, IMSA. Lots coming for you on the archive if you want some racing to follow up on in the next week or so. Lights on for our drivers. The darkness maybe has slowly settled back over the track, and that is really just in terms of the cloud cover right now. Still as Ben Green continues to run at the front of the field, but the gap has been going back and forth to Patrick Niederhauser in the Red Bull Team Apt Lamborghini Huracan. It's now 21 seconds. Last time by, Ben Green gave up almost 6 seconds, so must have lost out with a slow zone or traffic. This time by has found a couple more seconds, but based on the speed here, I would not be shocked, Neil, if we see another driver change and potentially Christopher Haase back into the Scherer Audi to close out the race.
Yeah, I think you're right. That would absolutely make sense. And just if you've wondered, we haven't really given a full update what happened to the Lamborghini Huracan number 7. Patricia Stalizzani, the Latvian-German driver, she said, we tried to push for 1 lap and ended up with a puncture. I had to retire the car. We tried a risky strategy and it didn't work. The car is running perfectly, but I don't think it's worth it for us to go out again now. So puncture for the number 7 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2, with Patricia Stalizzani at the wheel, is retired from the race.
And might this be the last year in which the Lamborghini Huracan is the main focus of the Lamborghini brand? The Temerario has debuted already with FAF Motorsport racing it out in IMSA competition. We'll have some more of them racing in Europe, and indeed increasingly you would assume customer cars to come in the years to come. But could we see a Lamborghini Temerario, the first fully in-house GT3 car built by the team at Lamborghini, with lots of nuances that they have focused on. And if you want to hear a bit about that, Peter Mackay did a great piece with Andrea Caldarelli at Sebring. They walked around the car together. Unfortunately, there's no cameras, it's just the audio, but Peter was smiling like a kid in the candy store. I think Andrea probably was as well. Didn't share all the secrets. There were some questions that I know Peter wanted answers to that he didn't get answers to, but nevertheless, you can learn a lot more about what will hopefully be a successful car, as successful as the outgoing Lamborghini Huracan will be. Into pit lane, 1 hour and 10 minutes to go. I'm not 100% sure if you will need to save some fuel to get to the end from here, but it is a pit stop for the team that came in first, Trinity Solutions Aston Martin. Nicky Team did the first couple of stints. Christian Krogness has done a decent job so far, and I would assume if they're coming in now, Neil, they are confident in getting to the end without coming back down to pit lane.
Yeah, we're getting to that point now, aren't we? But it looks like Krogness stayed in the car. So if they are going to the end, that means that Nicky Team will take no further part in this race.
Just two drivers for them, so as opposed to the Scherer Audi, which we are maybe speculating if they will do another driver change in a handful of moments' time. I guess you divided up pretty evenly there. Pretty similar sort of story for Preining and Campbell in the Grello 911, albeit it would seem changing drivers in every pit stop cycle. A little bit easier potentially just to go through the motions and get some extra driver change practice in, as much as those two have done driver changes in a Porsche GT3 car plenty. Down in towards the foxhole for the Mercedes-AMG Team Ravenol, the white and orange. But an issue now for the 830. You can hear the right front dragging on the ground, the only of our TCR entries. And unfortunately, it is going to be a painful half a lap, because only at the Mut Curve right now is this car. And so for Mikel Azcona, this is going to be a very important job that he doesn't go too fast, Neil, and accrue some more damage on the machine.
Yeah, real shame for Mikel Azcona, the Hyundai factory driver. But he just has the job of staying out of everyone's way and getting that safely back to pit lane. But despite the fact that he'd managed to get that car up to 28th overall, despite a couple of problems earlier in the race, but that we yet to see if that's terminal. But was dragging it back around the rest of the track to get it safely either to an exit road if they're going to retire, or back to pit lane, but just staying out of everybody else's way, because they, as you say, that car and Mikel Azcona on a race of their own, really.
The thing is, Neil, the report that we've just been sent is this happened all the way at Schwedenkreuz. So that is, I mean, he has already dragged the car through, I make a guess, at close to 10 kilometers, maybe a little less than that. And Schwedenkreuz is one of the fastest points of the track as well, depending on which car you are in. So to have gone in with the right sides there, probably a similar sort of incident to what happened to Laurent Vantor last year in top qualifying for the 24 itself, where, I mean, God, absolutely hellacious. They didn't look like an Audi, rather a race car, what was left of the Porsche, with now, of course, Scherer switching from Porsche to Audi entirely for 2026. You can't really tell if you're ever watching, I think, these onboard cameras, but for anyone who's ever been strapped into a race car, once you get the Hans and the seatbelt on as well, it's a very claustrophobic experience, and you don't really have great ability to turn your head and look into the mirrors. And so this must be a very difficult prospect for a driver. You're also relying on your team, who will be telling you on the radio where cars are behind you, Neil, and what you need to be aware of.
Yeah, I think we're seeing now what actually happened to cause Mikel's issue. Oh, he hits the barrier. looked like he was trying to make a pass of some traffic, and he went onto the grass. Yeah, that was a mistake.
And he's dragged bits of gravel back on from Arenberg, but I mean, it just looked like understeer. He was winding on the steering lock, trying desperately, but that Armco will have taken a hit, and I would assume that some track services teams are heading in that direction for potentially some work into pit lane in one of our Porsches. Meanwhile, as a bit of a blend between GT4 production cars and the Dacia Logan, which is back out on track. We talked about the BMW 318, one of the oldest cars in the field, but this is up there as well. The second coming of everyone's fan favorite, the Dacia Logan. Bright blue, we saw it in pit lane a couple of laps ago. Highlight of green on the wing mirrors as well, and a stripe that goes diagonally over the top of the car. But if you're curious as to the specs of that machine, it puts out about 280 brake horsepower. It's about 80 extra from the version that unfortunately crashed out of the 24 a handful of years ago. The other old car that many fans, of course, will have fond memories of is the Foxtail, the Opel Manta, but at least for now, that is going to be restricted to the more classic racing, which, you know, there has been plenty of on-track activity this weekend, Neil. Not just our 4-hour NLS races, but plenty of other things as well.
There's something to watch throughout the field, and I'm sure many of these cars and teams have their own fan bases following intensely, but that car is extraordinary. It's a sort of sublime and a ridiculous situation when you watch the leaders in the SP9 GT3 field passing it by. It's just a beautiful moment.
Gap at the front's coming down. Patrick Niederhauser, slightly compromised line, I thought, there down into turn one, but he's the racing driver, I'm the one in the booth, and he's made it work. And now just 15 seconds in arrears to Ben Green. If we are closing on that final pit stop, 3 and a bit minutes left to go till the top of the hour, and remember, with already at least one, we think, having trundled down the pit lane for the final time today. What more excitement do we have in the SB9 class as the pit stop times equalize out and the race comes back together? The former leader in SP2T, the Opel Corsa GS Line 130. The slight differences between what you and I, Neil, got to see at Daytona with the air jacks and the dance of the IMSA WeatherTech sports car pit crews versus a much more grassroots campaign. Meanwhile, the Pro Sport Mercedes-AMG TT4 off the track, and I think that's down at the Dunlop hairpin.
Yeah, that's looks fully embedded in the gravel there, so I can't see that going anywhere under its own steam for now. With just over an hour left to go, that's a real shame. While we're watching the body language and actual language taking place in the driver change in the pit lane, and it looks like the TCR, the Ascona
up as well, not a good sign.
The Hyundai has made it back to the pit lane, so kudos to Mikel Ascona after hitting the guardrail at Schwedenkreuz and hitting the gravel at Arenberg. Ascona has nursed that car back to the pit lane, so let's see if they can fix it up and send it out again for a few more laps.
It took 13 minutes and 25 seconds, if you're curious, instead of the 8 minutes and 50 that it would normally take to run around the circuit. Good effort there. We'll see if it does head back out onto track at any point. There was one more car in TCR, but they're quite a ways down, so we'll see if there is going to be an advantage. And when I say quite a ways down, it's 3 laps the difference between the Hyundai that now sits in pit lane and the VW Golf. This is a Mark 7 Golf GTI with the DSG in it. No team name associated with the entry, but at the wheel currently, as they run in 75th position overall is Marco Knapmeyer. He's sharing the car with Dirk Groniek. But again, remember, we'll see a lot of these TCR cars, a global formula, a global BOP as well. It's great that we've got one of these slightly older entries eligible to run alongside of the latest TCR car that Hyundai will offer as well.
Yeah, depending if the Athgona Hyundai comes out of the pits, we might actually have a battle on our hands between those two, depending on how many laps the car number 8830 stays in the pits.
Relatively lengthy. You heard the noises coming from that car as he limped it back to the pit lane. That is never a promising sign, is it, for that sort of noise to emanate from any car, let alone a race car. Yeah, I don't believe that there is a Mark 8 Golf available. I've seen some renders of it, but I don't think I've actually ever seen the built car. I do enjoy a VW Golf Mark 8, I must say, although mine now sits in a wrecker's yard somewhere in Virginia. Less said about that, the better. 15 seconds, though, at the front. It continues to shrink. Patrick Niederhauser was 3 seconds quicker than Ben Green last time around. If we're expecting driver changes on both sides, Neil, the first hour of this race was electric. We're into the last hour of the race. We had a bit of a stale, if you will, middle 2 hours where things settled down and everyone just ran to their own rhythm. Hopefully things starting to come closer as we hopefully will see some pit stops sooner rather than later at the front of the field as well.
Yes, we've got to hope for that, because the front five have got quite a hefty series of gaps. But you're right to point out that Niederhauser has made up quite a lot of time on the leader, Green. Less than 15 seconds now is the gap to the leader. So this is where the strategy will sort of start to come together, and the different staggered pit stops will come into play, and we should hopefully get a nice race to the checkered flag in the next hour.
Quick update for the Jimmy Broadbent, Steve Brown, Misha Schauder and fans listening in. Well, remember how I was saying at one point they were leading in the combined 82 and Porsche Cup class? No longer, however. It's still some time to go in this race. They lead in 82, of course. They're second on the road when you factor in the Cup 2 car, so quite remarkable. For those that don't know the story of Jimmy Broadbent, go back about a decade or so, and you know he was going through a really difficult time in his life, struggling with his mental health. He moved into a shed, quite literally, with space for a bed and a sim racing rig. And from there, he's now here, racing in a Porsche Cup car and hoping that next month will be the year that after 2 consecutive second-place finishes in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, that he and his team will finally be able to taste success in the 24-hour race from a shed to victory lane. What a story that would be, and that's exactly why Bilstein, Black Falcon, their program had come together in the last couple of years to build them up. Last year running a GT4 car, albeit not in the regular SP10 category. Stepping up in speed once again, and Jimmy behind the wheel right now. Likely to see Steve Brown jump in at the very end of proceedings to close out the race. Steve, of course, unfortunately has not finished second in the 24-hour race. He might not like that I mentioned it, but did lose his license that one year, so he's hoping to just try and win alongside of the team. 15 seconds, still that gap up front. It's another 15 seconds back to Jordan Pepper in the Row Racing BMW. They've been a bit quiet on occasion, but you can never count out a team as experienced as them. The Ravenol Mercedes, only a couple of seconds behind in that fight for third on the podium as well. There's a lot still to play for Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Neil Cole here on RS1 if you're listening in, and live on a whole variety of video streams with so much excitement building up to next month's race. Neil, this is your first experience of the NLS in the Radio Show Limited booth. What are you taking from this weekend so far that maybe you've not taken from it as a spectator, as a fan in the past?
The quickest answer to that would be brain explode emoji. There's a lot going on, and I have to keep reminding myself that I'm not just a fan watching and listening at home, that I occasionally have to speak. So that's my experience, is trying to keep across all the different classes, all the different drivers, and trying to work out, which normally, I'm relying on the commentator to explain to me. I've got to do that a bit. So I'm doing my best, but I'm loving it. And, being in your capable hands today, Arjuna, and being alongside John Hindhaugh for a very difficult session yesterday. It's been a great experience so far. And we've got 55 minutes until the checkered flag, and let's hope we get some action picking up towards the end of this race.
I've got a quote from Max Verstappen, allegedly, I should say. I'm just checking social media here. But according to the tweet that I saw from Vincent Bruins, who's a very trusted source, to be fair, so I feel in good light sharing this. But Max said, I suddenly felt a lot of vibrations. The splitter started rattling loudly, so then I knew it had broken off. So sounds like what had happened is maybe the splitter fell off and then maybe comes back up into the path of the car, and maybe that was the scratches on the front vinyl that we had noted. Very strange. To continue quoting, I didn't touch anyone, so I don't know what happened. We need to see exactly where it went wrong. My gut assumption here, and I'm not going to try and say this as a fact by any mean, Neil, but based on what he said there, it just sounds as though, you push the limit of the track many times here, which we did see Max doing. You catch that splitter maybe on one of these curbs a few too many times, things come unsettled, and then you just get a vibration or some sort of, what's the right word, frequency through the chassis that does the damage that ultimately we saw on the car.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff, isn't it? And the difference of driving a noisy, powerful, heavy GT3 car relative to, Max's usual ride, to be in tune to those kind of vibration frequencies. He'll be someone who's hyper aware of every difference in stability and noise going on in a car. So yes, that's going to unsettle you, and you realize you do have to bring it back to the pit lane. We also have a nice quote from Martin Tomczyk, the motorsport director at Abt Motorsport, about our car that's currently running in second position with Niederhauser at the wheel. Martin Tomczyk says, we're driving a super clean race. Mirko certainly laid the foundation with his start, overtaking 6 cars. Then we were lucky to get through traffic. And now you can see that the lap times are quite far apart. However, it must also be said that this hasn't been adjusted for pit stops yet. So basically, Martin's doing our job for us. He says, in other words, the Mercedes behind us is virtually ahead of us. The Audi has a considerable lead. Now we'll see it's pretty even between Audi and Mercedes in terms of pace. Now we'll just finish the race and see where we end up. So thanks to Martin Tomczyk for giving us that quote and a guide to what to expect over the next 52 minutes.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because I made the unfortunate mistake of refreshing my timing screen and losing those stint lengths from the first hour and 2 of the race. So I can't go and do the math with the table, tell you how long we expect their pit stop time to be and where the gap should cycle out. So really do appreciate our team who are providing us all this info as we go. 50 minutes left, though, on the clock. The BMW M3 Touring, it's out there on track still, 7th on the road, although that is partly because we've got some drivers down on pit lane. The Row Racing BMW, Jordan Pepper, is out, and Kelvin van der Linde is going to jump in there. Looks like a couple of other driver changes too, although the Haupt Racing Ford may not be a driver change for the 64. Never mind, Arjun Mainy's back in there. Now that he's crossed the pit exit, timing's updated. One driver who I believe will not be doing a driver change is Chris Lullum, who some Max Verstappen fans will recognize the name. Lallem racing under Verstappen's sim racing team and won the NLS 9 race last year alongside of Max Verstappen in his first outing onto the Nordschleife. He's in the second of a double stint right now, back out on track. And Pro Sport, who pitted from inside of the podium spots in the first pit stop phase of the race, well, unfortunately, they've had an issue with their fuel breather. So every time on their pit stops, they're losing about 20 seconds, and that's really costing them time. Meanwhile, down at Bergwerk, a little bit of an issue navigating through traffic, and now the Porsche 718 Cayman, Marcel Zimmermann, the 977 in Cup 3, pointed in the wrong direction at a very, very high-speed corner.
Yeah, that's a scary place to be stopped, and certainly it's almost perpendicular to the track. So the marshals and the safety team doing their work, and of course this is where the your licensing, your training of how to cope with all the different slow zones, code 60s, and whatever you need to do to obey the rules of the Nordschleife, that's when it comes into full effect, because the race continues while that car is extricated from the track.
I believe that might have been cleared up relatively quickly. I've lost my dancing ants, unfortunately, so I don't have the slow zones visualized in front of me, but climbing up in towards the Mut Curve. It's a long climb as well. In some cars, you'll just stay in 5th gear here, and you won't even get up into 6th gear. You just wait, you wait, you wait. Light breathe off the throttle as you tip the car in. And when I say tip, we saw a car in top qualifying caught out by rain. If there is moisture at that part of the track, it is really difficult to judge. And it was Picariello in one of the Porsches, in fact, that found himself sliding off right side into the wall and took no further part in that session. The 8:30, I've just seen on the timing a note about it. So that's a promising sign that they are in the pit lane. So I wonder if they've been able to get the damage on that TCR car fixed up relatively quickly. We'll get some more news shortly as Thomas Preining closes on the back of the Gamotta Racing BMW. This is all as the menacing sight of the black and white BMW M3 Touring lurks over the shoulder. And some more traffic as they pick their way through. This is where all that experience comes into play.
We've got a note that the car number 175,
Dulcet tones.
Lallem de Oliveira Couch Spa Mercedes AMG GT4, parked in the gravel bed at the exit of the Goodyear hairpin bend. And that we saw that a little bit earlier. So here's a direct report from Michele Ascona. I had a puncture in a very fast section. I was going at about 250 kilometers an hour. I turned in, the tire exploded, and I was just a passenger. Even though I hit the barrier, I managed to bring the car back to the pits. It wasn't easy as I was driving on the rim, so it was actually a blowout that caused Michele Ascona to hit that barrier in dramatic style that we saw. But he was able to nurse it back to the pits on the rim. And it looks like it has gone out again after a driver change. But yeah, good work there by Ascona in his second stint to get around that blowout.
So that would have been the noise that we were hearing, and how, again, like I said, one of the fastest points on the track. It's the last place you want to have a tire issue. Meanwhile, the Patrick Niederhauser-driven Lamborghini Huracan for the Red Bull team apt. Number 84 is in pit lane. Looks like Patrick staying behind the wheel, though no urgency to get him out. Wait to see if we'll see any more dive down to pit lane. Scherer's there too. So from the race lead, both of the front two with 47 minutes left on the clock have descended for their final pit stop of the race. It's a battle brewing up into Tiergarten here. Looks like Grello's got the momentum back on its side as they slip up into the brake zone. pit entry off on the right-hand side. We saw Max Verstappen pass some slower traffic there. Grello stays out, so does the Gamotta BMW, but the BMW M3 Touring descends the pit lane where Neil Verhagen will get out and Connor De Filippi will get in. If Patrick Niederhauser's staying, though, in the Lamborghini for the Red Bull team apps, as you can see the wheels getting replaced there and a brand new set of slick tires, Michelin slick tires onto the Lamborghini. Question is, Ben Green, will there be a driver change for Scherer in the Audi, Neil?
Well, let's look out for it. No, that battle between Preining and Krantz was really hotting up. It was down to a quarter of a second, the gap, and it's getting closer and closer. The Grello is really mounting an attack here.
Maybe cooler conditions suiting it a bit better. Lunges around the long way down at the Dunlop hairpin, but as he straightens that car up, he gets the power down, he'll pull alongside as they rise through the Schumacher S, and Thomas Preining grabs what was fourth, but I think technically actually now is second on the road, but net fourth, of course. BMW fights back to the inside, still on the Grand Prix loop, but it's going to clatter the inside curb. Thomas Preining takes some liberties with the outside curbing there, and then onto the back stretch on the Grand Prix loop. Power down, and Grello, bit between its teeth, extends the margin slightly. Confirmation, though, by the way, now that Scherer have left the pit lane. Neil, no driver change. Ben Green will stay in as a little bit of a... we can see a little bit, I should say, of the battle scars on the front end of the BMW M3 Touring. Just all that debris being flung up into the front.
So, yeah, we're not seeing... Christopher Haase getting back in that car. Interesting that Ben Green stays out for the final stint to bring this car home.
There was a message from race control. We will change to replacement penalties with all new penalties. I'll get you confirmation on exactly what that means at some point. Future NLS winner right there. BMW, I hope this program has legs beyond the month of May, and we will see the M3 Touring continue potentially for a couple more NLS rounds here and there. Crucially, though, we talked about minimum pit stop times. One team has fallen foul of that. It's the Ravenol Mercedes, powered by Windward Racing. Lucas Stoltz and Mauro Engel have shared the vast majority of the driving duties so far, but they will get a 32-second penalty. And it's not the only one that I would expect. They're all going to be running this as close as they dare to whatever their limit is, Neil.
Yeah, just a minor calculation error, I would imagine there, and that's costly on the timing screens, but not sure how much of a difference that will make position-wise. Meanwhile, the Grello is stretching its legs a little bit ahead of the BMW after this overtake. What a great move it was.
Not the traditional place, is it, Neil, to go around the outside down at the Dunlop hairpin? It's the confidence to get alongside and the respect on both sides as well. That's what makes this NLS racing so great. You know that you get these opportunities without traffic to go wheel to wheel, and then once you're stuck in the traffic, especially on the Nordschleife, it becomes a lot more single file. Steve Brown has jumped into the Black Falcon Team Fanatec machine in the AT2 leading Cup machine, but of course remember, second on the road in the Cup 2 class. Their goal is to win one of those races on the road. It is as simple as that. They may be running different suspension, running some slightly different alternative fuel, but everything else on that car is a Porsche Cup machine through and through. It's a slow zone that Grello has just entered. It neutralizes this fight very momentarily. Now this is all the way, I believe, at Wurstpfeifen. So just before you begin the run-up out of Bergwerk and climb towards the Muttkurve. See if we can spot any of the vehicles who are being recovered. Down through Wurstpfeifen, slowest part of the track. Must feel even slower, Neil, when you're under the slow zones and yellow flags.
Yeah, I guess it's a chance to actually take a breath, because that already is a slow part of the track, but you're fully concentrated because it's tricky. But then we couldn't actually see what it was that was causing the slow zone, so maybe they just finished clearing it as we came to it. So hopefully that'll be clear by the time we come round again in just over 8 minutes.
8 minutes for the fastest drivers. Of course, for some of those production machinery, it's a little bit of a longer lap. I'm just trying to look, what's the slowest, fastest lap that we have right now? That might be for one of our BMW 325s. There's a close moment there for Grello, just around the outside of a GT4 car on the climb up towards the Mut Curve. One more that he'll pop to the left of and make that move nice and easily. But 11:55 is the slowest, fastest lap that I see on the timing screens. So about a 4-minute delta between the fastest and slowest cars that we have on track. Can't really compare the lap times to previous races for anyone who's looking at maybe NLS2 and NLS9 results to see how fast Max was. Because again, remember, we're using a slightly different version of this track. We have the longer run through the Grand Prix loop, and that means 25 plus kilometers is what we have. Confirmed, by the way, there is now a code 60 down at Worsifen, so Grello probably got through at the optimal time. It didn't cost them too much momentum. Speaking of momentum, behind Gamotta Racing, another one of the SB9 contingent hot on their heels. I believe that might be the Schnitzellahm Mercedes, the very yellow and black asymmetric machine as they dodge their way through traffic.
Yeah, with Hartling at the wheel. So really sort of trying to navigate and negotiate their way, not just through traffic, but also around slow zones, which means that the Grello car has had a chance to pull ahead, and it leaves the Rover Racing car at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Now that we've got some stabilized sectors from those that have come down pit lane, it's about 11 seconds between Ben Green and Patrick Niederhauser. I feel like that could be a gap that continues to close, but we're into the final 40 minutes. Quick rundown of how things stand. Yes, knowing we've got some pit stops to come, but Sheriff Sport led going into the pit stop window in their Audi, just in front of the Red Bull Team Apps Lamborghini. Then Winward Racing, the sole surviving car on the lead lap for them, the Ravenol Mercedes, although they have given themselves a penalty for a too short final pit stop time. One of the things that they are all working through on process before next month's 24-hour race. In fourth, Gamotta Racing, that BMW defending from the Schnitzellahm Racing Mercedes now, but at the line it was just in front of the Manthey Racing Porsche with Thomas Preining given the keys right now. And then the BMW M3 Touring, that's in seventh. That's an SPX, yes, but running as fast as our SB9 class. The Ravenol Mercedes is into pit lane. Let's quickly talk to you about Cup 2 in the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, where it is still that Renhofer and Nagelsdijk entry. No team name associated with it, but it leads in class. Second in Cup 2 is Muller Motorsports, but in front of them on the road is the 82 Porsche Cup car entry, Black Falcon Team Fanatec. We'll see if any changes there in the final hour of the race. In Cup 3, it's Smiralus Racing that leads in those Porsche 718 Caymans, the GT4 entries, while in the separate SB10 class with the GT4s themselves, Toyo Times with Ring Racing currently lead in front of Hofer Racing and the two AV Racing by Black Falcons. A couple more trips down pit lane, but that really was about, I believe, Lucas Stoltz serving the penalty. And I think they may also end up here putting on some tires. They'll do a driver change as well, and then send out. I'm trying to judge by the helmet, Neil, who's going to get into that car, but it's maybe Maro Engel. I would posit to you, though, based on the fact that he hasn't driven today, that it might be Fabian Schiller who gets in instead.
Let's see how the timing screen updates us with that. Just a nice quote from the pit lane from Lena Strycek in the 380 Opel Corsa GS Line 130. I received a last-minute call this week asking if I wanted to participate this weekend. I mean, we all dream of getting a call like that, right? After a break of over 4 years, I had to quickly update my permit this week, and now I feel right at home again. Our Bitter Corsa is actually an Opel Corsa that has been customized by the company Bitter. So a last-minute call-up after a hiatus for Lena, and she's been driving in the Opel Corsa GS Line 130.
Those are the stories as well, that in a field of 120, that, you know, there's so many that will slip through the cracks. I often feel like, even when I'm down on pit lane in our work with IMSA Radio, that, you know, 50-something cars, it's hard enough to get all the stories there. Again, imagine 150. That's what we're expecting for a capacity entry list to the Ravenel ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Slightly reduced in peak capacity from a few years ago. At one point, car lists, entry lists upwards of 200, but a little bit smaller now. The entirety of the front five in pit lane based on timing. Grello's off and away, followed then by that Ravenel Mercedes. The Schnitzel Lahm and Gamotta Mercedes and BMWs respectively are off and away too. It was Fabian Schiller that got into the Ravenel Mercedes. Gamotta looks like Kranz is still there. Manthey no change. Thomas Preining stays behind the wheel. Now we'll wait to see. Build themselves back up. 35 minutes to go. They're all within sight of one another. It's a sprint to the checkered flag.
And you were right, it was Schiller who got in for this last stint. And once this all shakes down, it's sort of technically race leader, but we will have to wait and see as they pass all the timing beams.
Getting into the Schubert BMW, the number 77. Another driver change there. It's Hugo de Wilde who gets in, takes over from Charles Wertz. It's a pretty quick lineup, although have maybe not seen the most of the BMWs this race. Rowe Racing have been up there, Gamotta Racing there, yes, as well, but that's one that pace. I don't know if we've seen them show the kind of speed that will break them clear in a 24-hour race. In pit lane as well is the number 62 HWA Evos. They have done a great job of ticking off the laps as they continue to build up experience heading into next month's race, where they'll have two of those beautiful HWA Mercedes-inspired race cars out on track. Also driver change for the Gamotta BMW as well. Now just waiting for that driver ID to officially go through. It's now Ansel Zigo who takes over, and so we'll see how his pace develops. Remember, Pro-Am, we were expecting at some point that car to maybe be a little less consistent, and maybe that's why you put the less experienced driver, the less consistent driver in, Neil, for just the final 33 minutes.
Yeah, it sounds counterintuitive, doesn't it? But that makes a lot of sense, because fundamentally they don't need to build up a lead or build up consistency during the bulk of the race. They just need to bring it home. So that's a good call by the team there.
In the BMW M3 Touring, it does look as though it's still Neil Verhagen, so it doesn't look as though Connor De Filippi is going to get any running in that today. I wonder if there was a story with that potentially, but Jens Klingman, Neil Verhagen and Connor De Filippi were the three drivers on that entry list. We'll get a good comparison here of M3 Touring versus M4 GT3. Very similar underpinnings, yes, but at least from the outside, looking like two very and wildly different cars. The yellow, white and black HWA is now finished up with its pit stoppers. What a run. Great run there from Kelvin van der Linde. Almost too much speed in towards Schradenkreuz. Had to get down to the inside and makes his move nice and easily. down towards the foxhole, still chasing down the M3 Touring is Kelvin van der Linde. Remember, the Row Racing BMW at one point scored us up as high as third, but now we're trying to get a sense, Neil, for how those minimum pit stop times that we've been talking about have equalized out. And so the Row Racing car at one point was way up the road from that BMW M3 Touring, but now things have equalized out. That M3 Touring slides back in front with track position.
And it's great to see such an effort from Kelvin van der Linde. Of course, spends a lot of time with the BMW M team WRT. Driven with Valentino Rossi, and it's fascinating, isn't it, that the eyeballs of the world come to GT racing with the influx of the enthusiastic drivers who choose to come into this sport because it's such an amazing motorsport class. So Rossi and now Max Verstappen bringing so many people, and then they lean on the skills of drivers like Kelvin van der Linde to help them, guide them, and fine-tune their existing incredible talent and instincts to this very specific form of motorsport.
Another confirmation there from race control, by the way, that they are in the process of changing any penalties which have not been served into time penalties added post-race. Kelvin van der Linde got very, very uncomfortably close to the Gamotta Racing BMW, and in turn then almost squeezed another car behind him. The lights flash in a response, but we survived. That's all that matters. 30 minutes left to go. Van der Linde doesn't have the patience to wait much more. He slides past that car as though it's almost standing still. And now as they head up towards the Caracciolo Carousel, some more traffic to navigate through, but they'll drop in safely. When you get this right, it hooks in like a dream, like you're on rails and you're spat out on the other side when you put your foot on the floor, and the power runs you up the hill towards the highest point of the track. But that was aggression. Kelvin van der Linde getting the elbows out and forcing a competitor out onto the grass. Some great aerial coverage from our team at the Nürburgring TV compound. The same great team, by the way, that also helped do some of the digital Nürburgring TV productions. That was nice being able to say hi to some familiar faces. Some clean air up front, though, for Scherer Sport, excuse me, in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo. Scherer, a team that have crossed over into the virtual world to great effect, and Raphael Renhofer, in fact, that leader in Cup 2, he's run with this team in the esports world on many a time. But Ben Green, it's a 8:16.285. It's a much more competitive lap time than anything we saw from him in that previous stint of the race. Maybe managing the situation, trying to save a bit of fuel. Get back to Patrick Niederhauser, 17 seconds. He's pulled out 3 extra seconds on that last lap, Neil.
Yeah, Ben Green, it seems to have switched it back on again, and he's extended that lead. And is this just going to be the run down to the checkered flag now? Because those two other leading cars, not a huge amount of opportunity for anyone to catch them from behind. Maybe Neil Verhagen has a chance. But
just waiting for our timing to cycle through, and we'll get some good gaps on the rest of the field as well, Neil.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Fundamentally, though, the race leader, that Audi R8 LMS has been dominant and clean throughout. And with penalties for the number 80 car helping to push that back a little bit further, we wait to see how this settles down into the last 20 minutes of this race. to the checkered flag to settle our top three.
We've got some yellow flags at Metzgveld, so that's on the run up towards Kallenhard, just after Adnau Forst. Your race leader is descending into the Hudson back as the BMW M3 Touring has just been passed by the Royal Racing BMW M4 GT3 Evo with Kelvin van der Linde. As we mentioned, getting those elbows out. There is no patience on his side. The black and red BMW that's dropped back, that is Hugo de Wilde in the Schubert Motorsports number 77. Back and forth through the traffic. There's a Cayman that they're trying to navigate their way through, and van der Linde spots his opportunity on the run up towards the Ford curve to make that move. Slowly but surely pick your way through. Let's give you a quick rundown now that we do know how that top 10 sits in this SB9 class. It is Scherer Sport and Ben Green, then Red Bull Team Abt and Patrick Niederhauser. It's 17.2 seconds the gap between them, but they've got a big gap back to Thomas Preining for Manthey Racing, 64 seconds off the leader. Fabian Schiller, the Ravenel Mercedes team, they would have been in that third spot pretty comfortably without their pit penalty. They're down in fourth, with the Schnitzel Racing Mercedes then behind them. Royal Racing's BMW just in front of the BMW M3 Touring. The turbo noise you can hear right now. And then a lot more of this engine noise behind as well. Schubert's BMW, Gomotta's BMW, and Christian Krognes in the Aston Martin Vantage. That was the car, of course, that pitted first in this race, and therefore made its last pit stop first as well. Edge of the top 10 for them. Quick update on the rest of the classes. Cup 2, it's still that Renhofer-driven entry with no team name that leads in the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. They're about 2 minutes in front of Black Falcon Team Fanatec, who are second on the road of the Porsche Cup cars, but second in Cup 2 is Molnar Motorsports, third in Cup 2 is Kramer Racing. They're just in front of Smiralis Racing, your leaders in Cup 3, while if you go down to SP10, now Hofer Racing, been bouncing around those podium spots. They jumped up to the lead in class in their BMW M4 GT4 Evo, just in front of the Toyo Tires with Ring Racing team, although Hofer Racing have just made their way down to pit lane for what will be the final time today, with 24 minutes on the clock left. In VT2 front-wheel drive, it's an Audi S3 that leads the way there, the number 480, while in the VT2 rear-wheel drive, it's the BMW 330 of Adrenaline Motorsports, that number 500, that still continues to lead. That's an update of the majority of the important classes in terms of ones with multiple cars. Update on TCR, Neil. I did note that that VW Golf, the GTI, it has cycled forward to the lead of the class because unfortunately the Hyundai Motorsports 830 is still sat in pit lane.
Yeah, a shame for the Ascona Hyundai, but pretty much inevitable really that the damage done driving pretty much 2/3 of this Nordschleife on the rim would be doing damage to the car, and it is being pushed back out onto the apron, so it looks like they're going to try and do some more laps in it, but yes, it is no longer in contention for a class win.
No longer in contention either is Lucas Auer, Max Verstappen, after losing 28 minutes in pit lane with a yet-to-be-diagnosed front splitter issue. It developed on the Dottinger Hoa at speed, unfortunately, and required a mandatory trip back to pit lane. They are out on track at the very least. Lucas Auer gaining the repetitions, but they are 3 laps adrift, down in 45th position overall. Again, a question of what could have been. Max Verstappen did look very good at the start, though. The car looked very balanced. Verstappen made moves at the right time. It's all building up with some decent momentum, crucially, Neil, heading into next month's race. That is part of why they came here, right? To to maybe get the monkey off their back after losing NLS2 victory after falling afoul of those tyre requirements, show some more speed, try and grab a victory, and continue to build up to Max's first real-world 24-hour race.
And let's not forget, this is bonus time for them, for Max particularly, to get any time this weekend in the car and to get data from that car, because, you know, in another dimension, in a different timeline, he would have been competing in the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix this weekend in his Formula One car. So this is crucial extra time, not just for Max behind the wheel, because we know how talented he is, and he showed that in his first stint, how good he is at the overtakes before the front splitter was damaged, but crucial for the team and for him. It is kind of a little bonus feature for him before the big race next month.
We heard some words from that Hyundai camp in the aftermath of the puncture, and what a horrific place to have the puncture through Schwedenkreuz at speed. I mean, it's one of the fastest points on the track, and in a front-wheel drive touring car, suddenly having one of the cars that does the power and steer
mit einem frontangetriebenen Auto.
have a failure is pretty terrible. Let's go and listen to what's happening down in the camp.
You had a crash at Schwedenkreuz. Why? What happened?
Yeah, I had a front right explosion on the moment of turning, so yeah, nothing I could have avoided. I just went straight into the barrier. Luckily, I could manage to bring the car into the box, so the guys, they are fixing the car, so it was very dangerous action there, and yeah, to have a puncture there on this corner where you arrive 250 is not a really nice feeling, but luckily everything is fine.
Sounds like a typical Cole Brown moment.
It was, for sure.
It was. How is it to drive a front-wheel drive car, especially in these kind of corners? I can imagine that the rear of the car gets also quite loose. You have to work with that quite well, right?
I mean, for an endurance race, you really have to have a good balance on the car. You cannot be fighting with the rear all the time. So, to be honest, on an endurance, the car is a little bit understeering than usual.
Okay. What's the difference? Can you talk us a little bit through? You were also driving in the WTCR Championship, so those are sprint races. The car is coming back into the pits again, not a good sign, but in sprint races, you mean the setup is more aggressively than in an endurance race?
Yeah, for sure, because sprint races, you want to find the maximum performance of the car for a 14 laps. But here in endurance, you really want a reliable car, no problems, no mechanical issues. So to be fair with you, the setup really changed a lot for a sprint and endurance, and yeah.
Is that a routine check right now, or I mean, you look like you have a big question mark in your face.
No, if the car is here, it's because it's not ready to go into the North Life. Should have some issues on the suspension because yeah, the hit into the barrier, it was really strong.
So it means it's also all about testing and all this stuff right now.
Yeah.
It's all about testing and all this stuff right now.
We have to check now. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Damit zurück zu euch.
Great to hear from Michael Azcona. And of course, the geometry would have been quite seriously skewed maybe after he had the blowout and then hit the barrier. And just a word on Michael Azcona. I've spent a lot of time with him in World Touring Cars, and briefly, if you remember, there was the electric touring car series, which I was involved with, and he was one of the pioneers of that, 5 years ago now. So yeah, a very talented driver and a real gentleman to hang around with.
And I loved hearing the explanation of the difference between sprint and endurance for touring cars. We had briefly had a discussion about that earlier, but you know, driver's perspective, it's always appreciated. They did try, by the way, to get that 830 out onto track, but took the car onto the Grand Prix loop, realized it was too damaged to continue, and took the shortcut back into pit lane. Down at the bottom of the Grand Prix loop, the row racing BMW, one way then the other on the climb up to the Schumacher S, is making himself visible in the rear view mirrors. They've got some traffic as they continue to contend. Behind them, the Schubert Motorsport BMW M4 GT3 has slid in front of the BMW M3 Touring, so sign of some good speed there for Hugo de Wilde. Meanwhile, for Kelvin van der Linde, good exit, and now he pulls alongside of the right rear of the Mercedes, blasting up to that faster Vidal chicane. You can carry that speed around the outside, and that's exactly what the South African will do. And now forward in towards 5th position for the BMW.
Yeah, and that's a great effort from Kelvin, building on what went ahead of him by Max Hesse and Jordan Pepper. A very good effort from Kelvin, proving why he's a pro factory driver.
We've got a lot of great brothers in sports car racing nowadays.
I was going to say,
of course,
Sheldon,
the Sheldon and Kelvin van der Linde. Yeah, so what a great connection there. Dries and Lawrence Vantor as well. That Mercedes, though, struggling. The Schnitzel-Lahm number 11, not quite sure if there's an issue for Kenneth Heyer, if he's maybe not feeling too confident. What is a Pro-Am car? We should point out it's just been passed down on the exit of the Hudson back in towards Quiddelbacher-Hoa, not traditionally a passing spot you would assume, but Hugo de Wilde in what is a pro-entered SB9 machine flying. Also flying, remember, if not for a penalty, Fabian Schiller would have been dropped onto the racetrack after the final pit stops in the Mercedes Ravenol blue and orange in 3rd position. Instead, he's going to have to fight his way forward, pick his way past what seems to be a VW Jetta, slide down the inside as we work towards Callenhard, and Thomas Preining firmly in the windshield. Target acquired. Down through, miss hit miss, as the name suggests. That's what you want to do with the apexes. Slowest point on the track now. This is where you'd think the Porsche's rear engine nature will squat down and help put that power down quite nicely, even without any sight of rain. Always awkward as you stumble down through Exmüller and then Breitscheid. Use that curb on the left if you want a bit more room to sweep that momentum in towards the Lauda links. Oh, such a great section of track. And then on the brakes into Bergwerk, so important to underdrive the entry so you can overdrive the exit, climbing up the hill with 14 minutes left on the clock. The fight for 3rd is well and truly on. Grello's looked vulnerable through the course of today. I don't think there's any doubt about that, Neil. But there's only a couple of times you've got to really hold on, and those times will be now.
And note the extraordinary change of engine note that we heard as we switched from one onboard to the other, because yes, we are now on board the leading SPX category car, which is in 7th overall. Let's not forget just how ambitious this project has been and how successful it is being, with Neil Verhagen at the wheel of that BMW M3 Touring as it challenges for 6th.
The Schnitzel-Lahm Mercedes very vulnerable right now. Closing stages, the balance maybe not quite there. It's so easy to have that shift in direction on a track as long as this. And that's why having a feeling in the car that everyone is comfortable with across your team. Remember, multiple drivers for not just this 4-hour race, but indeed for the 24 hours as well. Oh, lots of momentum for the M3 Touring as he sweeps out through the mud curve. Some traffic in front of them. Onto the brakes just before the Caracciola carousel. Oh, and Neil Verhagen sweeps through on that Mercedes, the big M3 Touring. It's moving like a dream. Shot out now of that carousel. What a fascinating addition to the track that is, which over time has been repaved to some degree, but that carousel retains so much of that character. And well, if character is another word for bumps, I guess that is fair enough to say. Still through the traffic they go. As mentioned, of course, we've also got that fight for third. Fabian Schiller trying to hunt down Thomas Preining. They work their way at the end of the Stefan Beloff S's, I think. And almost now onto the run out of Galgenkopf and in towards the final stage of the lap. Indeed, yes, ching to the inside of one of the BMWs. Oh, Fabian Schiller gets a little bit checked up there, has to move to the right side of the track. He wanted to stay on the left and sweep into Galgenkopf, but Thomas Preining's lost some of his own time behind an orange and black GT4 Mercedes. Here comes Fabian Schiller, pulls to the right-hand side of the track, and before we even start the climb up into the final complex, Thomas Preining is tucked back into the draft. And now does Grello have the straight line speed to challenge and pull alongside on the run up towards Antonius Bucher, and then dropping down in towards Tiergarten once again? Remember, Christopher Haase tried this a couple of times for the race lead on Max Verstappen, and that Mercedes was having none of it. Fabian Schiller is also having none of it as they edge their way closer to a Volkswagen, closer to a BMW. Thomas Preining a bit bolder than we saw from the Audi slightly earlier on. And as they finally get to the inside of the first bit of traffic, positions have not switched hands, and Thomas Preining is back in front after being passed on the Dottinger Hoa. But Neil, this is not done.
And don't forget, after nearly 4 hours of racing, this is a battle for the podium. And there was a very shrewd bit of race work there, racecraft by Thomas Preining, because he used the traffic to his advantage to gain that position back. So this is the battle for the podium, and they are going head-to-head, toe-to-toe, door-to-door, with 10 minutes to go until the checkered flag. So this is for the podium.
Thomas Preining almost 2 wheels off the track there, but it gave him the inside down through the forward curve, back around the outside. This is great stuff. We may not be getting a fight for the lead, but now that the pit stops have brought us back together, Porsche and Mercedes, two of our contenders going into next month's second round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. After the Maguires, Bathurst 12 hours to open up that calendar. Sweeping through, Preining will hold on as they climb the Schumacher S. But with 9 minutes left to go, this should be the penultimate lap of the race. Next time Ben Green comes around to see the start-finish line, we'll start the final lap of this 4-hour race.
So Ben Green has a healthy lead of nearly 20 seconds. So unless there's any mistakes, we can presume that he's sort of sealed the victory in the Scherer Sport Audi R8 LMS, and behind him Niederhauser in the Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini Huracan. But then a minute behind them is this battle for the podium, and that's the battle we're going to continue to watch, because this is a long way from over. You just do feel like Schiller is biding his time to make another attack as they hit traffic again.
And if you cast your mind back to the opening hour of the race, where was Max Verstappen most successful in making his moves? Well, with traffic, that's where he made the boldest moves that maybe surprised us the most. Update on Cup 2, by the way, now that our pit stop sequence has seemingly cycled through. It's still Renhofer that leads in the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Cup 2 class. Northern Motorsports are second, though, on the road. There's not much time separating them, while Steve Brown in the Black Falcon Team Fanatec 82 alternative fuel-entered Porsche Cup car, third on the road of the Porsches. See what Steve's able to do in the remaining lap and a bit that he's still got underneath him. Cup 3 leader is still the Smiralist Racing Porsche Cayman, while in SP10, now that our pit stops there have also been worked through Toyo tires with Ring Racing. That's the Toyota GR Supra. That is looking like they are on course for a victory with a 41-second gap back to Hofur Racing in the BMW M4 GT4. Down at the bottom of the foxhole, where we've heard some reports of cars heavily hitting and compressing against the bottom of the track. These two in their fight for third wind out of Adenauer Forest, and now towards Metzgveld, the fast left-hander dab onto the brakes. You want to get all the way to the right side of the track to then maximize your run in towards Callenhard. Lucas Auer is on the charge. Remember, a couple of laps down on the field. He's the next driver to make his way past the Sitzel-Lam Racing Mercedes.
And just another sort of pit lane style report. One of the stories that might get overlooked is Michael Schrey. I don't know if you were aware, but he was planning to retire from motorsport, but his former team, Bonk Motorsport, got on the blower and got him back in the car for this one. And it's a return that's paying off, as he's leading both the SP10 class for GT4 and the BMW M2 class. So Michael Schrey doing a great job. Clearly not too old for this.
That's incredible. You can do this race in multiple classes. And indeed, that's part of the charm sometimes of jumping between very different cars. We'll grab another look for those watching in vision at the battle that we had on the Grand Prix part of the track for third. It was a bit of a squeeze from Thomas Preining to the entry in towards the Ford complex, but of course when you shortcut out of that Yokohama S, you really are allowing yourself to get caught up in these side-by-side entanglements, and it continued all the way down in towards the Dunlop hairpin at the very bottom of the track, where maybe Thomas Preining opens up the steering slightly, pushes Fabian Schiller out wide, and as the track cambers back up as they hook through the bottom part of the track, the Porsche was able to put the power down quite nicely and pull away back into the lead of this battle. Back up towards the carousel they will run. And once more, just note the line that they take here. So important to drop in at the right point, run a constant speed, and then put the power down and spit yourself out with the maximum force that you can find. For a car, Neil, that I have said has been hot and cold today in terms of form, the Grello Manthey Porsche now is very much relying on Thomas Preining to use all his experience here at the Nordschleife in a Porsche 911 GT3R to put the car in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We don't know if there was an actual issue in the middle part of the race, but that certainly wasn't delivering as it should have been. But now with Preining at the wheel, he is holding off. And don't forget, he's holding off a car, part of the Winwood Racing team, that will be feeling a disappointment at what happened with the Max Verstappen car, which is now currently in 41st place overall, with Lucas Auer at the wheel. But yes, that battle for the podium is one that's particularly keenly contested for Schiller in the number 80 Winwood Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3, because of course that would be their only chance of a podium in the absence of Auer and Verstappen.
And after being stripped of the NLS2 win, after using too many tires per the allocation requirements, they would quite like to be on the podium once again, and this time actually keep the trophies. That's a lapped car that peels out of the way of our race leader. It means that Ben Green is going to get set for the final lap of this 4-hour Ravenol ADAC 24-hour Nürburgring qualifier race. A bit of a misnomer, that name. We're not qualifying for the race itself. Part of the results will, yes, be used to help determine which cars will maybe advance directly to the final part of top qualifying, which has been split into 3 sections for next month's race. But ultimately, a lack of participation here, as Neil has pointed out this weekend, is not a sign of anything untoward ahead of next month. The reality is it's a busy weekend with racing in IMSA out on the streets of Long Beach, racing in Imola as the World Endurance Championship gets underway, and of course racing at Spa as well with the 24-hour series Creventic, and coverage of all 3 of those and the NLS here across of the Radio Show Limited Network channels. Couple more penalties that have just been flashed up on screen though, and these will be converted, Neil, we should point out, to post-race time penalties. The expectation isn't that they'll come down and serve them now, but the TCR class leader, remember after the Hyundai had its moment, the Volkswagen Golf was promoted to the TCR lead. They've just been given a 45-second time penalty for non-respect of code 60, another team getting caught up with just making a mistake with the processes here today.
So obviously within that class, it's that time penalty is meaningless, but if it comes with any kind of points on the license, then that could be a problem. So it still has impact, even if it's the only car in its class that's actually in contention. And this battle for the podium continues as we reach the very final stages of this 4-hour race. And it looks like Schiller is biding his time for a move.
The Audi that had peeled off onto pit lane just in front of the overall leader of the race, they'd actually had to come down for a front right tire change. I wonder if there was a bit of damage potentially accrued. Maybe it's difficult with ABS to flat spot a tire, but I wonder if maybe either that cut it at some point. But back out onto track for Juta Racing's Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. And they'll finish this race 1 lap down. Also in pit lane, and I'm not seeing a sign as to whether this has been a longer stop than was initially intended. But the car that pitted first in the SB9 class, the Trinity Solutions Aston Martin, the number 34, it is going to drop out of the top 10 if it continues to sit in pit lane. There is pace out on track, though, because Raphael Renhofer has just set the overall fastest lap of any Porsche Cup car today with an 8:26.529. Bodes well for the Porsche GT3R that's defending right now. And Fabian Schiller, after pulling alongside on the Dottinger Hoher a lap or so ago, has not been close enough to do so again, Neil.
No, I think you're right. This has really come into the hands of Preining in these closing stages, and that Porsche is really delivering, and it's managing to defend this crucial podium position, which did seem to elude them earlier in the race. So very impressive work by both the engineers and, of course, Thomas Preining.
We've been talking about production cars aplenty, and there are some storylines to keep an eye on onto this final lap of the race. The VT2 front-wheel drive class, there's only 30 seconds covering the top 2 right now, although that screen would indicate maybe a bit more time, and maybe my timing is yet to update. I think actually what that means is we are 5 laps off the overall leader of the race, so don't worry too much. The 495 is actually only about 1 second off. You can see the car if you're watching with us, the white and orange Volkswagen closing on that red Audi S3. It's a Golf GTI versus Audi S3. They fit into the same performance band, and that's why they race in the same class. Jürgen Nett looking anxiously over his shoulder right now as he's being hunted down by the nimble Golf. Fastest lap as well on the last time around by the 495 on the hunt. So clearly a sign that the car coming alive in these closing stages. Traffic not making it easy by any means as well. Although having said that, that's a very courteous Porsche Cayman who elects to wait behind the Audi S3. And I think this is probably one of the tracks, Neil, where you really have to think about how you manage the traffic. You're not always looking at the corner that you're driving through. You're thinking about 5 corners in front. Where are you going to be relative to the traffic that you're either catching or the traffic that's in your rear view mirror? It's a very cerebral sort of racing that sometimes you have to kind of do here in multi-class Nordschleife competition.
Yeah, it's kind of like snooker at 250 kilometers an hour, isn't it? It's sort of thinking 3 or 4 pockets ahead, because you can, you know, on some stretches of the circuit, you know, there's lots of it, there are blind crests and blind corners with the trees in the way, but a lot of it you can see. You get a glimpse of when the traffic is looming in front of you, and you can judge your approaching speed and start to think how that's going to affect either a potential overtake or someone who's potentially you're having to defend from.
Thomas Preining still under pressure wonderful aerial shots, great coverage from our team at Nürburgring TV here, and a thank you to them, to all our track workers and everyone that makes this weekend possible. We all know that yesterday was not easy, and without them coming back to the track and working once more, this would not be possible. Through the carousel, traffic has played its part. Fabian Schiller gets caught behind one of those GT4 BMWs, white, blue and red, and the gap soars wide. Not quite done. Thomas Preining still got to be careful through the final parts of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, as does Ben Green. And what has been a superb performance from Scherer Sport. Christopher Haase led from the drop of the green flag, pushing the tempo of the race. Alexander Sims managed the medium part of the race to get him and his team to the spot. And since jumping in, Ben Green in this final hour of the race has been untouchable. Neil Cole, and now just 1.5 odd kilometers between them and the NLS 5 win.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, as well, because they've been so dominant. We haven't given them all the flowers that we probably should have done, because they've just been out in almost in a class of their own, not literally. Just a note, the number 48 car, which started the race in 8th on the grid, the Porsche 911 GT3R, Assenheimer Muller Pereira, has gone into the pits. So it's been pushed into the pits, as I understand it, from the pit lane. So sadly, that isn't a scheduled pit stop, and that is likely to have retired from the race. So a shame for that car, which could have finished in the top 10.
Dancing through the final corners, it's Scherer Sport and Audi, winners in the second Ravenol ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring qualifier races, the 5th round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. Ben Green proving any doubters wrong after that first stint, picking up the tempo in stint number 2. Behind him, they said they didn't have the speed, but they got a podium out of it nonetheless. After starting down in 12th, it's the Lamborghini Huracan for the Red Bull team apt. Patrick Niederhauser will cross the line, a full 28 seconds adrift of the race leader. A sterling job from Scherer Sport to manage the pit stop timing, to manage the traffic, and most importantly, bring a fast race car. Be a little bit of a wait before Thomas Preining and Fabian Schiller cross the line for 3rd and 4th positions respectively. And so while we wait for that, just a quick update on the rest of the classes. Still Raphael Renhofer that's leading in Cup 2. It's still Steve Brown that leads in the 82 class, and Smiralist Racing leading in Cup 3. No changes just yet, and no change on this final lap for 3rd. Grello, even with some up and down here today, holds on to a step on the podium, Neil, in NLS number 5.
And it'll be a huge relief just that they not just finished the race, but, you know, managed to get a podium, considering how tricky that race seemed to be in the middle section. So yes, very impressive, and slight disappointment for the car that will come across the line in 4th, Schiller and Winwood Racing. A question of what could have been for that team, for both cars.
So many more class winners to sprint their way to the line. We'll hopefully catch them as they do so. But Christopher Haase and Max Verstappen had a good fight in the first hour of the race after pushing past the pole-sitting Ferrari. What heartbreak for Realized Condor Racing with Rinaldi. I saw a tweet from David Perel, didn't even get to jump into the car. And looking from up above, there is something that has been dangling from the back of the Scherer Audi. It's off the right side of the rear wing, where it attaches then to the rest of the car. I'd be very curious if that was something that caused any performance degradation, or if the drivers were even cognizant and aware of that. Looks like already 82 winner has crossed the line. So Steve Brown, Jimmy Broadbent, Manuel Metzger, and Misha Schauder in the Black Falcon Team Fanatec car. Winning class. Might be a little bit disappointed that after leading amongst all the different Porsche Cup machinery entered today, they slipped back slightly in the closing stages. But again, if their goal is to be running up toward the front of next month's 24-hour race. There is, I think, plenty of promising signs for them as our field is going to be waved back around into the paddock, into Parc Fermé, as our drivers get ready to celebrate. But again, with the events of yesterday, it will be a slightly different celebration, I am sure, for all, Neil. Not the jubilant celebrations, instead a remembrance of motorsport, the community that we're a part of, and unfortunately the life that was lost, Juha Metinan passing away in a tragic accident yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a heavy weekend for motorsport, and it's been once again our condolences to Juha Mietinen's family, friends, the team, and kudos really to all of these drivers for getting back strapped into the cars again to go again. The community rallying around and continuing to do what they love. But yes, we must not forget that we lost Juha Mietinen yesterday.
Juha had his own successes here at the Nordschleife. We will never forget the 5 class wins, including most recently at NLS 3, and of course as well 25 podiums. 47.2 was his podium percentage rate, and a well-loved figure in the paddock. We'll hopefully get a chance to catch up with our race winners. Alexander Sims, part of that trio, only here, by the way, because his regular day job, racing a Corvette as part of the Pratt & Miller Corvette entry for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Well, GTD Pro wasn't racing on the streets of Long Beach, and so Alex was obviously free to come over here and continue a partnership with Cherry Sport that continues to bring fruit. The fight, by the way, in VT2, what a battle all the way to the end. Audi S3 versus Volkswagen Golf GTI. This is what the Nordschleife is about. The hands out the air, and it is the bright red and black Audi that comes out on top. Spectacular fight all the way to the very end of the race, and it's Jürgen Nett that crosses the line to see the checkered flag.
Love to see it. That could be a race from any era. Absolutely spectacular, and that's what we're here for. Hopefully we'll get to hear from our
might have missed the
podium
chance
drivers.
to catch up with.
Here we go.
So hopefully we'll get the audio soon. Otherwise, we'll try and do maybe some lip reading of what is happening. We do have some written messages that was sent our direction. So we can, Neil, at the very least, give an update from what Christopher Haase has already said about this weekend.
Yeah, so I'll try. Maybe this is what he's saying in German. Our weekend was a real roller coaster. We were struggling in the rain. I also had a minor collision with the tire barriers. We had a really hard time getting the car to work. In top qualifying, the whole picture changed again, and the car ran quite well, almost perfectly. While things are going well for us in the race right now, the balance isn't quite where I personally would want it to be, but in the end it went pretty well for us. We did see a few things in the data that we're not entirely happy with. I think we need to take another look at the technical aspects. It's not making us slower, but it's obviously less pleasant to drive. If we can improve the drivability of the stint, it would be much less stressful for the drivers. That would be especially important in the 24-hour race. So that's a quote from Christopher Haase, which I'm sure he was just giving a brief summary in German to our pit reporter down there, but a master of understatement, really, that it would be useful for the 24-hour race to make things improve the drivability to make it less stressful for the drivers.
Yeah, you know, there is no other racing series like this where you get the opportunity to race at the same track at this level of motorsports, I should say. You know, 10 times a year, 11 if you factor in the 24-hour race itself. A quote from Matt Campbell as well. Remember, Thomas Preining finished the race for the Grello 911. We had a good race. Thomas did a really good job. We also did a good job with strategy, but I think the other cars were certainly faster than us, but the strategy worked really well. I think that's kind of the story that we saw as well, Neil, from up here in the Global Broadcast Center, from 10,000 feet, if you will.
Very much so. Also a word from Mirko Bortolotti. From a sporting perspective, it was a great weekend for us. We had two great starts yesterday and today. Things are going in the right direction regarding preparations for the 24-hour race. But yesterday was a dark day and really tough for all of us. It was a really difficult moment for the entire paddock. My thoughts are with my family. You don't want to see something like that in motorsport, but unfortunately sometimes it's part of it. So not a happy weekend, but from a sporting point of view, I can't complain. So very well put there by Mirko Bortolotti, who was impressive in the early part of this race in the number 84 Lamborghini Huracan.
We are getting word of a couple of post-race penalties that will be swinging the way of some competitors. The heavy-handed arm of the law will never fail to grasp you if you've done something wrong. One of our BMW 318s in SP3, they're going to get a 60-second time penalty. Not sure exactly how that converts into the post-race, but also the other thing that I did see was something for one of the Subarus in, Toyota Supras in the field, ignoring one of the double waved yellow periods. And so another thing that will affect our provisional results, which we'll work through in a couple of moments' time and talk through our winners today, who will leave this round of the NLS with some good data heading into next month's 24-hour race, because this is it. The dress rehearsal is now done. The only thing left to do, Neil, is go racing for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
Yeah, what a perfect way to race today. Great conditions, no rain, pretty much blanket sunshine throughout the whole race, and really important work for everybody to get through today in preparation for the 24 hours next month, but also to gird your loins and to do it for Juha Metinan, really. But difficult, and kudos to everybody involved.
Let's give you a quick update then on. So let's give you that update on our winners, and we can begin to wrap up here and officially start to plant our feet forward to next month's running of the Ravenol ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring. In SP9, after a exhilarating battle in the opening hour with Max Verstappen and the Verstappen Racing Mercedes, Shera Sport and Christopher Haase, Alexander Sims and Ben Green are your winners in their Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. SPX, we should also highlight, Neil Verhagen crossed the line 7th for the BMW M3 Touring. So they will be thrilled with the effort in top qualifying, only 5 seconds off, and another good 4 hours worth of data racked up ahead of the big race. In Cup 2, it was the teamless entry, but two very quick drivers who score some valuable points in the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, Raphael Renhofer and Noah Nagelsdijk, combined to win there. They were just in front of Mulner Motorsports. I say just, the gap relatively large on the track, but also just in front then of the 82 class winners, the Black Falcon Team Fanatec Porsche Cup car, with, of course, a couple of different accoutrements and fuel powering that machine. Cup 3, they led for the majority of the race. It was Smilleris Racing in their Porsche 718 Cayman. That's another one of our classes eligible in the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, while in SP10, it was Toyo Tires with Ring Racing that held on in the Toyota GR Supra. For those watching, see the full scroll of results, but we'll continue to talk through the winners of respective classes. The SP3T winner, all the way down in 47th overall. That was the number 323. Armando Stanco paired up with Dario Stanco in a Audi RS3 LMS. In SP7, one of our Porsche Caymans was able to come out on top. And, well, let's not forget, we saw that run to the line in the VT2 front-wheel drive category. Jürgen Nett crossing the line just 0.7 of a second in front of the VW Golf that was hunting him down. Hofer Racing winners in one of our BMW classes. Adrenaline Motorsport team, they're the winner in the BMW M240i class, while in the V2 rear-wheel drive, it's also Adrenaline Motorsports that come out on top. In TCR, after the retirement of the Hyundai, after the tyre blowout through Schwedenkreuz, it's that VW Golf, the Mark 7 GTI, that is promoted into the race win and class win as a result of that. And those are the classes with a couple of different cars here and there. Neil, but before we wrap things up, you know, again, final thoughts. Dress rehearsal in the books. Our teams are off to go and finalize their preparation, as are the organizers and everyone at the track itself. But like you said, we've just whet the appetite for the 24-hour race that comes up in a few weeks. If we get as good racing as we did between Max Verstappen and Christopher Haase for 24 hours, that's going to be a very difficult race to commentate on, because it will be 24 hours of breathlessness.
Agreed, yeah. What a beautiful 4 hours that was. And the prospect of the battles at the front when the field is swelled slightly in a month's time is sort of, you know, it's worth whetting the appetite for. It gets everything going ready for the 24 hours in a month's time. Just hard to work out how the podium itself will be played out after the events of this weekend and the tragic events of yesterday. So, you know, we have to acknowledge that this is not a normal situation, and our thoughts are still with Juha Metinan.
And I think everyone's thoughts will be as we wrap up this fifth round of the 2026 NLS season. Technically only the third race complete, and of course the second of our Ravenol ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring qualifier races. A weekend that in many ways is going to be remembered for all the wrong reasons. The tragic passing of Juha Metinan, but all we can do is look forward and to race in his memory. To quote Jochen at Frozen Speed, one of Juha's friends, those that have the most fun, those that pass having the most fun are the most successful. And I think you will all agree with me that Juha was out on track doing exactly what he and all of us in the motorsports community love. He leaves behind his 3 children and his wife, as well as his teammates and the entire motorsports paddock, thinking of him here at the Green Hell on what has been a very difficult weekend. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Neil Cole, thank you for your company, and we'll see you in a few weeks' time for the Ravenol ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring.